I got that smile back. Cool. Let's actually check. Let's check the live stream. Let's see. Let me pause. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Yep, the mic is good. The mic is great. Test 1, 2, 3. Yep, the mic is good. The mic is great. Yep, the mic is good. The mic is great. You can hear the reverberation. Cool beans. All right, let's do some push-ups quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Good. Good morning, y'all. Grand rising, y'all. That music that's playing, that's my theme song for when I come back to Earth and save it. It's from Power Rangers Super Mega Force. It's the battle of where all the original Rangers came back. And yeah, it was pretty good. Getting the body. Ready. Awesome. I'm gonna go in a fasted state. Let me turn off the Wi-Fi. Oops. Yeah, go with selfie stick. Whoever's here, hello. Good morning. Grand rising. Getting that body ready to rock and roll. We're going outside. Also, I'm really glad I finally got my damn tapestry to stick. I really like my tapestry. I like the sun and the moon. Or all of those signs. I like my tapestry a lot. Okay. Say hello to Dad, and then body is ready to rock and roll. Gave it some push-ups. And just so you know, those push-ups don't count towards my 55 that I do daily. Those are just separate. Same with those squats. I don't count them, but at the same time, I kind of do to some degree. I should have taken that out. Oh well. Actually, no, I'm gonna take it out. And I'm also gonna quickly use the bathroom, so y'all can just spend some time out here for a moment. All right, y'all. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's get right down to it, shall we? Got to speak. I left some messages for some brother and sisters last night, which was pretty awesome. And I was reminded this morning that the whole point to this thing is to have fun and laugh. So we gotta laugh more. That's what serenity is. Being at peace, relaxed, joy, state of joy. I'm gonna say hello to Dad. Hey, Dad. Morning. The car. All right. Now then. Laughter, peace, serene. Thank you, my amazing divine mirror, for the reminder to laugh. It's been a while since I actually really, really laughed. But I mean, I've been laughing, to some degree. And yeah. Morning, sir. Just today, we just chilling, vibing with that one love. Everything's unfolding as it's supposed to. I still gotta smoke out that T-Bray though. I gotta smoke them out. I gotta take out a smoke grenade and like chuck it into the tunnels and find them. Counter-Strike. Gotta love it. Got to play some Dead by Daylight outside last night. Poor Bubba. Got to play Dead by Daylight last night in the evening time. Won quite a few, lost quite a few. I had to laugh at some of them, like, come on. I don't take games seriously, but you know, at the same time, like, you gotta be a little entertaining with this stuff. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. I gotta change my shoes. I gotta take these shoes and like frame it soon. Get me some new kicks. Those birds singing right now, that's what Serenity is. Intuition's like, go this way. So we're gonna go this way. We're gonna go this way. It feels much better. Got to reach out to another sister last night. I was seeing some of her posts, and I wanted to tell her how much I love her, and I'm proud of her for. I'm seeing her evolution. I'm seeing her growth. Like, it's funny because in 2021, her name is Jennifer. It's a different Jennifer from the one I met at the tire factory place. It's a Jennifer that I've known since 2021. And I've had a conversation with Jennifer back in 2021 because she was all about helping you to get clear on your story. And I still have that recording. I still listen to it once in a blue moon. And I remember how uncertain I was, not confident, uncertain, unconfident. I don't think unconfident is a word. No certainty, no confidence. There we go. No certainty, no confidence, no conviction. I just had heart. And that's great. And it was pure. My intention was pure. And, she's been going through her own little ringer, her evolution. I got to finally, see her in the physical when I went to dinner with Jessa and, Alexandra, who departed us, and Carrie, and just a bunch of other, Jessica, of course. And, yeah. Actually, I want to talk with Alexandra for a moment. Alexandra, sister, I know I'm already protected. Would you be able to send me information on who I am? More of that, to provide me answers to questions when I am not able to find the answers within myself, or I'm sort of having a harder time. I know that I have all the answers, and I have to go find it and it's nested within. I know the answers to everything is practically me.
But would you be able to be one of those souls who will share with me? I don't want to say guide me, because I know I'm the one that's doing it myself. It would be awesome if you could help me to stay on the path and not falter again. To know that I know that I'm taken care of, but I really would like to know that with absolute certainty. You can help me, that would be awesome. All right, back to lightheartedness. You know, I'm a very tough soul. Like battle damage soul. Like I've been through the ringer. We all have. And those who found me, I know like your experience hasn't been as it hasn't been as easy. But I will share with you that was given to you to handle. You know, yesterday I was very proud of myself for accomplishing two feats that I didn't think I was able to. 90-90 transition without using my hands. First, I thought to use my hands, but then I came to realize, oh shit, I can do this without my hands. And then the thing with my wrist, where I was like balancing my knees on my arm, and you know, when I first started, I was only able to hold for like a couple seconds, and then, you know, I said, you know what, I'm gonna do this. And it's like I was able to hold 60 seconds and then another 30 seconds, and I was like, wow, I've never been able to do this, and now I'm able to do it. And it gave me the confidence that I know that everything that I've been doing has been in the up and up. And I can see two directions right now. If I stop doing what I'm doing and I go backwards, that I'm not, you know, I'm gonna not be following what I desire to do. And this is what I desire to do. I love live streaming. I really do. I love serving, I love helping, and I love sharing the wisdom that we all have with each other. I love it. This is my job. This is my passion, my project, my work, it's my everything. I love it. I get to help people get in shape. I get to help people break through their perspectives and give them a new perspective to chew on, to entertain. I get to, you know, just be a tour guide. I get to be a streamer, like a game streamer, and like do all that. I get to do all that stuff. How lucky am I? Last night I felt I had my new gaming laptop. Like when I went and meditated, and my new phone. I love this phone. It works flawlessly. It's just batteries not able to handle for a long period of time, and also the cooling is not the greatest in the phone, so it overheats. Bless you. Let's see. We walked through the school yesterday. I'm feeling to walk this way. Can't wait to play Lost Soul Aside. I feel like that game's gonna play decently on my computer. Graphics may not be the greatest, but I definitely know that it'll play decent. But I look forward to having my new, gaming laptop that I already have within. It's very nice to have my new RTX 5090 laptop with 64 gigs of RAM, 2 to 4 terabytes of internal storage. I would prefer AMD, but currently I haven't seen any AMD machines with a 5090. So an Intel Ultra 9 processor, 275HX. But if there's an AMD laptop with a 5090, then I'll take that. Definitely it's going to be Asus or Lenovo. And if it's not the 5090, then it's definitely the 4090, a Legion Pro 7i. Because they have the ports on the back. The new Legion, they moved the ports to the side. I'm like, every time. Like, they always have to go and mess something up, but they said it's for cooling, but Lenovo's been keeping with that design language for a couple of years, and it's been pretty cool. But companies seem to, like, when they add features, then they start removing features from things. Give the customer what they want. Like, at the, I think it was the 3000 series, RTX cards, the 3000 series, like 3090 or 3080, Lenovo Legion 7i, they had the ports on the back and the ports lit up so you can actually see what you're plugging in like at nighttime. They took away that feature because they thought it was a gimmick, but it's not a gimmick because there's case usage. Like when you're in the dark at night, plugging in things, it's easy to see. There's a power port. There's this, there's that. But then they labeled the ports, and then they removed the lighting feature, which kind of was like, oh my God, are you kidding me? They took away it on the 4090, like the 4000 series. I know I'm talking about laptops right now, but Man, it's so good to have the new laptop because now I get to really show my skill. Because a lot of what I've been playing on with the older laptop, 60 hertz panel, a little bit at a deficit with latency. I've had to compensate with having a control that has a little bit quicker latency. But it's so good to finally have a faster, like a G-Sync screen, being able to see things faster, have quicker reaction. I love it. Yep. The word Serenity, it was a name that I really, really liked when I was younger. It's actually Sailor Moon's name. They call her Serena, but her name is actually Serenity. And Serenity would be, like I mentioned yesterday, that if I ever had a daughter, that would be her name, Serenity. Serenity Mysterica Stellar. She would have quite the fascinating name. and I would trust that she would marry someone with an epic last name. Otherwise, she keeps Stellar because she just loves that last name. Imagine she started off with that name, Serenity Mysterica Stellar. Imagine that. There's like a fly, like a bee, like buzzing around me just now. Serenity Mysterica Stellar, or Mysterica Serenity Stellar. I think SMS would be awesome. Serenity Stellar. Anyways, that word serenity is now encapsulated for me, and really anchoring in that word to just be still and know. Intuition? Yeah, let's quickly go hang for a moment. Let's take a moment to hang on the bar. We're gonna go hang on this bar for a moment. We're just hanging for about 60 seconds. Put y'all down. Put y'all down for a moment. Pretty awesome to hang. So glad they put this here. They built it last summer. Oh, okay. Well, that's a good start to the hang. That was a good start to our hanging. Whew. Let's go. We got that hanging done. Yep. The hanging is really coming in handy. It's coming in clutch. Serenity. Sweet, sweet serenity. I don't mind the hotter mornings, but I do dig these the more relaxed like temperatures in the morning like this. This is a good temperature. All right, so we did our hang. We'll do our other hang when we get to the other bar. we will what else? We will run backwards. Yesterday we got to see the YouTube park, which was great. Wonderful to see the YouTube park. Morning. Got to see the YouTube park yesterday. At the swing. It's good. Just going in the inner world right now and just taking in this energy. Today, it's August 5th. Today is my ex-wife's birthday. So happy birthday to Juliana. Wishing you only the best and love, and may today just unfold with just lots of magical things for you, sister, and just have the greatest birthday to date. Enjoy it. Now, I haven't heard from Juliana in forever, so, I'll wish her happy birthday. I'll wish her happy birthday. But, yeah. Another sunny day. Supposed to be a hazy sunny day. Yep. Taking that breath. I love the fact that there's breeze right now. Now, of course, I only like breeze when it's warm like this. If it was cold, I'd be like, nope, no thank you to the breeze. But of course, I will have the resources I require. I have the resources I require to stay abroad in a warm climate through the winter months. I'll be away from here for the winter months. And RAS will kick in and find those opportunities. I declare that from late November to, let's see, I got to be back in Canada before 6 months is up. So let's see, November, December, January, February, March, April. So that's if I leave October. If I leave October 6th and I can stay 6 months somewhere, 6 months away from here, oh man, my energy's gonna shoot through the roof. Let's do that, God. Let's aim to be away for 6 months at a time. So that way we can handle our business abroad. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Cool, he pressed the button already. Awesome. Awesome. All right. You know this area gets blurry. It gets blurry, it gets a little choppy. Internet's not the highest in this area due to distortion. Lots of distortion in this area. Let's go. Let's go. Cool beans. All right. So we're going straight. Then we're gonna make a right. We going straight. And we gonna make a right. We didn't came to lose. It's awesome. Definitely gonna have to do my passport soon. Ooh, yes. That is why it's gonna be a little tricky. Gotta do the passport. Gotta take some time to travel to go and do my passport within. I mean, the thing, it's weird. You can't travel with your passport if it's 6 months before the expiration or after 6 months. I mean, you could, but like, you know. Definitely got to be back for that. April 16th, I believe, or April 26th is my expiration. Morning. April 16th or April 26th is my expiration. I felt called to pick up this water bottle for some reason and throw it in recycling. So, here you go. Okay. That way. Serenity, I summon thee. I summon thee. I'm just taking it in. Hold the battery at 77% for a little bit. That way I have enough time at the water. Feels good. Hollow crescent. All right, let's go. Do 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 do. That's right, the CNE is going to be open soon. It's called the Canadian National Exhibition. Come on, squirrel, get off the road. Good job. What I'll do, I'm not sure if it's stuck because live stream, it's hard to really tell. When I get out of this area, I'm gonna restart the stream. Actually, I'll restart. Cool beans. Sunny Face Daycare Center. Daycare. It's funny because when I was younger, mom took me to the babysitter, which was right across our apartment, like 2 doors down. It was a Pakistani couple. I called her auntie. She had a daughter named Shamila and a son named Farhan. And we would play video games. And I wonder whatever happened to those two. I wonder where they are. Like I said, I hadn't seen any one of my childhood people in forever. Now, Farhan was I was 6, 7. He was 3, 4. Shamila was a year older than I was. If I were to see them, I wouldn't recognize them. Actually, if I were to see majority of my childhood connections, I don't think I would recognize any of them. I made that declaration that I would love to see some of them. Would love to see Tammy Lee and Amanda Penny and Ashley Skinner. Would love to see those 3. I summon Ashley Skinner, Amanda Penny, and Tammy Lee back into my existence. I wonder where they are. I trust that the Great Spirit is keeping them guided and protected too. I wonder if any of them had their transcendence as well. Be interesting. Last time I saw them, I was 11 years old. And we went to another school. Well, those ones that I mentioned. There's others that left. Like there's a girl named Cindy, who was my like very, very first girlfriend, but she got very sick. And then she left that school and don't know where she ended up being. She's really good at drawing Mario. She's very, very good at drawing Mario. It's because of her I was able to, get better at drawing. I wonder where she's at. I wonder where she might be. I summon you, Cindy, back into my reality as well. I would love to see some of my childhood friends, childhood people. The word friend, was in my consciousness back before, the word friend became a heavy loaded word for me. Like, for example, like when I was 13, that's when the word friend it disappeared, and I was like, I don't care to be calling people friends, even though I didn't know any other terminology. I didn't call people brother. I called people, yo, what up, bro? What's going on, dude? There wasn't, my guy back then. My guy. There was none of that terminology. It was like, dude, bro, what up, man? What up, Bredgen? That was the one. What up, Bredgen? You good, Bredgen? Yep. It's all kinds of words. It was just a year ago when I didn't even know this area all too well. And now that I know it so well, it's like I can't unknow it now. I've traveled here so much. They organize their books. Not bad. Whoever had that Britannica book of perspectives, good on you for reading that. That's a big ass book. Chipmunk. Or chipmunk, sorry, not chickmunk. Chipmunk. It was that house over there, number 47, that had the American flag on the day of July 4th. And I got to salute my flag. Now, yesterday, thanks to Mr. Phoenix for, dropping the Guyanese, person, or the word Guyanese, I feel, damn. I'm glad that Mr. Christopher, he started live streaming and he's doing his thing. So happy. All the best, my brother. Truly, I mean it. If I ever run into you again, amazing. If not, no big deal. But love you, dude. Keep sharing your energy with the world. Ta 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 ta. $55,000. Specifically $55, whatever that turns into Canadian equivalent. Amazing. All right, brain, go seek it out. There's a cat meow, Bubba. Phone battery at 68%. The heat is starting to kick in though. We're not quite at the water yet. We did leave a little bit later, but it's all groovy, all divine. He's all divine. These shoes definitely will be retiring after this season, and I'm gonna frame them. These are the shoes that I got to walk 1,000,000 steps. Yep. Cool beans. Almost by the water. Well, not almost, but you know, we got a little bit of moving to still do to get to the water. Ah, my nose. Not as clogged as it was earlier. Yeah, the heat's starting to pick up now. Definitely we'll have to put you a little bit in the shade by the water. I wonder if our brother is jumping rope today. I can see his improvement, which is awesome. There she is. I like the fact that she runs. She runs in my area. She runs here. She's an inspiration to me, because I will be making sure I move my body and staying in tip-top order for years to come. Well, provided that the universe still requires me on the planet. Have a great day, miss. Love you, soul. Enjoy your run. It goes to show you, you know, age is but a number. Like, she's older than my mom and my dad. My mom and my dad could definitely be doing better with themselves, but they choose not to. That's why, like, I have to make sure that I keep my, you know, I can't rely on seeing changes in them. I have to change from within, and the within will be a byproduct of without. Well, y'all, welcome back to the trail. We start our trail let's see. We're not going to see as many today, but you never know. We should see our usuals. Awesome. So this area is a little blurry. This tree has seen it in its emptiness, its fullness. We're going to be seeing it in its color at some point. He's gonna go ahead and run through that area. I was thinking of going down that direction, but intuition's like, no, because mosquitoes. Even though I did put on bug spray, a resounding no is still what it's saying. Nope, our brother's not there. I was thinking I was gonna see him, but that's not the case. Ooh, okay. All right. Look at this tree, y'all. This tree, I know it's blurry, but this tree, it's starting. It's starting. I mean, the colors are beautiful, but it's starting. This thing is gonna turn like orange and yellow, red. This is gonna be a nice color soon. Like, I'm not ready for it. When we got to go back in and start doing 10K, it's going to be quite something. So that's why I declared that I find a way to be in a warm climate from October 6th onwards. Oh wow, he got over there already. Oh, he ran. I know him. He's the brother that I was like right here with. That day when I got stung by a mosquito and it was raining. Like, we got rained on. We were standing right here. That's right. I hadn't seen him back since then. Yesterday we finished with 20,000 steps, y'all. After the live stream, I kicked the ball around for a little bit in the field and was able to get my 20,000 steps. It's funny because I'm only aiming really for 10, but I get the extra 10 as well. Okay, we're gonna be by the water in a moment. Good morning.
Good morning.
We'll be by the water in a moment, and then we'll just chill. Phone battery at 63%. My nervous system feels a little dysregulated, but it's okay because I know I'm all right logically. I just have to feel it. Well, y'all, welcome back to the Daily Water, where things tend to unfold majestically. Here we go. So I'm gonna just put y'all down here. You know the drill. Enjoy the nice water. I'm gonna start doing some stretching right now. The spine is like tight. Breathing into my spine. I'm gonna spend a little bit of extra time here. I'm gonna reduce the screen brightness. Okay. Get my footing. We used to do that as a child. I used to do that a lot as a child. I'm sure all of you did that at some point as a child. I'm just gonna bend backwards now. Man. That was a little rough, but we did it. Crater, why does my lower back get tight? Why can't it stay loose, loosey goose? Would you please help me keep my lower back and my lower spine loose and not in any pain? So today's lower body. Lower body day. Morning. How are you both? Good. Enjoy your day. Oh, they're out early. Very nice. We're going out for that walk. We're going out for that jog. We're going out for that hike. They might be walking back this way shortly. Full battery at 55%. Well, y'all, let's get rolling. Love you, Water. Thank you so much for your time here. I'll see you tomorrow, Water. Love you. Bye. Bye, Water. Love you. My left knee is a little janky right now, but that's okay. We're getting the body back to. I recognize that I'm doing things and the body still hasn't quite built full neurons for it. How a resting squat has changed my life. That's like a TED Talk. This resting squat has helped me to become very disciplined in doing other things. it allowed me to see where I can keep improving and evolving. There's our brother. Morning.
Morning.
It allows us to keep seeing how we can keep improving in other aspects of life. Like, ever since I started this, it was funny because Vanya and her stuff start showing up on my feed. Well, hello there, other brother. Hi, brother.
Hey, buddy.
Have a great day. I'll see you back. It was Vanya, I feel like I ran into her back in like 2020 or something. But I wasn't quite ready for her. And because she was like, here's how you strengthen your knees. And I was doing some knee exercises on the stairs back when I was starting fitness and such, because my knees were like my left knee had always been in some sort of like pain. It's a blue jay. And with the resting squat, I saw her do a video where she was sitting in squat the entire time. I'm like, how is she able to do that? And then I realized, okay, this is on my other YouTube channel. She was starting to show up on Instagram on my feed. I'm like, that's weird. And then of course it started showing up on my Facebook because, algorithm. I took her course, her mobility thing, and it's changed the way I see life in terms of my body and being really connected with my body. Now I've been able to do some things that I didn't think I could do. And it all started with a passive squat, because I've been able to sit in a passive squat for more than 10 minutes at a given time. Sometimes shorter, sometimes longer, but I'm able to, sit in a passive squat for a while. And that squat has really showed me, and I was talking about this yesterday, how, I was able to build some new disciplines, some new neurons in my brain. I'm able to do some new things, like the 90-90 transition without using my hands. Like if I were to go do 90-90s right now, I'd have to use my hands until I get adjusted to like the movement. But if the more I do it, the easier it becomes. Like when I was doing the 90-90s in the beginning, I could not do 90-90s without the hand. In fact, it's actually very painful to go down and do 90-90 transitions. But now that the body has gone adjusted to some of these movements, it's things are different. I'm able to do those positions, and I feel it's, my neurons are being built, and it's showing me like, oh wow, I started as soon as I came back from San Diego back on April 8th, I decided to start making a 10K a day walking habit. Some days we were inside and I was like doing the run in place. Then we were in the grass, like in the backyard for the first time, and I was like, I'm using the backyard now. And guess what happened? I made a line. I created a path with my feet. But then the path healed itself, thank goodness. And because I ultimately stopped doing that, and then I started deciding to take a walk. Now we were taking a walk like in the afternoon time because it was definitely warmer and whatnot, and I had the phone charged up to take the walk in the afternoon to come back. But now we decided to start taking it in the morning, which is interesting. And that one habit led to another habit. It led to me starting to do 55 push-ups and 55 squats. And then, see, look at our brother. He's just taking off his shirt and just he's going. Proud of him for doing that. Good morning.
Morning.
And we started to then add another thing. T-Bray added another thing for me to do, which was the ab pull downs. And then from that, we started to, now I have doing leg raises. And I added another thing when I'm doing my routine, not every day, but every other day, 55 dips. And, now that I've gone past 21 days of mobility toolkit and I finished all the training of that, now I'm incorporating my own version of it with, if it's lower body day, I do legs. I do the knees, ankles, hamstring, and I do my hips, because hips is the interconnectedness between the upper and the lower. On upper body days, we do wrist, spine, and shoulders. All because I started a habit back on April 8th and has led to other habits. One thing led to the next, and this is how it works. And it has built momentum. Now, during that time, we also went through some interesting challenges. But it has helped me to stay grounded. Yeah, I felt like I was kind of floating off into a potential death zone, which, by the way, I still got to do a death meditation. Not actually kill myself, but like death meditation. Very powerful thing to do. I will be doing it on the live stream. I will make sure that I come back though. Don't worry, I'm not gonna like float away. I don't really have to do that right now though, because I feel like I've gone back to where I was. Actually, I'm getting back to where I was supposed to be. And now like I'm creating a little bit of more habits in the morning, like being able to breathe more, take in that breath, do those 22 push-ups and 22 squats, and then do that bridge on the ground. And then we go for the walk. Then do that passive hang on the bar. Now, I'm not going to do it I'm not going to be doing that on the rope climb, because my elbows, for whatever reason, just get locked up, and then it just hurts, and I'm like, nah, I'm not going to do that. I can hang there, but I'm not doing that. But yet now I can hang on that other bar, and my grip strength has gone up as well, and also my balance is starting to go up too on top of this. Like just a lot of different things, all because I decided to make a choice, a decision, and shift my perspective on my movements back on April 8th, after I came back from San Diego. You can't connect the dots looking forward, you can only connect it looking backwards, unless you're like our sister Regina, who can actually see everything. Or you're like Mewtwo and you're psychic. I now know I can climb that. Last year, I was afraid to climb that, and now I'm able to climb that, no problem, and hang from there and come back down. So I know I have the neural pathways to build that. Now, I will climb that eventually, again, just to make sure that I don't forget how to climb that. just gotta make sure, figure out a way to not hurt my elbows in the process when I'm coming down. Going up is not the issue, it's coming down. It's like I'm pulling on like the muscle too much for some reason. Anyways, so one thing led to the next, and you know, I'm building. Yesterday was a great experience with me holding that balance. It was interesting because I went on Facebook. I went on Facebook just to wish a couple people happy birthday, and I saw a post of a woman who was balancing. Like, I'm like, wait a minute. I seen another old connection of mine. Her name is Tisha. She was able to do that, and I was like, how the hell is Tisha able to hold that pose like that? Like she's balancing on her wrist. I'm like, this was back in 2021 when I saw Tisha make a video on Instagram. I'm like, how the hell is she doing that? She was someone I used to work with. Morning, brother. She was someone I used to work with. And I'm like, how the hell is Tisha doing that? And now, you know, several years later, 4 years later, I'm now able to hold it for at least a minute. Because yesterday, when I first started the pose, I'm like, okay, if that girl can do it, then I can do it too. There's no way that I can't do it. It's just that I haven't done it yet. So I'm gonna start practicing. And sure enough, you know, the first couple, we started seeing me doing it, and I was kind of falling, and like I would hold it for like maybe 2 or 3 seconds, and I was like, okay. But, you know, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go do that move. It's good for my wrist, and it's one of those things that can help me with my wrist strength. And sure enough, you know, I got down and I did it, and I was able to hold it for 60 seconds. I'm like, holy shit. Morning. I was like able to hold it for 60 seconds. I'm like, holy shit. Wow, I've never even held it for more than 10 seconds, and I'm able to hold it for 60 seconds now? Holy crap. That's amazing. So it was giving me, oh yeah, Serenity. Welcome, Mr. Phoenix. And so I was able to hold that pose for 60 seconds, balancing on my wrist, holding my entire body weight on my wrist. I'm like, wow. And now I formed a new neural pathway. And then of course, yesterday on top of that, I added another new neural pathway with being able to do 90-90 transitions without having to use my hands to bring me back up when I'm in that position. So I'm like, holy shit, okay. So what else can I do? What else can I challenge myself with? So it's quite fascinating how on April 8th, I created this habit of starting 10K steps a day, and it led into all kinds of other things. And now, because Vanya's philosophy about, you know, it really stuck with me with what she said, because I see the realness of what she's doing. It's not another fitness influencer talking about, you know, things. You know, there's a, you know, literally, morning. Literally, it's she was talking about, you know, that quote that she said, and it just sticks with me. What's the point of looking like a Lambo, but you don't have the suspensions, or you have bald tires and you can't even do a U-turn? That's not fitness. And everything I've been doing up until this point, which was great, has gotten me to this point of, okay, now we're time to take it to the next level, and it's now to focus on my mobility, my joints. Because there's no way in blue hell that I am gonna use any sort of assistance when I'm getting up in age. I'm not gonna say older. I'm always 9 years old. I'm reverse aging. In fact, I've already made the mental declaration that my genes, my DNA, my RNA sequence has been reversing. Now I just gotta get back some of my facial hair and get it back to being black. But all good. Let me read what you shared.
Have a nice day.
You too, brother. It's hard to say your name though. That's the thing. I can call you, like, if you're referring to like your name that starts with M, I would love to call you that, but it's such a difficult name and it's a tongue twister. Until it's phonetically in me, it's a little challenging. I don't want to disrespect your name, of course. So, oh, right. Yes, of course. I mean, I can't control who says what. That's the thing. I'm not here to control that, but I'm calling you Mr. Phoenix. So, I don't want you to be disrespected at all. Just like how I told you that I don't want to be disrespected by my name, because you're calling me Orion, which I appreciate that you're doing, and not calling it fake, because there's nothing fake on the planet. Fake implies that it doesn't exist, right? But I'm glad that you're bringing this up. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. I got you. I can't help if, Regina, she says that name. I'm gonna tell you right now one thing. Not, I'm gonna just call you Mr. Phoenix regardless. She can see things though. I do trust her vision, but at the same time, I told her that I'm just, if you want to be called Mr. Phoenix or you want to be something else, then I'll just call you that. Just like I said that I'm Orion. That's why, a lot of people, morning, that's why a lot of people on my stream left, because they couldn't deal with the name Orion. Because they thought, Orion's this evil bastard who's like changing and he's like causing chaos. No, actually it was a third entity that was using the energy that everyone thought was Orion, but it wasn't. Orion is actually what God gave me. Because the universe speaks to me, and I'm never gonna doubt that again. And I will not have anything or anyone doubt me, and I'm never gonna put doubt in myself again. When the Creator's talking to me, it's talking to me. I'm not gonna say, God, are you talking to me? Is that you, God? Was that you, God? Because every time I'm creating doubt, I will not create doubt anymore. I'm going to stay in serenity, peace, and know that every time the universe is talking to me, and I'll wait for the answer if I have to wait, and be patient, because sometimes it doesn't answer right away. But it told me about my name is Orion, and that's what I'm being called, Orion. So yeah, I get you. I got your back. I got you. I would like to call you your actual name, but that name is really very, very difficult to pronounce. And I don't want to disrespect it, but I really would like if people had easier names, like I can't say normal, because what is normal, right? Just names that are just easier to pronounce. But you know what I mean. So I got you. Don't worry. Mr. Phoenix would be. I don't even want to call you Mr. because that's like I don't like calling anybody Mr. because it makes someone feel old. So I'm just going to call you Phoenix, even though that's my name too. So it's kind of weird saying, hi Phoenix, I'm Phoenix. But yeah, I'll call you Phoenix. There's lots of Phoenixes. I mean, everybody's technically a Phoenix. Because everybody is going to have their own rebirth. Yeah, I got you. You have my word. All right, I'm going to go hang on the next bar that's coming up for... I was aiming for like seeing how much I can break my record. I've already hung for 162 seconds. I think that's good enough. I don't have to go further. If I can, I will, but I don't have to. Because right now, my my precious palms are more important than some time holding on a bar. As long as I can hold at least 60 seconds to 85 seconds, I'm good. That's all that's required. Yep, I got you. Okay. We're heading to the bar now. Shit. 1 sec. I gotta drink some water. And you're welcome. If I didn't say that already. I'm using the ground to stop me now, which is great. And I'm hanging with my fingers, not my palms. So I'm increasing my finger strength now. Yeah. Ah. 88 seconds. Not quite 90, but hey, close enough. Close enough. Ugh. All I care to do is hang on that bar and get and increase my spine. That's important. I can do pull-ups, but that's not important. Doing a pull-up is not important right now. I can do pull-ups though. I can do 9 in one go, but I'm not here to prove that I can do like 100. What's the point of looking good and having that strength if your body is not flexible? There's no point. You can have all the strength in the world, but if your body is caving out and you can't even like do a lunge or like a squat and hold it, and you're feeling in pain after 2 minutes, yeah, that strength means nothing. I want to be all-rounded, both strength and have mobility, because it's important. It's very important to have that strength and mobility. Ta 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 ta. Hiya, 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 hiya. I don't know if you're still there, Phoenix, but I have a little request of my own. It would just be easier if you could change that name. I know that's your name, but to change it to Phoenix, it would just be easier on all of us so that we don't have this this issue again. That's just my small request. But you do you. Come on, Bubbas, stop flying around me now. Get going. I'm gonna blow all you Bubbas out of my way. I'm glad that people are starting to acknowledge me as Orion. I still love Andre because it's still me, of course, and merging the two to become one and then become none and to be with the totality of it all. That's the next phase, y'all. That's the next phase. I am Orion, Phoenix, Stellar. That's my name. That's my name, don't wear it out. Oh, my laces are undone. Morning. I gotta fix my laces. They literally just got undone. After all of that, the laces finally got undone. It's weird how the laces get undone. Yesterday, our brother Lucky was sitting on this spot over here. So I'm gonna just park you all here for a moment. Yeah, I was like wondering if anybody, yeah, see they have like an even little spot to like put their little butts on and sit. And I tie my shoe in a rested squat. Please, Bubba, don't go under my shoe. There's a Bubba under my shoe right now, or by my shoe. Don't go under my shoe, Bubba. All right. Let's go. Good morning. Okay, so we got to do our backwards climb in a moment. Get ready for that. That's coming up. I gotta make a list of how many micro habits I've built since then. I'm also starting to meditate again. Well, I'm calling it just being, just sitting, because labeling it meditation sounds kind of like, Sitting in the evening times before bed for, a couple minutes. Doesn't have to be an hour, or doesn't have to be, if I end up like drifting off, that's okay, not beating myself up. Just means that the body requires that rest. The intentions is to just say thank you, Creator, to go in and just have a chat with God every day. Not even just at that time, but like to tell God thank you for allowing my vessel to still be fixated on the third dimensional plane for me to be able to do what I'm here to do. Here comes our sister. She is starting her walk. Morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm awesome. Enjoy your day, okay?
You too.
Thank you. You too. She reminds me of San Diego because she's got the Spanish vibe. She's got the San Diego look too. So I like that. She used to remind me of San Diego. Yesterday I felt like I was at home. In fact, I feel like I'm at home right now. You can only have what you already have. One of the most annoying laws of the universe. But I'm gonna read Nero's book. I hear a bike. I'm gonna read Nero's book. There's a chapter in the book that I really desire to read. You can only have what you already have. I'm gonna kind of like not go in any sequential order, but at the same time, excuse me. Lots of people start reading the book and it's working for them. So if it's working for them, it's working for me, because we're all one and the same. Okay, here we go. Every day, running backwards, going up. There's another brother walking up backwards right now. I see we had the same idea. Have a great day. Awesome. Wow. Legs are just feeling it right now. Let's go. Wow. You know, doing that's only for what, a minute? That's a lot of, that 1 minute alone is enough to build cardio. Going backwards, running upwards on a slant. Yeah. It's quite something. Like my thighs are like pulsating right now. My knees, they feel stronger after that. My calves. And then of course there was a brother who was walking backwards up that, and I guess he didn't think I was talking to him, but I basically said, I see that you and I have the same idea. And then I said, have a good day, but he didn't think I was talking to him. It's hard sometimes to know, right? Because like we could think that I'm probably talking to someone else. Hey, pallets, look, Dead by Daylight, dropping pallets on killers. Gotta love it. It was good to play Dead by Daylight again outside yesterday. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed my time playing outside. I'm glad my game actually works properly and doesn't get stuck and frozen and shit like it was. So I'm happy about that. My next game is coming out, Lost Soul Aside. I waited 11 damn years for this game. It better not disappoint me like Final Fantasy 15 did. I mean, I smashed through Final Fantasy 15 and played through the hell, like all of that. And like, it was one of my few games that I was actually trophy hunting back on the PlayStation when I had a PlayStation 4. I still have a PlayStation 3. I still have a PlayStation 2. but I don't touch my console. And I also still have a GameCube. Should do some. I'm definitely going to take my PlayStation 2, my GameCube with me. I should mod the GameCube at some point. PS2 and GameCube era, man. Such awesomeness. That was the pinnacle of gaming, in my opinion. PS2, GameCube, Xbox. I mean, I actually never owned an original Xbox. I had an Xbox 360, which I played through Final Fantasy 13 and smashed through that game, and Final Fantasy 13 2 and smashed through that game as well. Awesome. How are you, brother? That's good. Enjoy your day. Yeah. Nice weather indeed. Have a great day. Bye. And yeah, PS2 and GameCube, pinnacle of gaming. Spending time with Jason and the brothers back every weekend on a Saturday, whooping candy ass. That's right, I whoop candy ass. Jason knows, if he's there, he knows I whoop candy ass. Even though he might not admit to it, I whoop candy ass. I whoop that ass with Peach. I whooped everybody's ass with Peach in Smash Bros. But there was a wrestling game I got, Day of Reckoning, and he was whooping my ass. I'm like, fuck. So then I'm like, you know what, dude? I'm gonna face you in Capcom versus SNK2. I'm gonna whoop your ass, and I sure as hell did. Very competitive back in the day with video games. Can be at times, but I'm like, now I'm more just playing for the sake of just having fun, not competing with anybody. Yeah, whooping candy ass every weekend. It's pretty awesome. I think Soul Fam is you probably here. What's up, dude? If that's you. Oh, what the hell is going on here? They're building some sort of stair thing here. How interesting. Joe and Co. Contracting Company. We played Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy. Well, the PlayStation 2 had the ability to have backwards compatibility. So dumb, Sony. How dare you all make your new consoles with no backwards compatibility? That's ridiculous. If Xbox was able to do it, then surely you could have done it too. Your PlayStation 5 should be playing PlayStation 1 games all the way back. And I don't mean going and buying PSN digital games. I mean actually putting in the damn disc and playing the games natively. Anyways, my little gripe with Sony. That's why I will never own a console again. Because my PC, my RTX 5090 laptop, which is physically on its way, and internally I already have it, it can play everything. My entire PlayStation collection is on my Steam. The moment Kingdom Hearts came to Steam, that was it. It was a wrap. The moment God of War came to Steam, that was a wrap. The moment any game came to Steam, it's a wrap. There's no point having a console. Nah. I'm not a big Superman fan. I know it's a good movie, but I don't resonate with Superman. So no. Because I still think Goku's stronger than Superman. That's just my thing. No, I know I'm not really a big DC fan except for Batman. So I don't really watch DC movies as much. Like Wonder Woman's all right. Gal Gadot, wonderful human. I love her. watch the Wonder Woman. The Superman movies never really caught my attention. But you know what's funny though? I say that, but yet one of my favorite shows of all time is Smallville. So you see, it's kind of weird. I watched Smallville from episode 1 to the final episode, all 10 seasons. And I rewatched that show at least 6 times. So I don't know, just, it's weird. I don't like Superman, but yet I like Smallville, and that's basically Superman before he started calling himself Superman. It's weird. I think it's the whole blue tights and the S in the middle of his chest. But no, I haven't watched that movie. I may. It's not one of the movies I would go out to particularly like pay money to watch per se. Now I'm waiting. The next movie I'm really waiting for is the Fast and Furious conclusion. I'll go and literally pay money to sit and watch that movie. That and the next Avengers movie. Of course, the moment X-Men start entering that universe fully, which I know they started, but they're getting more in alignment now. You know, but the next Avengers, whatever it is, and Fast and Furious. Superman for me, just, I don't know, doesn't hit my soul. The mere fact that dude can be destroyed with kryptonite, yeah, he ain't really super in my opinion. It's weird though, you know, I don't watch TV at all, so I don't know what movies are coming out, because like I don't really hear movies like people talking about like this movie's coming out, like how it used to be before COVID happened. And when COVID happened, like movies just stopped completely and nobody was going to theaters. So like it feels kind of the same thing right now where like I don't think movies are coming out. But they are, because you know I watched Fast and Furious 10 in a luxurious cinema in San Diego, having a basin of popcorn, sitting in a recliner, where they came to your chair and you order food. You don't order it at a concession; it comes to you. You know, I say that when I went and had that experience, I'm like, I'm never going to be able to go back to a regular theater. I have. I declare, though, when the next Fast and Furious movie comes out, which is the final part, that I'll be back in San Diego watching it then and there. I can feel it. I'm going to finish watching part 10 too there. I don't think they're going to call it 11. John Cena better be alive in that movie, because he, you know, everybody who has died has come back. So like, you know, all kinds of, what's up, crazy cat? You know, Fast and Furious, like, even though we think they're like dead, they pull some sort of voodoo magic to get their asses out of being dead. Like Han, like when he died in Tokyo Drift, I was like, okay. And then of course, the following movie was like a prequel to Tokyo Drift. I'm like, what? Han's alive? What the hell? It was so confusing to the timeline. And then in Fast and Furious 5, he was alive. Fast and Furious 6, he was alive. Fast and Furious 7, he had went to Tokyo and then he died. Like, what the hell? It was such a mind fuck, really it was. And then of course Giselle, you know, at the end of 6 she died and we thought she was dead. You know, she wasn't in 7 or 8 or 9 and then she shows up in a submarine at the end of 10. I'm like, what the fuck? Like everybody's coming alive. Like Han came back in 9. Giselle came back in 10. They should bring back some of the cast from Too Fast, Too Furious, like Eva Mendes, because she hasn't been in it since. Like everybody who's been in it should just be back in it once and for all. And just ended with a nice ending. A nice ending. There's Shadow over there. There's Mr. Shadow. There's the Bubba. He's over there. Y'all don't get to see him, so there he is. There's Mr. Shadow over there. Because, you know, he's on the other side of the fence. The Bubba. The Bubba. I wonder when he's there, if that other Bubba, how they interact. Because, you know, that Bubba over there in that house, he don't like anybody. He just barking at every single person. That's where the cute girl lives. Mr. Shadow. Mr. Shadow. Black Labrador. Now you all know why he's called Shadow. Keep wagging his tail. And he knows I'm talking about him. He knows I'm talking about him. I do have to run to the store technically. I have to get toothpaste. I'm running low on my toothpaste. Shadow? Oh, he's the doggy that's on the other side of the neighbor. Like, he's right there. And my dad's asleep. Mr. Shadow. Mr. Shadow. Welcome, mister. See, Dad sleeping out there isn't a good sign because, look, I mean, the door's left open. He's sleeping. Not that we put out energy of, like, you know, things that happen, but, you know, I easily just snuck through. That's why I'm back, I guess. All right. Whoops. On a weird ass angle. I'm gonna go get the stuff. Yeah. Superman. I don't know. It doesn't call to me to go watch it. I mean, when it comes to, like, back to, like, you know, Blu-ray or stuff, I'll probably download and watch it. But I probably won't be like aiming to like actually like go watch it. Like, there's no like insatiable like pull to go watch Superman. But the moment Fast and Furious comes out, you better believe that's the first thing I'm gonna do. I'm gonna buy my tickets day one and watch it. Cause even though it's gone ridiculous and it's not the same like from the first movie, you know, where it was all about cars and they made it all about all these unrealistic antics of like having cars flying and shit and like doing all kinds of ridiculous nonsense with the cars. I still enjoy the movie. I still enjoy them. You know, it's one of those things. I watched them all. I watched them all multiple times. I recited scenes where like I memorized the words over and over to like, yes. Like my favorite one of them all is Fast and Furious 5, which is fascinating because Final Fantasy. Fast and Furious 10 is based on Fast and Furious 5. So it was pretty cool to know that they took my favorite movie and they made the sequel to it. So, all groovy. All right, we gotta put you all back on Wi-Fi. Family. All about that family. Yeah. Fast and Furious 5 is about family. It's all about that family. Cables and cables and always more cables. Just colossal mess sometimes. All about that family. It's 10 o'clock. We hit almost 11,000 steps. Not bad. Almost 11,000 steps, y'all. Not quite 1,000 yet, but close enough. 50 more steps. 51 more steps, actually, to be very precise. All right, cool. Now then, I'm gonna take off the shirt. Put on that necklace. Change my pants. Change my pants. Change my. And take off my socks. Cool beans. I'm gonna bring out the cooling fan, the tablet. We're gonna sit. We're gonna read Nero's book. I mean, Nero's book is also, I have the audio version. I felt called to read, to fill my mind with some words. It's good to hear words, but it's another thing to actually read the damn book. Turn on the cooling. Bada bing, bada boom. I'm getting my six-pack. Slowly. We're getting there. But it's not really about the six-pack, it's about the mobility of my body. I'm gonna grab something to eat. Just gonna check quickly the tablet. Couple things. Ta 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 ta. Yep. That door is locked, so I gotta go around. You know what? I'll let you all listen to some music, so hold on. I'm gonna have one on repeat though. Something calming. Where are you? 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 Not that one. Over the hill? Sure. I'll let you all listen to Over the Hill for a moment. Well, it'll repeat itself. It should, anyways. I'm back. Give me 1 sec. Got to get one more vitamin. So this track that's playing right now, it feels like where I am on my journey right now. It's like I'm walking through an experience and just like enjoying the journey now. But it's fascinating because, you know, if we, oh shit, thing didn't get charged. What the hell? There we go. But thing is, like, my finger's like still peeling. It's interesting how that's still going on. This track like makes me feel like I'm going through my adventure again. Like rediscovering things. And it's got that Serenity vibe. So that's what my journey feels like now. However, what it didn't feel like recently was this. I gotta find the track though. This is what it felt like in the last couple months. I'm gonna watch a video that my aunt sent me. It's a Bible video. I wanna see what is going on in this video. Just curious.
They go with me wherever I go. Full of life, peace of mind.
Just watch it on YouTube.
Around here, it's not a patio, it's a patio.
Oh my God, what's up with the ads? Just watch the damn video on YouTube.
Underneath the surface of our lives, behind smiles and handshakes, something spiritual is happening that most people will never recognize. There are decisions we make out of love, out of kindness, out of loyalty, that are actually costing us everything. And no one dares to tell you the truth. But today, something is about to be uncovered. There is a verse in the Bible so direct, so uncomfortable, that most pastors will never preach it from the pulpit. Not because it is unclear, but because it makes people squirm in their seats. This verse draws a line between what we call love and what God calls disobedience. It exposes the dangerous side of helping the wrong people. And yes, it reveals a divine...
Right off the bat, I'm being open-minded to watching this video. First of all, there's no such thing as wrong people. People are just misaligned. There's a difference. Because they simply have forgotten who they are.
Command that God gave to protect you, not punish others. You've probably never been told that helping some people can block your blessings. That offering...
Helping some people can block your blessings. To some degree, but it's only blocking it unless you choose for it to be blocked. Because it implies that you don't have the power, and all the power comes from within you. The answer is always going to be you.
Support to certain individuals, no matter how good your intentions are, can actually be rebellion against the voice of God. Because not every battle is yours to fight. Not every person is your responsibility to carry. And not every relationship is meant to be restored.
True.
But what if I told you that the reason you feel stuck, the reason your prayers seem unanswered, the reason your peace is gone, might not be because of sin or lack of faith, but because you're trying to rescue someone God already released? That's not just dangerous. That's spiritual sabotage. There is a moment in the life of the prophet Jeremiah where God says something shocking. He says, "Do not pray for this people. Do not intercede. Do not weep. I will not listen." Imagine that. God telling his prophet to stop praying. Why? Because there comes a point when people are so hardened, so resistant to correction, so committed to their sin, that any further help becomes a spiritual violation. You can love them, but you must let them go. The enemy knows this. That's why he doesn't always attack you with temptation. Sometimes he binds you with compassion. He uses your soft heart against you. He whispers in your ear that it's cruel to walk away, that God wouldn't want you to give up, that love never quits. And so you stay, you carry, you keep...
Let me send you a video. I'm going to send her a video.
When a person has a desire to receive some kind of fulfillment, so let's say you put it out into the universe that you want to meet your...
I agree with some of the stuff, but not all of it. All right, I left my aunt something. I left my aunt Psalms 46:10. Be still and know that I am God. I was sending a text to my aunt. She told me, because she sent me a video, but I'm not watching that entire video. There's too many. I watched a little bit and I'm like, nope. The moment I hear the word sin, the moment I hear that some people are wrong, there's too much humanness going on this planet that I can't, and I will not stop talking and speaking my truth. Yesterday we were watching Jem's video, and what did she say? You're here to speak your truth, and I'm not gonna be afraid to speak my truth no matter who it is, even if it's my own damn mother, because my mother is feeding her a bunch of hoo-ha, because you know, she cares, but the thing is, why listen to somebody who isn't doing what they love? Take that in. Why take advice from someone who isn't living the life that you desire to live? I am in the process of living the life that I choose to live. In fact, I'm doing it right now. And the thing is, you know, my aunt, she sent me that video and she's like, what if I told you as old as I am, you're not old, I am learning new things each day as they are revealed to me. See, she said the word revealed. Revealing implies that you're remembering. Revealing doesn't mean that you're learning. Revealing means you're actually uncovering what's already there. Taking care of this. All right, anyways. So she said, well, she didn't say anything else after I left her a bunch of stuff. I told her, this is her, she said, I'm learning new things each day as they are revealed to me. A man cannot put limit on knowledge. Knowledge isn't knowledge, it's information. He will sit, lie, and die in ignorance. Knowledge isn't power. Wisdom is actually power, and not power in like a negative connotation. Wisdom is action with the information that you know. Everything comes back to information. That one word basically is what we're here to do. We're all information exchangers. We exchange information with one another. That's all we do. There is not a damn soul on this planet that knows more than any other soul. The difference is awareness of the information. It's literally the difference between each other. We're not different, but it's the difference. There's a nuance to that. There's a difference between our awareness levels, but we're not different. And so when someone says that, like, you know, they have all the answers, you know, in the past I would have ran away and thought about this, because language and communication is our limit. And when we attempt to convey something, we may either misconstrue it or misinterpret things. We are all information exchangers. There is no teacher-student paradigm. I have to speak this out to the world to make sure people know that this is how it is. Now, of course, use what works. If it doesn't feel aligned, cool, but just know that we are all on the same equal page. Because if you put yourself as teacher, that means it implies that you're ahead of someone. Like when you say ahead, I mean above someone. When you're a student, you're below something. You're not below or above. You are on the same page, the same level. It's so fascinating how we all come to Earth and we all have our own unique experience, and it's no one's right, no one's wrong. Hit an edit on that one. Anyways, There. I left those for her so she can see. That feels good what I shared. It felt loving, caring, and cool beans. Okay, now that that's taken care of, I left her with the I love you, and I left her with peace in her heart.
My eyes are up here, buddy. We're bringing back the Fast and Furious Super, guys. The last winner took the cash option, so now you're getting a second chance of winning this car. Almost $200,000 build. There is no cash option this time, so whoever wins this car takes it home, takes home an icon. Do not miss your shot. Head to the website, click the link above or below, choose a product, and you're automatically entered to win. Do not miss your shot.
We're gonna get copyright for this one. Nice. Oops. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'm just sending a message to another sister right now. A different sister. She's been showing up differently as of late, and I'm like, there's certain people who evolve alongside you. There are people who evolve along with you, alongside you, and then there are people who will evolve without you in their own way for them to then eventually either you all go like this to then, it's funny how we start off like this. I see this as a heart. I don't know why I'm seeing it like this, but like we kind of like, we deviate, we split. It may seem like years for us to then come back to the point of oneness. What do you think a heart is? Ooh, I'm seeing a heart differently than normal now. Thank you, universe. I really appreciate that. A heart has a point and another point. And sometimes we have to go like this. We have to split for us to then come back. And that doesn't mean that we may come back in this lifetime. Like, we come back to the oneness that everything is. Oh my God, this feels so good. This feels so damn good. Oh my God, it feels so good. Shit. Could have typed that better, actually. That's better. I sent a message to a sister saying, I recently activated my remembrance and came to know exactly who we all are. I love you beyond words. These words are limited because we can't fully encapsulate it as there are no English words to express it fully. I know when the time is aligned, we will chat again because I know our souls require it. Power. It's interesting. She is one of the few that I've known. I've actually known Jen longer than Jessa, which is fascinating. So right now, me and Jessa, we are forming the heart. So like, we started together. I went this way, she went this way, which I feel eventually will either come back like this in either another lifetime or come back with each other. We'll come back with each other in this lifetime at a later point. And that goes for anyone else who, who has been here or who, who has come and gone. We're all meant to do this. So we're all forming a heart with each other. There's 2 points. If you notice at the heart, there's 2 points. I think I'm the only one on the planet that's thinking about this right now. Maybe. Who knows? There's a reason why I'm tapping into this frequency right now. But there's 2 points on a heart. One at that tip, and then one at the bottom. And I feel what each of those 2 lines represent is the journey. Andre Orion is going this way. Other person, Jessa, whoever else, is going that way. And we then come back to a point of like, oh shit. It's so cool to see the journey that you've been through. That line is your journey, basically. Now, the line is not linear, of course, but we're drawing a heart. But that line is riddled with all kinds of stuff. How obvious is that? I've never seen a heart like that before. I've never viewed a heart to be like that before until now. All because I was chatting with my aunt, and then, I sent a message to Jennifer. I see it another way now too. When we leave heaven, it's not really heaven, but that's the name most of us call it. When we leave the other side, the place of unconditional love, we start off with the love, and then this is God, this is us. We went through this thing called separation. God's been here all this time, but you thought God went like this. And you're like, this has been my journey with God. It's so damn, oh my God, this is so simple. Whoever's listening, I hope you're taking fucking notes. Right now, please, whatever you're doing, just pay attention right now, because this is important. That point, when we were born, or when we're coming, that's all unconditional love, the point. But then eventually, because there's a point in our journey where like we start to go, God's still here, right? And then we might find ourselves back with God after our journey. And God will just meet you where you're at. To keep it in symmetry. If that's you, Soul Fam, you already know the answer. If there's someone else here, yeah, I trust that you took note, or you at least, oh my God. Oh my God, I just came up with something. Well, it's not me, but I tapped into a frequency to allow myself to experience that. That's how this works. Holy shit. I've never seen a heart that way. I can't unsee that heart now.
Huh. I have to draw it. I have to draw a heart. Like, just a... I have to draw a heart. Ooh. I have to draw a heart. I have to visually see it myself. This is interesting. That's why I love my tablet. So, I'm gonna create a circle, 0 point. Actually, why is this red? I want to make this pink. Wait, how many whites do I have? What the hell? I have 2. This one's got to be removed. How the hell do you remove this? Can you, like, delete this shit? Yes, you can. Okay. Alright. 0 point. Son of a biatch. It's the same damn color. What the hell? Okay. Anyways. 0 point. I'm gonna call it ZP. 0 ZP. We have a dot in the middle. ZP. 0 point. The origin. The beginning. And then you and I. So, there's half a heart right there. Oh, son of a... It's a little hard to see because of all the damn reflection, but you know. So, you just made it to the bottom. And this could be extrapolated. Look at me using that E word. This can be extrapolated to anything. Your... Oh, that was pitiful. I want to draw a better... Actually, I don't want to call it ZP. I want to call it 0 point. Actually, 0 point. Beginning. I don't like this line. I want to make it more symmetrical. Ay, 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 ay. How about this? That's better. That's my almost symmetrical heart. I have 0 point beginning back to all 1. I'm gonna put my journey. All right, I'm gonna just put your journey. Journey of. This is interesting. Journey of others. Oops, gotta switch back to pink. Your journey of separation. Journeys Holy shit. Look at that. Look at that, y'all. That just came flooding through my consciousness. That's why the heart is such a powerful organ. I'm gonna write heart is the most spiritual. Actually, no, I don't want to write that. Heart is the key. From separation Okay. Now that I've drawn that out, I want to take this and actually draw an actual proper heart with the dots. So what I'm going to do now is that I'm going to cool. And I'm going to make this bigger. I'm going to make this as big as I possibly can. the points converge. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and erase my original heart. And then I gotta move this text there. Perfect. And then I gotta move. Actually, let's draw the points converging. And then oh, son of a bitch. I did it. Now I just have to move this back to the 0 point. Journey of others / God. I love it. Now I want to make this actually bigger, so what I'm going to do is have to move all this out of the way for a moment. Oh my god, this is so good. I can't believe it's been right in front of me this entire time. And you all are seeing this in real time. Let's fucking go. Alright, I'm gonna take this heart now. Make it bigger. Stretch out the heart. Not that wide there. Bring it up. This looks like it's a good center point. Nice. Oh yeah. Now we gotta drag this back around again. Gosh. This is pretty awesome. I've never seen the heart like this. Journeys. Oops. Journeys confer. See, if I had a regular piece of paper, I'd be having to erase this a lot and it look ugly, but this is why I like digital drawing, because I can actually back to I can't unsee the heart now. May your heart be your guiding key. I did it. Look at that. I know it's backwards, so I'm gonna do this. May your heart be your guiding key. The journey, your journey of separation, the 0 point, the beginning. I spelled beginning wrong, so I'm gonna rewrite that. Journey of others and God, to the journeys converging back to oneness. That's pretty badass. A heart is truly the answer. Ah, thank you. I like to use the word Bubba's, because it sounds cuter than baby. Bubba. B-A-B-A. Wow. Now this is awesome. I do have to fix that word beginning though. The beginning of it all. 0 point, beginning. Actually, I should change that when it says 0 point. So 0 point, I'm going to keep modifying it until it feels good. 0 point. Actually, 0 state. Zero state / point. Beginning of it all. Let's fucking go. That looks even better now. The journey, your journey of separation, human. Your journey of others and God. Journeys converging back to oneness. David. Yeah. Well, nobody looks like me because I should say everyone looks like me because everyone is me. All right, let me see. Mayor. I didn't like the fact that anyone looked like me because I'm like, don't anyone ever tell me that I look like anybody else. No, I'm kidding. I take it as honor as others looking like me because I'm the creator of my own universe. May your heart be your guiding key. Cool. How awesome is that? That I now see a heart differently than I originally saw it before. Brilliance. Brilliance. Absolutely fucking brilliant. And all this came all because I was just sitting here. I sent a message to my aunt who's very Christian-y, and I had to tell her that you're remembering what you have forgotten. And then I sent a message to our sister Jennifer. And it was pretty damn powerful. I gotta show you, son. I'm gonna send this off. I feel it's so powerful. I'll read. I mean, I can kind of dance, but not in the. I mean, I have my own little. I have like the Carlton dance, or like the Monica dance from like Friends. I kind of dance, however, I mean, when I went to one of our sister's weddings, I was dancing on the dance floor. I was like shaking my tail feather, but I'm not one to say like I'm like the greatest dancer in the world. But I can kind of dance. I mean, I'll show it at some point. Not at the moment, but I'll show it at some point. I've danced on the stream before. I've danced and I think I shaked my booty one time on the stream. I think. I don't remember. I think I did though. I've done a lot of stuff on the stream that I just, yeah. After sending that message, I'll read everything. I can no longer see the heart. So, the Carlton dance, yeah. It's not unusual to see when it comes to songs, like I don't know the lyrics. I know the beat. It's not unusual. That's the one thing you'll find out about me. I don't know lyrics to all songs. In fact, I'm terrible at lyrics. Actually, I don't want to say I'm terrible because that implies that I'm bad. I've forgotten lyrics. That's all. So
one of my goals is to be, hire a vocal coach or vocal like professional or vocal mirror, I should say, to help me to open up my throat chakra even more, so I can hit those higher notes, so I can sing like the Bruno Marses and the Christina Aguileras of the world. Wow, I can't see a heart the same way I've been seeing it all this time. That's crazy. All because I sat and I just typed a message and bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom. Wow, I can't unsee a heart now the way I've just been. Damn, because the point, that's the beginning, and we get back to the answer has been right in front of our faces the entire time, everyone. A clock, which is cyclical. The answers have been there the entire time. Like, life is not linear; it's cyclical. It's all happening all in one fell swoop. That's why it's a circle. That's why the letter O makes sense. That's why universe gave me the name Orion to start off with the letter O for oneness. This is what happens when you start tapping into these frequencies. Shit just starts. It just starts. And the heart is the first organ that is created within our body. You'll see it one day. You'll see it when I feel like I do things based on my intuition. I don't do things based on what others tell me to do or what I should do. I do it if I feel called to do things. But yeah, you'll see it. If I feel called to, I've basically been saying, trusting my intuition. Like, should I go and do this? Okay, I'll go and do this. It's a lot of trusting my intuition and listening inwards is what I've been doing with myself. Going inwards and paying attention, because I've been using too much this and I don't want to use this anymore. I want to use this. Damn, heart, you've been here this entire time and you didn't tell me the answer because you weren't listening. Fuck. That's crazy. It's something so simple but so profound. It's nuts. Fuck. The answers has been right in front of us the entire time. It's been right in front of us the entire time. The heart is the answer. When you know who you truly are, the world will reflect it. When you don't know who you truly are, the world will reflect it. What you don't give, you can't receive. So if you don't give hate, you can't receive hate. If you don't give love, you can't get love. The heart is the most spiritual organ we have. It's 60 to 100 times more potent. I'm doing links right now. I'm doing some interconnectingness. The heart and other things. The heart is 60 to 100 times more magnetically charged than our brain. The brain is the third dimensional thinking mind that separates all of us. The heart knows that we're all one. When I'm coming from the heart, it feels real and true. You can feel this pulsating feeling. When I'm thinking from the brain, it feels very heavy. But if I can get these two into alignment, if this follows this, then it's unstoppable. As above, so below. Because the heart also has like veins inside of it. And those veins are found everywhere in nature. And it's found in the universe. Through like the constellations and just every part of the universe. You're finding that like web. That veiny web. As above, so below.
You see, I spent a lot of time introspecting a lot of things. This is why the answers come in the stillness. That's why Angel's words yesterday, when I heard them, the epicness happens in the nothingness. And it feels good. She didn't say that to me yesterday, but I heard her voice in my head. The epicness is happening in the nothingness. She said that back to me in 2021. That's 4 years ago. The epicness is happening in the nothingness, or the no-thingness, because we're no name, no image, no form. The moment we say, I am Andre, or I am Orion, or I am Phoenix, or I am Regina, or I am this, that's where we created the separation. It's to celebrate our uniqueness, but also to not be tied to our avatar. Respect the avatar that you're with, of course. I respect that I'm in this body, or with this body, not in it, but with it. Huh. I have this big ass smile in my heart right now, and I'm attempting to project it out with my face. But I can't encapsulate that big ass smile as potent as it's supposed to be. No wonder that Kingdom Hearts thing, may your heart be your guiding key, stuck with me. May your heart be your guiding key. Because it's your heart that's guiding you. It's been guiding all of us from the beginning. It's just that we kind of shoved it away because we're afraid of love, or afraid of getting hurt. So we use our brain, third dimensional thinking mind, to create the walls. It's to undo the walls, all the barriers, all the layers, and return to the oneness. Hence why the heart, the 0 point, we don't have any of that when we were born. And then somewhere in our school life, we start to create that in our home life, and then that's one part of our heart. And then the other part of the heart is the other side, attempting to help you, but you're not listening, until you finally get to the point back at the bottom of, you've been here the entire time. Oh my goodness. Everything's unfolding. That's why the heart was drawn like that. Most people don't draw the heart as the actual heart, because our heart doesn't look like that inside of our body. So who came up with the origin of the shape of the heart then? Who came up with that shape? And why? Why didn't they draw it the way it is in our like most people? Is it because it was too difficult? I'm kind of going deep with the symbol now. We're going into symbology. For those of you, that's another part of our life. Everything in our life has a symbol, and and symbols can either create magic with you or chaos within you. That's part of one of my journeys that I haven't really talked about, symbology, that I was doing in 2023. Like if you look at this symbol, even though it's backwards because it's mirror mode, this symbol tells you something. It sends a signal like this right here. Everyone kind of knows what this means. It's tied to athletic, it's tied to fitness, it's tied to sports, it's tied to Michael Jordan to some degree. Like, he has his own symbol. So the heart is a symbol. The heart is the only emoji that has multiple colors and multiple versions of it. The heart has one that has like a bandage because you're healing. There's one that has a broken heart, so it's split. There's one that has a sparkle, which I like using. Come on, Bubba. And normally it's pink with the sparkle. Then there's ones with they're together. Then there's an emoji that has 2 heart eyes for like love. I'm gonna get some food. I know I just ate, but I desire to eat some food before I start. Because damn it, there's something more to all this. I have to take a moment. Because there's something deeper coming through, and I have to pay attention to something. Interesting. Well, what do we have here? I mean, that's great and all, but I feel called to eat something else. Actually, oh yeah. Thank you, universe. I appreciate that. My dad's sleeping, so I'm just kind of being quiet at the moment. There's no point having that in the fridge. I'll be back out in a moment if there's anybody there. Interesting. this in here. So some of this stuff can be washed. I'm not a big fan of onion as much. I mean, I'll eat it at times, but here. Do 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 do. I'll be back outside. Do 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 do. Almost done. I decided to eat before I do my workout, my play out. Five, four, three, two. Perfect. Got me some fried rice, some chicken, some more chicken, and a piece of fish for protein. Do I have water outside? I do. I didn't drink that one though yet, so. How fascinating. How fascinating. It all came, all that came through my consciousness. Food, we got fried rice, chicken wing. This was stuff from Saturday. And some fish. And I'll burn it all off while I do my play out. I'm going to listen to Nero's book. There's a chapter I was listening to. I think it's chapter 7.
Chapter 7. On earth as it is in heaven.
Sure.
Principle. No heaven, no manifestation. You will not materialize your desired reality until you live in heaven. There are prerequisites to materializing your desired reality, and one of them is entering heaven. Not in the religious sense of a particular location in the afterlife, but in the metaphysical sense. Most people make the mistake of attempting to materialize their desired reality without realizing that the frequency in which they live and exist is in direct opposition to what they want. It's safe to say that most of the world live in hell, and you can only ever be where you are. In the religious sense, hell and heaven are locations in the afterlife that one enters depending upon how they lived their life, in accordance to the will of their God. But these two locations exist on earth, specifically within your consciousness. Nor will they say, see here, or see there, for indeed, the kingdom of God is within you. Luke 17:21. Christ stated very plainly that the kingdom of God, which is synonymous with heaven, isn't outside of you or in the sky, but within you. This idea directly contradicts the notion of heaven being location in the afterlife, as religious institutions have been marketing to the masses for thousands of years. For more context, Christ was talking to his people and explaining how others will point you to a place and say that the kingdom of God is here or there, but you should not fall for it, because the kingdom of God is within you. The idea of heaven being within you should lead to an internal restructuring and redefining of what heaven is. How can you go to a place that is within you? Why would I have to die to go to a place that is within me? How is it that when you die, you will go to heaven, but Christ says it is within you? To reaffirm Luke 17:21, in the Lost Gospel of Thomas, Christ explains the same concept. Jesus said, if those who lead you say to you, see, the kingdom is in the sky, then the birds of the sky are closer than you. If they say to you, it is in the sea, then the fish already know it. Rather, the kingdom is inside of you, and it is outside of you. The truth is, until heaven is metaphysically defined, your desired reality will be confined. Heaven isn't a location in the afterlife. It is the immersion into the formless state of absolute awareness, a unification with the infinite intelligence, also known as God.
Unification. And yesterday I was using the word union.
The mind is unburdened by attachment, resistance, temporal limitation, desire, wants or needs, and it requires nothing, for it has everything. Heaven isn't a place but a realization.
I like that.
The direct knowing of self as the infinite, unfragmented whole. In this state, separation from God dissolves, suffering ceases, and experience aligns with effortless inner calm, peace, and bliss. The irony is, whether you realize this or not, you have touched heaven at some point in your life.
We all have,
that inner stillness, peace, calm, where you were in complete fulfillment and felt whole, desiring nothing because you felt connected to everything. Heaven is not a place you get to, but a place you realize is already here within you. It is the silent backdrop behind all illusion, accessible the moment one surrenders the need to seek the world for what only it can give you. Hell, being the energetic polarity of heaven, is also not a particular location in the afterlife. Like heaven, it is a state of consciousness, a frequency in which many do not realize they are already living. Hell is immersion into the physical plane, a lack of awareness for the other planes of existence, leading one to be consumed by the ego, which takes the world around
Third
to
dimensional
be the
thinking
only
mind.
truth, also known as the devil. This unification with the devil, the ego,
Third
a
dimensional thinking
consciousness
mind.
burdened by attachment, resistance, temporal
I do that
limitation,
for my own sake,
desire,
not for any of you. It's for me
wants, and needs,
specifically.
requires everything due to a distortion in perception, where one fails to realize one has everything. Hell isn't a place, but a failure to realize and see oneself as the infinite, unfragmented whole. Hell is often described as a separation from God.
Yep.
But since God is omnipresent, that doesn't make sense.
It's true, it's contradicting.
Hell is misalignment from God. This misalignment leads to suffering, inner chaos, conflict, and restlessness.
Been there,
despite the illusion
done that
material
many,
possessions
many
can
times.
resolve those things. The irony is, whether you realize this or not, you have touched hell at some point in your life.
Oh yeah.
That inner chaos
Oh yeah.
and conflict, where you
Oh
felt a
yeah.
lack of fulfillment or completion, leading to a sense of being disconnected.
Yep. Felt
Nobody
disconnected
can escape
recently.
the truth that reality is nothing more than immaterialized frequency, and any frequency maintained will be materialized. Many desire heaven,
I
while
can
maintaining
tell you
a
that's true as
frequency
well.
which resonates with hell. Those who live in a hellish state can only experience hell, and those who live in a heavenly state can only experience heaven. The path to heaven can only be walked by those in heaven. Reality will never precede consciousness. Effect will never precede cause. You can only have what you already have.
Yep.
And if the frequency you're emanating to the universe is hellish, it cannot possibly not bring you to heaven. Apple seeds will never produce mangoes, and mango seeds will never produce apples.
Yep.
This is a simple truth in the world of nature, and it reflects how the universe works. In the modern day, hell is equivalent to living in survival mode. From a neuroscientific point of view, when one is living in survival mode, it is typically due to a lack of safety, which triggers the primal brain into operation. The primal brain has
Basal
no
ganglia
other
and
purpose than
amygdala.
survival, flight or fight, and nothing else. While survival mode is often associated with poverty,
I went and studied the brain a lot.
wealthy people also live in survival mode. Since the primal brain is responsible for flight or fight, its only concern is surviving by hyper-focusing on what is immediately in front of it. This zeroing in on reality restricts our level of awareness, which means a limited perspective. This reduction in awareness and perspective shuts down higher levels of thinking, since survival is the priority. A lower
I sent
level
healing
of
to the
awareness
bubba that I'm
will
eating right
always
now,
lead to
unfortunately.
reality being distorted to reflect the lower
The soul's gone,
aspects
but I'm
of
making
one's
sure that
nature,
it knows that
which will always correlate with
it's going to feel my
negativity.
vessel.
Hell is directly opposed to the materialization of your desired reality metaphysically. In neuroscientific terms, it is specifically opposed to your brain waves. The alteration of reality
Theta.
requires an alteration of one's frequency or one's state of consciousness, which requires an alteration of one's subconscious mind. The subconscious mind becomes more accessible in certain brainwave states,
Theta and
allowing
delta.
for deeper influence and transformation.
And beta.
By leveraging the
Actually,
optimal
alpha.
brainwave frequencies, you can achieve more with less effort as your mind becomes more receptive to change. To revert to the point initially made at the start of this chapter, until you can enter heaven, you will not be able to enter your desired reality. This is due to the fact that what we metaphysically consider to be heaven when it comes to brainwaves is the door to the subconscious mind. There are various brainwaves that the brain cycles throughout the day. Beta waves,
Beta,
12
alpha,
to 30 hertz. Alpha waves, 8
beta,
to 12 hertz.
delta, and
Theta
gamma.
waves, 4 to 8 hertz. Delta waves, 0.5 to 4 hertz. Beta waves are associated with being awake,
You forgot gamma,
alert,
but that's
and
okay.
active. It is the standard mode of operation in your day-to-day life. Alpha waves are associated
Gamma's
with
not
a
sustainable
meditative,
anyways.
relaxed state.
So it's all
It
good.
is the state before drowsiness. Theta waves are associated with deep meditation, a trance-like state which is typically used in hypnosis and is equivalent to a drowsy state. Delta waves are associated with deep sleep. The slower the brain waves, the closer they are to the subconscious mind. Beta waves are produced during conscious...
Pause. Something just came through as that I don't know if it's AI. I think it's actually someone reading the book. Slow down to speed up. Something I've talked about before. Slowing down, returning back to oneness. Because when we're rushing, we're not in oneness. We're in like separation. But when we're slowing down, we're slowing down to a point of like returning back to one. The slower your brain waves, you're also returning back to one. When you breathe, what do you think the breathing is doing? It's slowing us down so that we can pay attention, to be in the now, to calm us down, to reset ourselves into the now. And where does the breath reside? Only in the now. Your heartbeat can only beat in the now. It beated in the past, but every beat of your heart is being beated in the now. Yeah, I'm back. Oh yeah, I'm back. Oh, I feel good. And I feel real good because I'm back. I was gonna say I'm back, bitches, but I'm not saying that to anybody specifically. I'm just saying, I'm back, bitches. When you slow down and you let go of your external reality, I gotta wash my hands because they're kind of like oily at the moment. When you close your eyes, you can actually do this while your eyes are open too, but it takes a lot more effort when your eyes are open because your eyes are getting stimulated by light. It's seeing all kinds of information, like you're seeing millions of data in a second with your eyes. Like the trees flapping over there. I'm seeing airplane bubbas flying in the sky. I'm seeing clothing hanging on that wire over there. I'm seeing the clothing over there. I'm hearing another airplane that's coming. I'm seeing the screen, just a bunch of stuff. But when you close your eyes, your other senses start to get stronger because it forces your hearing to amplify. It forces your feeling body to amplify. Like that time when I was like blindfolding myself into walking out here and seeing that my sense of sight is it's shut down, so I have to rely on my sense of hearing and like perception awareness, my feeling of like, is this like fence like here? Is it like I'm like touching, because it's attempting to get me to slow down and get back to one, inwards. There's a saying, when you listen to something and you can explain it back in a way that makes sense to yourself, you've learned it once. But if you can explain it back to someone and they get what you're talking about, you've learned it twice. But remember, I don't use the word learning anymore. I use the word remembering. So I basically have remembered this twice now.
Operation. And so long as the conscious mind is present, the subconscious mind won't be. Think about these brainwave states like trains. The slower the brainwave state, the easier it is to catch a ride to the subconscious mind. The slow trains are your only entry into the subconscious mind. Most people make the mistake of attempting to give the subconscious mind their desired reality to materialize while operating in a brainwave state that prioritizes the conscious mind. To put it another
Like beta.
way, they are trying to catch the fast trains, which only lead to the conscious mind and not the subconscious mind.
Yep.
The brain waves we produce are interconnected with either heaven or hell. Those who live in a survival state of consciousness rarely relax. Their alertness means they mainly produce beta waves, which are the fastest waves that call upon the operation of the conscious mind, and not the subconscious mind. Therefore, all attempts to alter their frequency, or state of consciousness or subconscious mind, are made in vain. They're trying to catch a train that doesn't lead to the subconscious mind. Those who live in a survival state of consciousness live
Such a
in
great
hell,
way to explain it.
and those who live in hell produce beta waves, which means they never access their subconscious mind. Could this be the reason so many of those who live in survival mode struggle to alter their minds? Alternatively, those who live in a heavenly state of consciousness are always relaxed, mainly producing alpha and theta waves, which are slower and lead to the subconscious rather than conscious mind. Therefore, all attempts to alter their frequency, or state of consciousness or subconscious mind, are effortless and successful because they're trying to catching a train that leads to the subconscious mind.
Makes sense.
It is much easier for a car to drive on smooth, calm roads than roads filled with bumps and potholes.
True.
In the same manner, it is much easier for a boat to sail on calm waters. The more
Also
relaxed
very
you
true.
are day to day, the more likely your brain will be producing waves that are conducive to what
That
you're
makes
trying
so
to
much
put
sense.
into your
I gotta pause.
subconscious mind. The less relaxed.
What they just said there about the boat and the car makes perfect sense for us. If we're driving on bumpy ass road, it's not gonna be a smooth ride. I've been in boats plenty of times, and I can tell you that when the water is calm, I feel good. But when the water is very like rough, I feel a little seasick. And I didn't eat anything prior, and I feel seasick. I'm like, it's because it's swaying, it's doing all kinds of shit. When I used to go to amusement parks, and I would take rides on like bumper cars. It's a good one. That jolt, when you're bumping into somebody, like you're running into somebody, that doesn't feel good. Like it feels good when you're running into somebody, but when somebody runs into you, it doesn't feel good. Like they come at you from the back and like, fuck. But if I take a ride, that one where you're sitting in a swing and you're going around like this in a circle? It's like a merry-go-round, but you're in a swing and you're just swinging around. And you're just kind of like, yay! That is calm. For me, I love that. I like that. I like roller coasters, and I've been on many. I've been on San Diego's most scariest one. Hey, you, get smack. I have to move that out of the way. Let me move that out of the way quickly. Let me just put it inside, and I'll go and tackle this. I'll put it here. When I went on San Diego's most scariest roller coaster, I believe it was not Leviathan. That's in Canada's Wonderland. What's the name of it? It's in SeaWorld. I can't remember. It's one where you're actually like standing like this. Like you're not sitting, you're standing. Shit fucking sucked. It was fun. And then there was another one where the person's like, tucking us in, we're sitting, and he's like, are you all ready? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, I hope you enjoy. And then bang, he's like, he didn't finish what he said because he purposely got us all scared right away, because we were expecting him to finish what he was saying, like, enjoy your ride, and then pressing the button and then going. No, he said, I hope you all enjoy, and then bang, he didn't finish what he was saying. And I was like, son of a bitch. Like, because he put us in a state of panic. it wasn't a smooth ride because I'm going upside down and hanging and doing all kinds of like twirls and twists, and I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna hit my head on one of these things. Like, fuck. It was scary. But I braved it. I'm like, fuck yeah. And I went back and I did it again. I did it twice. I'm like, I can do this again. And I know what to expect this time. And I did it again, and I was like, I got this. Now, our fear is like, will this shit start falling? Will the, you know, the hoist thing that's holding us in, will it keep us from falling? Will it open up and we're gonna fall off this ride and break our neck and die? We have that idea planted in our head because we've seen roller coasters gone bad. We've seen shit like that happen. We've seen where power has gone out and you're hanging upside fucking down. You know how scary that shit is? There's people literally stuck in a roller coaster one time. I forget where this was, and they were hanging upside down for what, 35 minutes until power got restored. It was crazy. Imagine being upside down, just hanging. That's not fun, y'all. That's scary as shit. You can only imagine what those people were feeling. They're like, oh my God, like the blood is rushing to our brain. Like they can't do anything. Like they're pinned. Like they can't like adjust themselves or anything. They're literally stuck, like, you know, they're in. Anyways, I'm not putting fear for you to not go on roller coasters. It's one of those odd things that can happen. But my point to say is, when we're in those kinds of states, that's what he was talking about, catching the fast train. Like a lot of us, we're attempting, and this is including me because this is recently. When I was in my head too much in the last little while, especially in the last couple months, the train was going like this, like a bullet train. And I am right here waiting for the train. And like it's passing me by. I'm like, I'm attempting to, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to jump on this damn train and catch it. Guess what happened to me when that happened? I got clobbered in my head. Meaning that's an analogy or a metaphor of saying I started feeling like shit and I started going down a destructive path. When all I had to do was slow down and relax, be present. And you know, it's fascinating too, you know, as above, so below, as within, so without. So because I was starting to feel this chaos inside, guess what happened? My outside world started to feel like chaos. My mom and my dad were arguing more. Now, they still argue, but I have to remember that's them. In my inner world, I'm at peace. And everything happens from my inner world, and I'm not here to change them, but I can change how I respond. Like yesterday, my dad's like, make sure you keep that door closed because of mosquitoes. I did say something like, I don't need you to tell me. I didn't tell it to him. I'm like, I don't need you to tell me. I kind of muttered it. I'm like, I don't need you to tell me that I already know. Because I don't like somebody telling me what I already know. However, I then saw the egregor come in. I'm like, I see you, egregor. I see what you're doing here. You're attempting to get me back downwards. Ain't happening. Ain't happening. I said, you know what? I love dad. I respect my dad. And I start kicking the soccer ball. And I'm like, nope, I won't even entertain that. Because I started to slow down the brain again and went back to the heart. Hence the 0 point. That's why the word relax, serenity, calm, peace, now, joy, harmony, bliss. I can't say ecstasy. So bliss, harmony, joy, peace. The now, relax, serenity or serene. These are words I'm attempting to really live by now
and be disciplined by using my other things that I've been disciplined in to then create discipline into this thing called peace and relax. I gotta tell you, because my state of being has started to go upwards, to the upwards trajectory, I see everything as peace again. Now, of course, you know, when it comes time to deal with my bank account, and I'm gonna have to deal with that soon, I'm gonna have to train myself to be like, it's okay. We will figure out the solution here, but we also are not coming from a state of panic, fear, and anything like that. I am bringing forth $55,000 into my account one way or another. Don't know how. And it's funny because when T-Bray asked me that question, how, I kind of not snapped at him, but I'm like, don't worry about the how, bro. I got this. I'll figure it out. I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna figure it out. I don't know if he got mad at me that day and he just hasn't been back, or because, you know, that was the last thing he said. Because he asked me, no, I'm asking you a serious question. I'm like, how? And I told him, like, don't worry, bro. I'll figure it out. I'm gonna allow the universe to help me and not get in my own way. I'm not gonna do this the human way. Now, wherever he is, I'm gonna take a smoke grenade and throw it and smoke him out so he comes back. He's probably just busy doing his thing. But I haven't seen him in like 4 days, so I'm like, is he mad at me? Doesn't really matter. I know he's around. He doesn't get mad easily anyways. He's like, fuck this dude. Fuck that guy. It's okay. I love you, T-Bray. He's probably like laughing his ass off somewhere, giggling. He's probably in the background. I'm gonna like, and throw like a grenade at him. In Counter-Strike, for those of you, I've played Counter-Strike for years. I was really fucking good at Counter-Strike. I haven't played in years, of course, now, so I'm a little rusty. But when my laptop finally arrives in the physical, because I already have it in the mental and the spiritual, you better believe that I'm gonna be poning some noobs and fragging. I'm gonna be fragging. Fire in the hole, yes, exactly. A grenade of unconditional love. There you go, fire in the hole. And it explodes with love. Good way of saying that. I used to throw all kinds of grenades in the D-Dust 1 tunnels. For those of you who play Counter-Strike, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Throw it into D-Dust 1 tunnel when terrorists are coming. I've blown up 6 people with 1 grenade. And they thought I was hacking. That was the greatest compliment ever. Killing 6 people with 1 grenade. It was the greatest thing because they all lined up in one spot. It was so cool. And they're like, what the hell happened? And then I rushed in and I nuked everyone else with my P90. Yeah. I almost had a snot come out of my nose there. And T-Bray actually saw a 6-inch snot bubble come out of my nose one day while I was eating food. And he's like, can we rewind to the time when the snot bubble came out of your nose? We've had everything on this stream. So awesome. Anyways, back to what I was saying. Yeah, it's just making sure we can catch the train. The train that's actually slowing down to stop for you to like, and it makes a little sound, and then it opens the door, you walk in, and then you sit down, and you and then it just drives off. Whereas a train that's like a bullet train like this, you're waiting for it and like a whoosh, and you're attempting like, what the hell, man? It just drove right by you, and you're like, fuck it, I'm late for work, or I'm late for where I have to go. I'm gonna jump on this damn train without the doors opening. That's what we're attempting to do.
Such a brilliant analogy that he came up with in the book. I'm like, it's a great way. And I come up with my own shit too, which is pretty badass. All right.
You are, the less likely your brain will be producing waves that are conducive to what you're trying to put in your brain. The truth of brain waves and their interconnection to the two states of consciousness is highlighted esoterically in John 3:27. John answered and said, "A man can receive nothing except it be given him from heaven." Nothing you desire on this physical plane will ever be attained unless you are already in the frequency of being in heaven.
Yep.
Metaphysically, to live in a heavenly state is to exist with inner calm, peace, bliss, fulfillment, and to desire nothing, which would indicate...
I have to stop for a moment. So this is where the third dimensional thinking mind's getting in the way right now. Because it's like, well, if that's true, because this is what the mind just came up with, and I'm like, just stop, third dimensional thinking mind, just stop. But what it just said was, okay, so if I can have whatever I want and I have to be in the state of heaven, then when I have money and I'm not in the state of heaven and I go and buy that video game or something, how is that possible? I had to work for that money, had to slave away, and I bought the game. So technically, I'm not in the state of heaven. I just bought the game. So how's that tapping into what I want or what I desire from a state of heaven? So that's what the third dimensional thinking mind is doing right now. It's attempting to obfuscate things right now. I'm catching it. I'm catching it in real time. It's because it's still wired to employee. The only way to make money is that you got to work a job. So it sees that every time I'm paying for something, that I'm trading my time for dollars, and when I'm exchanging the resources, that I'm losing money because I just gave up my time to do some meaningless task for someone that, I mean, we're all one, but it doesn't feel in alignment with, for my soul, to go and do the thing that they desire me to do, to then take that resource and kind of lose it. But the funny thing is, we're not losing resources when we buy / invest or purchase. We are circulating, because it just comes right back. When I'm circulating money to Amazon or to like the grocery store, it's just sending it to another version of me. And having to remember that when I'm buying this milk, I'm buying milk for another version of me. I'm sending the resources to another version of me for it to just come back. Or like when I'm paying for a video game on like a website, that I'm giving it to this company, but this company is another version of me. And to remind myself that all the dollars that has ever been made has come from me. A job or something intermediate, like as the medium, is something that I brought forth. It may seem like the boss is paying you, but it's actually you paying yourself through that medium, paying you for your time, for example, your clients, my clients, my future clients, my clients that are going to be showing up in the physical. And yesterday I listened to our brother Jay Cohan, and he left the Instagram reel. And he's like, he felt that when he started to go deep within his inner world, he was connected with his relationships, his finances, and it started trickling into his business. And he truly believes that it all starts from within, and more than we even realize. And I'm like, you're damn right. It goes way beyond what we realize, but it really is our inner world. When everything's in alignment inside, nothing can be in misalignment outside. That's a bar. Like when I felt in alignment fully, I was like, I can go and do this thing right now. The only reason why I don't desire to is because I like live streaming. This is my jam. I got monetized. There's a reason I got monetized. I can get paid on YouTube. I've got paid on YouTube already. Made over $100. It may not sound like much, but remember, in the eyes of the universe, there's no such thing as big or small. We conceptualize big or small based on our preconceived notions of what big or small is. But the channel got monetized way before it's supposed to, so that should give a sign. But I know why right now everything's the way it is, because the universe desires me to get really down deep in the dirt and the mud and the sludge and the slime and the filth, and dig out all of that shit out of it so that my diamond can shine. Because my diamond right now is still, it's in the process of being polished now. I threw a bunch of shit on my diamond recently. So it's desiring for me to get back into full alignment. This is why you're hearing me having different energy now in comparison to like maybe a week or so ago when I was more like and truly trusting and knowing that I'm supported, because I am. How can I not be? We're seeing it on the live stream. Like, yeah, you're seeing like a video here, maybe something or someone says something to me in the physical. I'm like, that's an interesting idea. That's an interesting thought. Hey, you. They're liking me today. I guess my energy is very sweet. Can't help that. I'm gonna put a barrier. Barrier. It's all kinds of stuff. It's all kinds of stuff. I tapped into that frequency to talk about the heart. I can no longer see a heart the same way like I used to. I can't. Now that I know that that point, those 2 points on the heart, is the beginning and the convergence of our journeys, plural, and we collectively create one massive heart. That's why I was like, who created the heart symbol? What's the origin of the heart symbol? And when I get to start tapping into frequencies like this, it starts to feel awesome. By the way, y'all, I'm gonna start my play out in probably an hour. So just letting you all know.
To the universe that you have everything. It's likely that the attainment of your desired reality would produce the state above. So the state above would produce the attainment of your desired reality. Attaining your desired reality would bring you peace, inner calm, and bliss. So peace, inner calm, and bliss can also bring your desired reality. Relaxation is the prerequisite for brainwaves that allow for easy access to the subconscious mind, which is the womb of reality. To receive, the prerequisite is to be in a heavenly state. Conversely, those in hell never receive. Another Bible verse encapsulates what I call the heavenly order of manifestation. But seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. Matthew 6:33. Here, the heavenly order of manifestation is established. Before seeking the materiality of your desired reality, instead of seeing the money, the wealth, the partner, the career, or whatever it is you desire, you must first seek a heavenly state of consciousness. Calm the waters before you set sail. Here's the issue. Part of you believes that once you get your desired reality, you'll feel complete, fulfilled, satisfied, calm,
Gotta feel that
and
now.
relaxed,
Gotta feel it now.
without realizing that if you aren't already those things, you cannot have them.
Yep, paradox.
The bigger problem is that if you don't have them currently, then you indicate to the universe that you have their opposites, which are emptiness, unfulfillment, dissatisfaction,
also a paradox,
and chaos, which are what will be reflected. Any time that you go against the heavenly order of manifestation, you unconsciously descend into the hellish order of manifestation, which will only lead to hell. If you put your desires above heaven, then your desires will always be out of reach. Until you recognize that where you think you'll be after getting your desired reality is where you need to start from, you'll never arrive. Seek first to be internally fulfilled, satisfied, calm, and relaxed without your desired reality. and all the things you want will be given to you, because to be in that state indicates to the universe that you already have them. The universe will never bow before the one who bows before illusion. The only way to get those
Bar.
things you desire is to enter heaven by first giving them to yourself, not in the humanistic way, but the universal way. At this point, it should be clear that relaxation is the prerequisite to revealing your desired reality. That's non-negotiable, practical. Relaxation is your natural state, which I understand seems counterintuitive, given the hectic, stressful nature of today's world. If relaxation is the mandatory step to materializing your desired reality, those who are never relaxed can never truly materialize their desired reality. True relaxation arises from disconnecting from the outside world, and that is because it is the world that seeks to keep you from relaxation.
Third dimensional.
It seeks to siphon your peace of mind by getting you to focus on work, your inadequacies, family dramas, politics, or the latest war.
Yep.
How can you relax when the mind is so preoccupied? I'm not suggesting you neglect the outside world, rather encouraging you to pay attention to your inner world, so when you pay attention to the world, it receives what it deserves from you.
Yep.
Relaxation
Inside.
is when the mind is occupied by nothing. Only you can make yourself relaxed. Anything that can make you relaxed can take that feeling away. And true relaxation is independent to any person, any condition, and any circumstance. Whatever the world gives you, it can take from you, and at some point, it most definitely will. To immerse yourself into nothingness, to reach that inner stillness, is the true pathway to relaxation. To seek refuge in the inner world instead of the outer world is how you are granted protection by the heavenly government. To be still is to do nothing. Whether you meditate or not, make a practice of doing nothing. Naturally, the mind will begin to tell you how difficult it is to relax, but that is the old frequency speaking. It wants to exist without relaxation, as it knows that is the stepping stone to your new frequency.
Yep.
Difficulty aside, what other choice do you have than to relax? Chapter 8. You can't outrun your frequency. Principle. Manifestation cannot occur without a synchronized alignment across all three levels of existence.
So whenever I'm closing my
Various
eyes,
cultures and traditions
whenever I'm closing
across
my
the
eyes,
world
it wants
adhere
to
the
it
notion
wants
of
to like
three
fall
levels of
asleep.
existence.
But I'm like, don't fall asleep. I see what you're doing, mind. I see what you're doing. We're not tired.
Body and spirit. God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Mental
Holy
plane,
Trinity.
physical plane, and spiritual plane.
Mental,
These are simply
spiritual,
different
physical.
expressions of the same universal truth. The inability to change one's reality often stems from ignorance of the three levels of existence.
Yep.
Most people go through life operating from only one plane, while completely neglecting the other two.
Been there.
But relying on just one aspect of your being is guaranteed to lead to stagnation and a death sentence
Been there
for
as
your
well.
desired reality. True transformation requires full spectrum alignment, mental, physical, and spiritual planes working as one. Manifestation is impossible without a synchronized alignment across all three levels of existence. This is the multi-dimensional structure of reality. The plane of existence that most solely use is the physical. This is what you call reality. It's everything you've ever known, everything you can see, touch.
I have to pause for a moment. So he mentioned it's impossible to bring forth your manifestation without getting into alignment to the three. So some will say, but then I brought that girl into my life, but I wasn't aligned in mental and spiritual, but I brought her into physical. Well, technically, you did get aligned in your mental and spiritual, but it's a paradox because you were thinking it in a different way, and she might not be in alignment with actually you because you feel that she's probably like cheating on you or she's gonna hurt you, and you're always like, so you brought her based on your frequency that you're actually emanating from, like how I did with Julia. So I brought her to mirror back a lot of lessons for my soul, and she was tough, very tough. She, no, I love her soul. I would love to see her again at some point, and maybe has a change in her perception. But it was, a lot of things I had to become aware of. I wasn't very aware of things back then, and but I brought her, but I wasn't in alignment with all three planes of existence in the positive sense. I was in alignment with the planes of existence from a more negative aspect, like a worry, a fear, not confident version. And of course, I brought forth a mirror like her to shine light onto what I had to work through. So theoretically, if you're ever saying, well, how did I bring forth this person or this thing, but I wasn't focusing on my mental and spiritual? You technically are. Every moment you're actually focusing on your mental and your spiritual. You're just maybe unconscious about it, but that unconsciousness is based on the programming, and your programming is what's actually being beamed out without you knowing. So if you're very intentional and you know what you're thinking and feeling, you can bring forth exactly what you desire. Kind of like when I said, I declared that I see a pink car in San Diego. What happened? We saw a pink car in San Diego on the live stream. It didn't happen off the live stream, it happened on the live stream. Not only did it happen on the live stream, the Supra was also right near it, and I got it captured in one photo because I declared it. And I'm like, okay, I can't doubt the universe anymore. Like, the fact that I asked for a pink car and it showed up, how can I not trust this thing? It does work. Just like that brother who was from Toronto that Nero mentioned in his video yesterday and the day before, saying, he manifested money out of randomness. It got into his account. If it can happen to him, it can happen to you and me and anyone else. He's no different than us. All he started doing was going inwards and knowing with absolute certainty and having confidence and conviction. 3 C words to live by: certainty, confidence, and conviction. I wonder if they all have the same amount of letters. It'd be interesting if they do. I'm not going to do that right now, though. And he said, you know what? If this actually works, I'm going to just do a test. I'm going to say, I'm going to see a purple BMW. He came home from work. He was driving from work one day, going home, and he saw a purple BMW, exactly what he envisioned. And sure enough, he saw 4 more. So this person's from Toronto, and I'm thinking nothing in Toronto ever happens, nothing good happens in Toronto. But clearly, this brother's from Toronto for the universe to tell me that no matter where you are, it works. It doesn't have to be in San Diego. It could be right here too. So start getting your ass in gear, Orion. Well, Andre. Because it's go time now. That's the reason why the universe said, shout out from Toronto in that video. Because I was always putting Toronto sucks and this and that, and I mean, it's not my favorite place in the world. I'm not aligned to be here. It's not my jam. However, I can still bring forth everything I desire, but I have to start from the state of being in the positive of, I get to be here, I get to bring forth more of what I desire, and emanate that, and start twisting shit around back to the way I desire it to be, and not letting the egregore, the third dimensional thinking mind, to take over and be like, yeah, Toronto sucks. I'm going to make sure you get stuck in Toronto and make sure you never leave because it's afraid to, step out and be its true self in San Diego. When I'm in San Diego, I'm my true self. I can be my true self here. It just doesn't feel like that simply because, doesn't feel like home. However, I can go inwards and as within, as without, and feel what home is, and then bring forth what home is. There was just a few people on here. I just see now it's 1. The numbers are kind of random, but in any event, I'm gonna close my eyes and Continue.
Taste, smell, and hear. It is the realm of your physical vessel, which is the materialization or the image of God. Despite the physical plane appearing to be real, it is an illusion. This doesn't mean it's fake. It just means there's more to it than meets the eye.
Yep.
Scientifically speaking, humans can only perceive a tiny fraction of the electromagnetic spectrum, the
Yep.
range known as visible light. This visible light makes up approximately 0.0035% of the full electromagnetic spectrum, meaning 99.995% of the spectrum
He forgot
is
65.
invisible to the human eye.
99.9965%.
There is a vast and active part of the universe that we simply can't perceive with our senses. Reality is like putting on a VR headset and forgetting that you are wearing one. When you put on a VR headset, you become fully immersed in a simulated world.
Yep.
You can look around, interact, and even feel emotions based on what you see, even though none of it is physically real. The headset filters your experience, creating a reality that feels true, even though it's just a projection. Consciousness works the same way. It acts like an internal headset that filters how you see the world. You're not experiencing reality as it is. You're experiencing reality through the lens of your consciousness. What you perceive outside is a reflection of the system running inside. You're not reacting to the world, but how your consciousness is interpreting it, like wearing a VR headset and forgetting that you have it on. For centuries, ancient mystics have known of this illusion, referring to it as the world of Maya. It is the realm of effect. All you experience here, every circumstance of failure, success, poverty, or wealth, is merely the shadow cast by the mind, an effect. Reality is an effect. Smoke from a fire, ripples in a pond, an echo of sound, a reflection from a mirror. Most of the world operates from this one plane of existence simply because it's all their mind can conceive of existing. Being tied to the physical plane, they tie themselves down. To reiterate, the physical plane is the realm of effect. The mistake that you must not make is attempting to change an effect itself. Reality cannot truly be changed from reality. It must be altered on a higher plane of existence. The only place from where reality can truly be changed is the mental plane. Where do thoughts come from? Is every thought mine? Think of the mental plane as a layer of immaterialized thought, like clouds of potential ideas drifting through the fabric of reality. Imagine the world is made of steam. You can't touch it, but when its vibration is altered, it forms matter, which in this example would be ice. The physical plane is nothing more than the mental plane materialized. The mental plane is interchangeable with the mind, your state of consciousness, or your frequency. The mental plane is outside of our third-dimensional realm, meaning it isn't confined by the illusions of space and time. Time isn't linear as we experience it in our reality. This reveals a truth you may not have heard. You don't create reality. How could you? Everything already exists, and it exists here. Think about it like this. You go to a restaurant and the meals are already prepared. You simply select which one you want. This notion is instantly liberating because it removes all the pressure that unconsciously comes with the idea that you need to create. No, everything has already been created. You just need to choose, which is something to which your mind is more adjusted. The mental plane exists within the subconscious mind specifically. Being the realm of cause, it is the fire that produces smoke, the stone that creates ripples, the voice that generates an echo, the light that casts a shadow, and the object that reflects in the mirror. You can only experience physically what first existed mentally. You cannot escape this cause and effect chain reaction. Remember, everything you see in reality was first a thought, a form of imagination, just not yet tangible. This must be extrapolated to every condition, circumstance, and event that you experience in reality. The spiritual plane is where your spirit body exists. Some call it the astral body, hence terms such as astral projection. Delving too deeply into the spiritual plane is beyond the scope of this book, so I will keep it directly relevant to reality creation. Your spirit is the aspect of you that is infinite. This means it is beyond the illusions of the third dimensional realm. It is the droplet from the ocean of God. And the thing about a droplet is that it contains the same qualities and properties as the entire ocean. It is on this plane that your connection to God is determined, not in a religious please your parents sense, but in your ability to unify with the infinite intelligence and harmonize with the energy of God. The spiritual plane is like the oven that bakes your mental creation into the physical plane. The stronger your connection to God, the quicker you'll be able to materialize conditions into reality, and the greater you'll be able to materialize into reality. To reiterate, this isn't in a religious sense. It's about what your state of being is indicating to the universe. All three planes of existence must be harmonized in order for your desired reality to be materialized, which would mean the mental plane is harmonized with your desired reality. The physical plane is harmonized with your desired reality. The spiritual plane is harmonized with your desired reality. Since there are three levels of existence, there seems to be three modes of operation when it comes to progression in reality. The physical planers. These are the people that work as long and hard as possible, grinding away day and night. The mental planers. These are the people that just think about what they want all day, without taking any form of action, hoping everything they want will just magically come to them. The spiritual planers. These are the people that just pray to God about what they want all day without taking any form of action, hoping God will simply give it to them. The hard worker, the hard thinker, and the hard prayer are all dwelling in the same ignorance, but their vanity has them think otherwise. They are all making the same mistake of simply relying on one plane of existence instead of using all three in unison. Let's examine the multi-dimensional mistakes they are all making. The physical planners. They are unaware that reality is an effect, which they are attempting to also change with an effect. They rely solely on physical action, neglecting the higher planes of existence, and never realizing that action is the lowest level of consciousness, so their results are low level. This is where most of the world reside, without ever realizing that you cannot change an effect itself. You must change the cause. You cannot outrun your frequency. You cannot out-hustle your frequency. You cannot work your way out of your frequency. The mental planers. They are unaware that action is the external manifestation of the internal energy reflecting your mental creation, which solidifies it and turns it into matter. They are unaware that action is needed to bring a frequency or consciousness into reality. By seeking to escape hard work, which isn't a necessity unless you deem it so, they escape work altogether. By avoiding the physical, you attempt to go against the structure of reality, which is to go against the structure of yourself, which can only lead to disharmony. The spiritual planers. They are unaware that even though they may be connected to God, what they're baking in the oven of God is everything except their desired reality. Until they become conscious of what they're putting into the oven, they'll keep baking the same reality that they're praying to be rid of. They are all variations of the same mistake, practical. You must adhere to a specific order to create your desired reality in alignment with the structure of the universe. The order of alignment goes as follows. First, mental plane. Second, spiritual plane. Third, physical plane. The mental and spiritual plane are interchangeable, but the physical is non-negotiable. It must always come last. It is the lowest level of existence. Lowest not meaning lesser value, just that it is not a causal realm. 1. The mental plane. Whatever your desired reality, hold it in mind as if it already exists. Since the mental plane is the realm of cause, if your desire is to be materialized in reality, then you must be operating as if it is already so. Shift from desiring to already having. The only way to arrive at the end is to begin at the end. The mirror will never smile before you do. 2. The spiritual plane. Until you recognize the power within, you will have no power without. By recognizing and internalizing that you are a materialization of God, and that God dwells within you, you activate the power of the infinite within you. There is no greater power in the universe than God, but if you fail to recognize God within you, then you will be powerless before any condition, circumstance, event, or person that poses as adversity. Once you grasp the infinite nature of your true identity, you realize how arrogant it is to think that God could ever fail. To doubt yourself is to doubt God, which is true blasphemy. The only way to strengthen yourself on the spiritual plane and to connect to God is to spend more time within than you do without. The vehicle of choice doesn't matter because the destination is the same. The more time you spend within, the more power you grow within. The more you cultivate internal power, the less power the external will have over you. 3. The physical plane. Only after arranging yourself correctly on the higher planes of existence can you begin to dominate the lower plane of existence, reality. Action is unavoidable, but to avoid wasted action, the physical plane must come last. The higher planes of existence
That's what I'm doing right now, going
position you
inwards
in
right
the
now.
correct direction to begin walking
It might
towards
seem like
your
I'm falling,
desired
might be
reality
like
through
dripping,
action.
dipping in and
After
out.
vibrationally aligning yourself
But I'm
to
like
your
telling the mind,
desired
hey, yo,
reality,
no,
you will
no,
begin to
no,
receive the blueprints on
none
how
of
to
that.
physically get there. Chapter 9. Redefining Manifestation. Principle. If you desire to change your reality, then you have lost the race before it's even begun.
You can't change it,
Manifestation
especially
isn't
inwards.
what you think it is. It's likely that you entered this realm of knowledge seeking to change your reality, but the paradox is that true manifestation has nothing to do with changing reality.
That's right.
The desire to change reality is actually what keeps so many from ever changing their reality.
Because you can only have what you only already have.
Is solely focused on you and neglecting reality.
Yep.
Nothing will ever change until you do you first.
Yep.
And that is a non-negotiable, universal truth. Indeed, Allah will not change the condition of a people until they change what is in themselves.
Bar.
Quran 13:11-95. The moment you change, the frequency or state of consciousness that the universe picks up from you begins to change. And as a result, what is reflected changes. Think about it in terms of supply and demand.
You can only have what you already have.
Every supply is only a product of demand, meaning that the reality you are being supplied with is what you are subconsciously demanding through your frequency or state of consciousness, whether you like it or not. If you
Hey,
want
my
to be
words, whether you
supplied
like
with
it or not.
something different, then you must demand something different. And the unfortunate thing is that we are unaware of what and how we demand. What you want is not what you demand. What you demand is who you are. The only thing that the universe
You don't
will
get
ever
what you want, you get
recognize as
more of who you
demand
are.
is your current frequency or state of consciousness.
Yep.
You will never change the supply until you change the demand.
Yep.
To reiterate initial idea presented at the start of this chapter, nothing in your reality will ever change until you change your frequency or state of consciousness. Your frequency or state of consciousness totals 7 keys. A typical mistake
7
many
keys.
make when attempting to alter their reality is to simply alter 1 or 2 keys while neglecting the others. Eventually, the neglected keys unconsciously contradict their change, ultimately contradicting their reality to change. In the same way that all successful manifestation requires alignment across all 3 planes of existence, A successful change in frequency requires alignment across all 7 keys. The 7 keys to frequency are beliefs, conviction, perception, emotionally charged thoughts, focus, reactions, expectations. Your current reality is nothing more than the reflection of what you've been demanding.
Expectations
Or in
is
other words, your current
normalizing
beliefs,
things that you expect.
conviction, attitude, emotionally charged thoughts, focus, reaction, and expectation.
Focus
You have
can
the
also mean
beliefs
discipline
equivalent of your current reality, and until you change them,
or
you
attention.
will remain there. You have the conviction equivalent of your current reality, and until you change it, you will remain there. You have the perception equivalent of your current reality, and until you change it, you will remain there. You have the emotionally charged thoughts equivalent of your current reality, and until you change them, you will remain there. You have the focus equivalent of your current reality, and until you change it, you will remain there.
Paying attention to
You
what
have the
you're thinking,
reactions
feeling,
equivalent
being,
of
and
your
doing.
current reality, and until you change them, you will remain there. You have the expectations equivalent of your current reality, and until you change them, you will remain there. When the 7 keys are altered,
Sounded like he
your
repeated himself, and he did.
frequency is altered. Only
7
then
times.
will reality be altered. This can work for you or against you. When the 7 keys are aligned, reality is aligned. When
Notice-
the 7 keys are
notice it's
misaligned,
7 keys.
reality is misaligned. Whether in alignment or
Notice it's 7 keys. One can say that could be alignment with your chakras. Even though you have more, you actually have more than 7 chakras. You have actually 144 chakras. It's not in your body, it's around your consciousness. You have 7 directly with your body. But it's funny how there's 7 keys and there's 7 chakras. Just food for thought.
not, the universe will always seek to materialize the frequency emitted into reality. The materialization of frequency or consciousness into reality is what we call manifestation. Consciousness and matter are the same energy, only different in rate of vibration. Much like steam and ice are the same energy, only different in rate of vibration.
Water being the
Every
middle.
frequency maintained must and will become a reality, and every reality maintained is nothing more than maintained frequency. Before
To kind of piggyback off of that again, water being the neutral, hence why you gotta stay in a neutral state. Steam, you can't touch it, but you can feel it and you know it's there. Ice, you can touch it. Difference between the two, rate of vibration. Ice is at a colder, slower rate of vibration. Steam is at a faster, higher rate of vibration. Now this doesn't go in, when I say higher, that doesn't mean that it doesn't correlate to your state of, let me rephrase it. It does not mean that like you have to be hyper and run to get what you desire. It means to slow down and be in a state of joy, peace, emanating from love. Those are frequencies of higher frequencies. When you're in fear, chaos, panic, worry, doubt, that's lower vibration, so that's like ice. But they're not really correlated. They're not really related. They're their own separate things. Your rate of vibration is different from your state of being to some degree, but it's still correlated to your state of being. It's a paradox. Again, it's both relatable and not relatable. When I win the lottery, because that's one thing I'm bringing forth. And I'm not feeling guilty about that. I'm saying that point blank. I'm winning a big lottery. I'm not winning, I've won a big lottery. When that physically appears in my reality, I'm not going to be excited. I'm just going to be like, oh, I expected it because I normalized it. What you expect is what you normalize. And when you normalize something, no matter what frequency it is, that's what you're gonna get, because what you get is what you expect, and what you expect is what you're gonna get. That's why I keep saying, what you expect is what you're gonna get, and what you're gonna get is what you expect. And if you expect and get what you desire, you normalized it. That's why I'm normalizing $1 trillion. Normalizing, oh, I'm normalizing people paying me. I'm normalizing that I don't actually have to lift a finger. When I say that, I mean I'm using my mind. I'm still taking action inwards and I'm taking a line action outwards. But I normalize that I always have enough. I normalize that I'm always lit. That this is easy. That nothing's a challenge. That I have all the answers. I'm normalizing that. And when I expect that, it's easy because I do have all the answers. I do have enough. Always remember that you have enough. You always had enough, you always will have enough, and you're always going to have enough. But when we get into fear and panic and worry, we get locked in the third dimension. I'm guilty. You all saw me. Right now I'm in that state. I'm not in fear right now, thank God, but you know, the bank account is dwindling, but you know what? I'm saying I'm gonna have 55,000 US dollars one way or another. Why do I desire 55,000 US specifically? I'm asking for a number that seems easy enough to attain. I've had that before. A number that feels good to me. And I want to show proof that it works. And when I do that, you bet your ass that I'm going to be calling forth millions next. Not hundreds of thousands. I'm gonna go from 55 to millions. I'm starting small, but I'm like small in the eyes of the universe is relevant. It's relative, because there's no such thing as big or small. 1 penny, 1 billion. It's the same thing. We humans have perceived things as, billions so much. But to a billionaire, is a billion a lot? No, because they normalized it. If anything's less than a billion, then that's not normal to them. For anyone who only gets like $1,000 a month, let's say, they've normalized $1,000. So like when they go beyond the $1,000, this is how lottery winners lose their resources, because they don't build a financial stability within themselves to know that they can handle more, because they have a certain glass ceiling, and I logically know this now. I have to embody it. When you've only reached a certain level. So my bank account, once upon a time, the most I've ever had in my bank account at one given time was $23,000. But I had investments of 44,000 in one account and then 35 in another. So I had over 100,000. Then I had $1 million, but that was a scam, so I don't count that. But I did technically, it still counts because it's still technically real to some degree. Because it's still happening on the third dimension. Everything that happens on the third dimension is technically real. To our senses, it's real. But to our soul, we know it's an illusion. So my bank account has never gone past 23,000 Canadian dollars, besides my investments. So I know that I can definitely hit 55,000 Canadian or 55,000 American, which will be an equivalent to less than 100,000 Canadian. It'll be closer to like 70-something thousand, which is more than enough for what I require right now. That pays off all my expenditures, that gets me my gaming laptop, that gets me my new iPhone or whatever, that gets me a GoPro, and that gets me traveling money to go travel. And then while I'm on the road, I'm like, oh, I already called forth 55,000. I know this shit works. I'm gonna call forth more. Go within, ask God within, and your Father will give it to you. But you can only have what you already have. And I have to be persistent and feeling this and watching what this thing keeps doing, because this thing likes to get in the way. And that's not just mine. That's every one of ours. It likes to get in the way. It loves to get in the friggin' way. That's what it loves to do. It loves to get in the friggin' way. It loves to get in the friggin' way of things. Interesting.
We can get to the true essence of manifestation. Let's debunk some common myths surrounding it. 1. You don't need to work to manifest. A lot of spiritual people don't realize that they're not seeking anything other than a form of escapism that directly goes against the structure
You have
of
to
the
still take
universe.
action.
You can't escape physical work any more than you can escape the physical plane.
Exactly.
The notion that you manifest without some sort of physical effort is simply an appeal to an aspect of you that is either exhausted or lazy.
Yeah.
All successful manifestation requires synchronistic alignment across all 3 planes of existence, not just 1 or 2. While work is mandatory, hard work is optional, but will be made real by your belief in its validity alone.
And by work...
Thoughts create reality. Thoughts create reality. Not all thoughts...
That word work, he just said. So that's why I have to redefine work as my business. This is my work. This is my passion. This is me still taking action every day, coming on the live stream and making sure I do something. And by doing, I mean being, and still taking action every day. Getting my butt in gear and doing the playouts. Still building discipline on my physical body. Getting my body in alignment with the energy that the universe is permeating through to get all of my gates unlocked. Like Mike Guy, when he went against Madara, he opened up all 8 gates of death, and he opened up a can of whoop ass on Madara. But the thing is, it came at a cost of death. But anyways, he was able to open up all his chakras. So I'm doing what I'm doing to release all the gates. And we can see that there's a shift happening with me in real time. Now, I'm making sure I don't get caught up in like, oh, work is like working a job, like having to do that kind of work, like someone else's bidding. I know Nero would talk about, like, don't get it twisted that there's this idea of like, you know, escaping the matrix and like not working like some job is like, or working a job is like slavery. And I did put that in my consciousness, but I'm undoing that. At the same time, I'm choosing to still be an entrepreneur because that's who I am. That's who I am. It's not what I do, it's who I am. I am an entrepreneur. I am an entrepreneur. I am an entrepreneur. I am an entrepreneur. I'm not an employee. I'm an entrepreneur. I am entrepreneur who is a leader, not a follower. I know. There's no accidents why I went down the road of entrepreneurship. But I'm undoing all that has been done here because in this house, in this environment, it's all employees. They don't have entrepreneurship at the forefront of their mind. So I'm in misalignment right now. So I'm doing my best to stay in alignment to be the entrepreneur that I was born to be. A leader. And that's what I'm doing. And I declare it to still be true and not get sucked into this whole like negative energy about it. I'm an entrepreneur. That's it. Regardless if I've made money or not. I have technically made money. I made $100 as an entrepreneur. Actually, I've made $1,000 as an entrepreneur. YouTube, I made $140. Another sister who needed my help, she paid me $800 for my not only wisdom, but for a little bit of my tech skills as an entrepreneur. And it felt good. Then here and there, I got like, $40 for something, and like somebody bought like an ebook of mine that I had. I made an ebook, a small ebook, which I now deleted because it doesn't feel in alignment. So I made over $1,000 as an entrepreneur. Not too shabby for someone who's been an employee for 20 some odd years of his life, who hasn't worked, who hasn't done physical labor or work that doesn't feel in alignment in over almost 3 years. Not too shabby, if I do say so myself. But now it's time for more. A lot more, because I asked for it, and by ask I mean I declare it, because it already belongs to me, and you can only have what you already have. It's the annoying law of the universe. You can only have what you already have.
Are equal in their effect over reality. The only thoughts that have the potential to materialize a reality are those which are emotionally charged. The true language of the subconscious mind
is emotion,
which also means emotion is the language of God. Emotion being the language of God means that this is primarily what the universe recognizes, and emotion is simply energy in motion, which alters the vibration of a thought, making it more powerful and its manifestation more likely. If there is
emotionally
no emotion
charged
behind
thoughts,
it won't manifest. If there is, it always will. Emotion is a huge contributor to your frequency, and as a result, your reality. Emotion doesn't necessarily mean a sense of euphoria or excitement, but it is always relative to you as a person. There isn't a one-size-fits-all. To simplify your understanding, you can think about manifestation like this. The universe is a sort of warehouse that only delivers the reality that you order.
UPC code.
You can only receive what you are asking for. Remember, supply and demand. The issue is, we spend most of our lives consciously asking for one thing, but subconsciously and with our energy, asking for another.
Yep.
Before an order is shipped out, it is identified via a unique product code that the warehouse will match up before distributing. Think about your frequency like that unique product code that will always match its identical reality before being shipped out. To reiterate, before anything can exist physically, it must first exist vibrationally, which is the combination of mentally and emotionally.
And spiritually.
Those who know the true process of manifestation possess the ability to manifest instantly, and that is not an exaggeration.
Hey.
Before you learn the true process
What's
of
up?
manifestation,
Other side.
I would like to make something
Other
clear.
side.
The knowledge you have is activated by the...
What's up?
Enjoying the sunshine.
And listening to my book.
Okay, I don't want to disturb you.
No, you're good.
It's just passed in and I saw the garage open.
Yeah, Dad went inside, he's sleeping.
You sleeping?
That's what I saw when I went to have food.
Oh, okay, that's alright. I just went out to... Needed a brush. Still painting.
The kitchen?
No, the kitchen finished.
Oh.
Finished the kitchen, but she keep giving me more work.
Who's giving you more
My
work?
wife.
Oh.
So I'm finishing up the front door now.
I felt like I saw her yesterday walking the trail.
Yeah, yesterday she went walking.
Yeah. I passed her yesterday.
But you go walking the trail? Yeah, it's only about a couple weeks now she started walking. She goes.
I recognize her. I'm like, that's his wife.
Yeah, she goes for some long walks. Okay.
Okay.
Gonna keep moving.
Alrighty. See you later.
Okay, Bandit.
Security you have in the knowledge. There are individuals with wrong knowledge, but through their security and conviction in it, make it right. There are also individuals with right knowledge, but through their insecurity and self-doubt in it, make it wrong.
That was
More
me.
important than what you do
That still
is
happens
the
to me at
conviction
times.
that what you're doing is right. To act on knowledge while in a state of insecurity and self-doubt will render the chapter 11.
Oh shit.
How to know exactly what action to take.
Damn. I don't know what chapter we were on.
Chapter 10. The desire of your desires. Insecurity and self-doubt.
Oh, right there,
will
chapter
render
9. Thank God I saved it. For me, what he just says spot on. Taking action and spreading knowledge with self-doubt is a recipe for disaster. Because if you don't have conviction in yourself, it's going to bring forth some nasty effect to us to some degree.
Potential of the knowledge useless.
Yeah.
Decide that you have everything you need and that you know more than enough to maximize the potential of that knowledge.
Always know more than enough.
The true process of manifestation. Manifestation is internally shifting to a degree to which you are no longer emotionally dependent on seeing reality change, when you are good with it and good without it. Diving deeper into this definition can alter everything. There are two layers to this definition. First, manifestation is focused on shifting internally, not externally. 2. When you are no longer emotionally dependent on what's going on outside of you, whether positive or negative, when you are good with it and good without it. Part 1. The common perception of manifestation is that it's about changing your reality. However, that idea will set you up to continuously fail to manifest or change your reality. So long as you desire to change your reality, you will be stuck playing the game of reality backwards. Your purpose for manifesting may be to change your reality, but the process of manifestation requires you to realize the outer world is of no significance, and to redirect significance to your inner world only. To be concerned with the outer world is to be concerned with the effect instead of the cause, a trap that many fall into that puts them in a perpetual cycle of never altering the effect. You want the effect to be different, but you don't pay any attention to the cause. How can you expect to alter the effect if you fail to alter the cause? This does not make sense.
True.
Manifestation isn't about changing reality. It's only about changing you. But so long as you're caught up in changing reality, you're caught up in trying to change an effect by changing an effect.
You got to change the
which
cause
does not make sense.
inwards.
With all your focus on the external, you indirectly neglect the internal.
Yep.
As a result, you'll fail to realize that you haven't changed. So how could reality possibly change? Ironically, the more you seek evidence of reality changing, the more you affirm that you haven't changed.
Yep.
Because if you had, there would be no need to look for proof. The
true.
change would already be your experience, which is internal. To be satisfied with yourself, but unsatisfied with your reality, is paradoxical. It's ignorance of the fact that the two are interconnected, which for most is the source of their unwanted reality. To desire change without change is against the nature of the universe. You can only go somewhere you've never been when you become someone you've never been.
Bar.
The process of internally shifting is simply the act of exchanging your current state of consciousness for the state of consciousness that matches with your desired reality. Completely different beliefs, a different level of conviction, a different perception, different emotionally charged thoughts, different focus, different reactions.
There's something that he said. You can only experience something different by choosing to be different. I have to scroll back just a smidge because the way he said that was brilliant.
Is of no significance. and to redirect significance to your inner world only. To be concerned with the outer world is to be concerned with the effect instead of the cause, a trap that many fall into that puts them in a perpetual cycle of never altering the effect. You want the effect to be different, but you don't pay any attention to the cause. How can you expect to alter the effect if you fail to alter the cause? This does not make sense. Manifestation isn't about changing reality, it's only about changing you. But so long as you're caught up in changing reality, you're caught up in trying to change an effect by changing an effect,
Right.
which does not make sense.
Paradoxical.
With all your focus on the external, you indirectly neglect the internal.
Yep.
As a result, you'll fail to realize that you haven't changed. So how could reality possibly change? Ironically, the more you seek evidence of reality changing, the more you affirm that you haven't changed. Because if you had, there would be no need to look for proof. The change would already be your experience, which is internal. To be satisfied with yourself, but unsatisfied with your reality, is paradoxical. It's ignorance of the fact that the two are interconnected, which for most is the source of their unwanted reality. To desire change without change is against the nature of the universe.
This part right here.
You can only go somewhere you've never been when you become someone you've never.
You can only go somewhere you've never been until you can only go somewhere you have been until you become someone you haven't been. You can only go somewhere. You can only go somewhere you haven't been until you have become someone you have not been.
The process of internally shifting is simply the act of exchanging your current, which for most is the source of their unwanted reality.
I'm gonna go back a moment.
To desire change without change is against the nature of the universe. You can only go somewhere you've never been when you become someone you've never been. The process of internally shifting is...
You can only go somewhere you've never been when you become someone you've never been. I want to write that down. I feel called to write that one down. I'm going to write it in this thing. You can. You can only go somewhere you've never been when you become someone you've never been. You can only go somewhere you've never been when you become someone you've never been. Now, of course, we're not becoming, we're realizing, because you don't have to become anything. You have to tap into the realization that you already are that. This is where I go a little bit deeper than that. You can only go somewhere you've never been when you become / realize someone you've never been. And I'm gonna make sure I wrote that down accurately. Just gonna scroll back just a smidge.
Is the source of their unwanted reality. To desire change without change is against the nature of the universe. You can only go somewhere you've never been.
You can only go somewhere you've never been. You can only go somewhere you've never been, right? Come on.
When you become someone you've never been.
When you become someone you've never been. Okay, perfect. I did write it down. I was just making sure I had that down. I wrote it in my, I wrote it down in my circles of alignment, authenticity, and authority. my circles. I've been making some notes lately, people. You can only go somewhere you've never been when you've become someone you've never been. It's one of those like paradoxical statements to some degree. You can only go somewhere you've never been until you become someone you've never been. How fascinating. Okay.
The process of internally shifting is simply the act of
I'll be right back in a
your current
moment.
state of consciousness for the state of consciousness that matches with your desired reality. Completely different beliefs, a different level of conviction, a different perception, different emotionally charged thoughts, different focus, different reactions, and different expectations. Part 2. If you manifested your desired reality right now, how would you feel? Happy, excited, amazing, euphoric, free, relaxed, secure, accomplished? If so, that's the exact reason your desired reality will never manifest. Conversely, if you never manifest your desired reality, how would you feel? Disappointed, crushed, sad, annoyed, frustrated, irritated, angry, empty? If so, that's the exact reason your desired reality will never manifest. Whether you realize this is or not, to grant the external the power to alter your internal state is a confession of a dependency on reality. To be dependent on reality is to require reality to give you what you desire. Those who are internally dependent on reality will forever be the slave of condition, circumstance, and the events of reality. To be independent of reality requires you to give yourself what you desire. Those who are internally independent of reality will never be the slave of condition, circumstance, or events of reality. The quickest way to determine if you're internally dependent on reality is to ask yourself whether you're postponing the feelings of your desired reality until it manifests. If that's the case, it means you're waiting for reality to change before allowing yourself to feel those feelings. But in doing so, you reinforce that your reality hasn't changed, so it doesn't. Ironically, the feelings you envisage as your desired destination are actually the starting point. They generate the frequency that signals to the universe that your desired reality is already yours. By feeling those emotions now rather than later, you shift your state of consciousness to the present, setting in motion the external changes that reflect your new reality. The postponement of the emotions you'd feel in your desired reality is the source of your internal dependency on seeing your desired reality, which indirectly shows your ignorance of how reality is materialized. On a deeper level, it is an indication of importance. Importance to the universe is interpreted as energetic space. The bigger the importance of your desired reality, the bigger the space between you and it. Conversely, the smaller the importance of your desired reality, the smaller the space between you and it. The more you are internally dependent on seeing reality change, the more importance you indicate to the universe, which means the more space there is between you and your desired reality. If you need your desired reality to materialize before you allow yourself to feel the way you would in that reality, you'll never generate the frequency required to bring it into existence. The world will never prove anything to you that you have not first proven to yourself. Internal independence of reality is the essence of what it means to be good with or without it, which is the prerequisite to altering your reality. Unfortunately, too often you are good with it, but not good without it. At first, this notion can seem frustrating. How can I be good without it when I need it? The truth is, this notion is liberating. The moment you are no longer dependent on reality, you are freed from it. which also frees up your desired reality to come to you effortlessly. Your desired reality is merely an aspect of you that already exists within, but it remains imprisoned by your internal dependency on what you believe it will give you. When reality can offer you nothing, it will offer you everything. Manifestation has nothing to do with doing, but everything to do with being. It isn't something you need to do, it's something you already do.
Bar.
Manifestation is like breathing, an effortless, unconscious process. Understanding this is the foundation of all manifestation. Only then will it be experienced as such. Think about the moments you were searching for a particular car online, and then suddenly you started seeing them everywhere in your reality. Think about the moments you were searching for some shoes online, and then suddenly you started seeing them everywhere in your reality. Think about the moments you were thinking about someone, and then suddenly they called or texted you. Manifestation is something you've always done effortlessly. You've never had a problem with it. Truthfully, learning about it is simply discovering what you've been doing forever. Mistakenly, many desire to manifest while negating that they already manifest. Then when they fail to manifest, they conclude they have a problem. Ironically, through their belief in a problem, they manifest one. So rid yourself of your old frequency's trickery, attempting to convince you that you have a problem manifesting. Ironically, there are no truths in reality other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true. So if you believe
That's
you will have
literally a
difficulty
paradox.
manifesting, then you shall. Practical. Many argue about the best technique for manifesting. Is it subliminals? Is it affirmations?
It's none of
Is
them,
it
and it's all of them at
visualization?
the same time.
Is it vision boards? Is it writing your goals down as if they are accomplished? None of these are the best way to materialize your desired reality. The best manifestation technique is you. Transcend the infancy of technique or law superiority. The only truth is you. The only law is the law of you. There is no secret method or technique. One method works for some, others work for others. Techniques themselves are useless. It is the conviction that you pour into the technique that activates it to work, and nothing else. The technique itself does not create reality. It merely positions you to create your reality by being in the internal state equivalent to your desired reality, so it can effortlessly unfold. The only purpose of these techniques is to internally shift you into the state of consciousness of your desired reality. To such a degree, you are no longer emotionally dependent on seeing reality change. Your unwavering conviction that it will work is the only thing that makes it work. That is what activates the technique. So, to reiterate a point made earlier, more important than what you do is the conviction you have in what you're doing. Scientists discovered the placebo effect during the 18th century, which proves that conviction alone creates change. If you take a sugar pill, truly believing it's medicine, your body responds as if it is because it's not the pill that holds the power, but your conviction in it. As humans, we are microcosms of the universe. The ancients stated, as above, so below. As below, so above, conveying that we are miniature, walking reflections of the universe. This means that the universe itself, being so below, as above, has its own placebo effect. So it's not about affirmations, visualization, vision boards, or writing your goals down as if they're already done. It's about you. That's what it's always been about. Techniques are like vehicles. It doesn't matter what car you ride in. All that matters is the fuel that's in the vehicle, because that will be what drives you to your destination. In order for a technique to work, using it must generate an intense degree of emotion. To do that, the technique must be vivid. Bear this in mind when choosing your preferred technique. The technique I exclusively teach clients. This technique can be used for a number of purposes: to alter an upcoming event such as a job interview, a date, a meeting, or simply an uncomfortable conversation. I have seen all the above unfold as desired, including court hearings that were definite jail time. It can also be used to internally shift you to resonate with the frequency or state of consciousness of your desired reality. It can also be used to rewrite a traumatic, painful, or upsetting past event.
I'm going to start to get ready, by the way, for this lower body
This method
experience.
capitalizes on the fact that the mind cannot distinguish between fact and imagination or consciousness. When imagination becomes real to the mind, it alters your frequency or state of consciousness to reflect that, causing reality to reorganize itself in alignment with your internal shift. This technique has the sole purpose of convincing your mind that what you are experiencing within is real, and it will only accept it as real if what you are experiencing within generates an intense degree of emotion and is vivid. An intense degree of emotion may mean euphoria. It may mean tears of joy. It may mean extreme gratitude. It may mean uncontainable excitement. It may mean deep peace. It may mean complete serenity. It is entirely dependent on how you would be upon attaining your desired reality. It is not one size fits all. I am rarely excited but often extremely calm, so that is the emotion that resonates my truth. Vivid implies clarity, which means knowing exactly what you want with pinpoint precision, so there is no room for confusion. These two components combined will be sufficient to convince the mind that the internal experience is something that has actually been experienced. It will then begin resonating with the frequency aligned to what you desire, setting in motion the materialization of that frequency into reality. As mentioned earlier, importance is the enemy of the materialization of your desired reality. The beauty of internally, intensely, and vividly experiencing your desired reality within through this technique is that the more you do it, the more your mind accepts that this has already happened, which decreases the external desire and importance placed upon it. The only way to reduce the importance placed upon your desired reality is experiencing it internally, because then, and only then, shall it no longer be desired externally, which aligns you with it. Your desired reality is only important because you don't have it, and if you did, it wouldn't be important. Too many see their desired reality as a pair of shoes in the shop window, instead of the pair they already own and have been wearing for months. The importance you give to a desired reality is an indication of internally lacking the frequency equivalent of that desired reality. You only want it because you don't have it. Using this technique correctly positions you to take your desired reality for granted. At first, this notion may seem confusing, but that is only until we look to human nature for understanding. As humans, unfortunately, it is within our nature
Just getting my play
to take
out
for granted
ready.
that which we have. By taking your desired reality for granted, you indirectly indicate to the universe that you already have it. Think about how everything you currently take for granted comes to you effortlessly. This does not contradict the notion that any technique you use must generate an intense degree of emotion. The purpose of this is to generate a frequency aligned to your desired reality. Fortunately, the natural side effect of intensely and internally feeling the emotions you'd feel in your desired reality is a reduced desire for it externally. In effect, killing two birds with one stone. The technique I exclusively teach to clients is simple and made up of two parts: the isolated practice of visualization and carrying that internal shift into your daily life. Part 1. 1. Clearly define the circumstance, event, or reality that you desire. There must be no confusion about what you want to manifest. 2. Sit or lie down until you reach a state of deep relaxation and stillness. Whether this takes 5, 10, 20, or even 40 minutes doesn't matter. Being relaxed is mandatory. Clarification. You'll know you're relaxed enough when your body feels loose, heavy, or weightless, and your mind becomes quieter. If you still feel restless, take more time. 3. Imagine a scene that includes someone who cares for you, a friend, partner, or family member who recognizes your desire by commenting on it in a natural and personal way. Clarification. If you don't have someone who would naturally comment on your success, use a person you admire, a role model, or even a past version of yourself, reflecting on the achievement. If your desired reality isn't something others would comment on, e.g., internal growth, imagine a scene where they acknowledge your transformation through a change in your energy, demeanor, or actions. 4. Include physical touch in the scene. A high five, fist bump, hug, or anything that feels natural with them and intimate. 5. Keep the scene short, focusing only on their comments on your desired reality materializing, and replay it again and again on a continuous loop. Clarification. The scene is kept short to prevent overcomplication. If it's too long, your focus will scatter. Keep it concise and impactful. To make the loop feel natural, imagine it like a movie clip replaying, fading out then seamlessly restarting. 6. If imagined vividly, you will naturally begin to feel the emotions you'd experience upon your desired reality materializing. Feel these deeply. Clarification. If emotions don't come easily, focus on amplifying the details. Tone of voice, expressions, warmth of touch. Emotion is triggered by immersion into vividness, so sink deeper into the scene. 7. There is no set time for this practice.
I'm going to start doing my 55 push-up squats and ab pull downs
Or fatigue.
while you all listen to this.
Clarification. If you notice yourself forcing it, don't push through. Ease out of it naturally and return to it another time. Part 2. 1. Pick a single, simple sentence that you would naturally say to yourself upon your desire manifesting. It must be authentic, what you truly think or say. Clarification. If you struggle to come up with a natural sentence, imagine seeing your desired reality unfold right now in front of you. What's the first thought that runs through your mind? That's your sentence. 2. What is the feeling you'd experience naturally and exclusively upon your desired reality materializing? Clearly define it. 3. Repeat the sentence in your head continuously throughout the day, feeling what you would feel if it were already your reality. Clarification. You don't need to say it out loud, just think it, like an internal affirmation. If you struggle to feel the right emotion, slow down and focus. Instead of repeating the sentence mechanically, imagine the depth behind it. There's no need to force constant repetition. If you forget to do it at times, that doesn't ruin the process. Just return to it whenever you remember. This isn't about repeating the sentence mindlessly all day, but about anchoring yourself in the feeling whenever possible. If your mood fluctuates throughout the day, don't panic. Shifting states is natural. Simply return to the sentence and feeling without resistance. In both aspects of the technique, simplicity is mandatory. Techniques can be used every day, but not for the sake of creation, as they do not create. They must only be used to internally experience the state of consciousness you desire. Do not make a chore out of it, as this perception will eventually lead to feeling obliged, bordering on resentment, which will emit a frequency that will negatively alter the frequency.
Make it up, make it fun. Make it fun.
Take a break and enjoy your reality. Here are some examples of how the technique can be applied to different desired realities. The desire for love. Part 1. Visualized scene. A close friend or family member hugging you while saying, "This is the love you've always deserved. You're so happy." or however your friend or family member would say it. Part 2. Mental affirmation. I'm finally in the relationship I've always wanted to be in. The desire for a specific job. Part 1. Visualized scene. A close friend or family member hugging you while saying, "Congratulations, I knew you were going to get the job," or however your friend or family member would say it. Part 2. Mental affirmation. I'm so grateful I got this job. The desire for a specific income.
I'll pause it in a moment and I'll explain everything, but then we'll play it back.
Close friend or family member
55 push-ups, y'all. 20 wide, 20 regular, 15 standard.
That's insane. Or however your friend or family member would say it. Part 2. Mental affirmation. Now I have more money than I can spend. The desire for a specific physique. Part 1. Visualized scene. A close friend or family member hugging you while saying, "You look like you live in the gym these days. You gotta train me." Or however your friend or family member would say it. Part 2. Mental affirmation. I'm in the best shape of my life. The desire for business success. Part 1. Visualized scene. A close friend or family member hugging you while saying, "Congratulations. How does it feel to be making X amount of money?" Or however your friend or family member would say it. Part 2. Mental affirmation. Sales are coming in like crazy these days. These are just some examples. Adapt them to your specific desire. All manifestation is instant. When aiming to materialize your desired reality, it's natural to ask, how long will it take to manifest what I want? This question is a confession of ignorance to the true essence of manifestation. Remember, manifestation isn't a matter of altering reality, it's about altering oneself. Altering oneself can happen in an instant, which would mean that all manifestations are instant. The act of altering reality requires a transcendence of third-dimensional constraint, one of those constraints being time. You need to transcend time by immersing yourself within the state of consciousness of your desired reality. By doing so, you experience the truest essence of your desired reality. Those who think manifestation is about altering reality will always wait for reality to be altered, which indirectly indicates to the universe they are lacking what they desire. Imagine your desired reality as a jacket. From the moment you step into its frequency or state of consciousness, you put on the jacket, and you remain in that state until you unconsciously choose to take it off, which is when you shift out of that frequency or state of consciousness. Once you have truly entered the state of consciousness or frequency of your desired reality, you will not need to see reality change. So, how long or when will not even be relevant. If it is, that is an indication that you must internally, intensely, and vividly experience your desired reality more. There are no big or small manifestations. Nothing in the universe is bigger than God, but paradoxically, whatever God deems bigger will be. Big or small are concepts that do not exist to the infinite. It is us defining that leads to confining. Your perception of a reality will always lead to
Didn't I say that earlier?
If you view your desired reality as big, then it will be too big for you to materialize. Not because it is big, but because you have made it so. Often, the difficulty of materializing our desired reality does not lay in the reality, but in our unawareness of how we make it difficult. To the infinite, the reality that you so greatly desire is no greater than the one you currently experience, and vice versa. It is all the same since it is above duality. It seems as though whatever we deem to be big becomes too big for our minds to conceive us materializing. So the wise thing to do would be to deem your desired reality as small. By deeming it small, it isn't too big for your mind to conceive materializing, which allows for a smooth materialization of your desired reality. You need to build manifestation muscle. Manifestation, despite being something you already do, operates in a similar way to a skill. There are individuals who seem to have the ability to materialize whatever it is they want, and the source of their power lies in their manifestation muscle. Some people have weak manifestation muscle, and others have strong manifestation muscle, which makes all the difference. Manifestation works like building muscle in the gym. The more you materialize, the stronger your manifestation muscle becomes. If you're trying to manifest something too big, too soon, without proper training, or building up smaller wins, you risk feeling stuck in a cycle of failure. Just like you wouldn't try to lift extremely heavy weights without training, you shouldn't expect to manifest huge desires without gradually working your way up. Manifestation muscle is nothing more than a measurement of conviction you have in your ability to materialize your desires. The more you see evidence of your ability to manifest, the more that strengthens your conviction. And the more conviction you have, the more and the easier you're able to manifest. It's likely that you don't have sufficient conviction in your ability to alter reality. That's not because you can't manifest. It is because you neglect the instances you do manifest. Remember, you have been manifesting on autopilot your whole life. By becoming aware that you are already manifesting, you recognize the invisible string that connects reality and your mind. The more evidence you see, the more conviction you have, and the more muscle you gain. Often, we do not realize that we have the conviction necessary to materialize our desired reality. A recommended way to build conviction is by materializing what you deem to be small things. The mind will naturally note these instances as evidence, which quickly stacks up. Manifest seeing a specific pair of shoes. Manifest seeing a specific car in a specific color. Manifest seeing a specific colored backpack. Manifest an available parking space. Each small success builds confidence, strengthens your conviction, and makes it easier to manifest bigger goals over time. Building manifestation muscle requires patience, consistency, and incremental progress. After a while, your mind will naturally have a shortcut, and the idea of your desired reality will seem easy. That is everything you need to know when it comes to manifestation. There is no other secret key or hidden ancient wisdom you are missing. You have it all, as you always have. I'd like to end this chapter by saying that manifestation is not you creating reality. There is nothing for you to create since all realities and frequencies already exist.
It's revelation.
Manifestation isn't creation. It is revelation. You are revealing what already exists within. Chapter 10. The desire of you from wanting a romantic.
That was too funny.
Love. How can I
That was too funny.
when I need to progress?
That was way too funny. I was like, and then it like froze. How awesome was that?
To alter your reality, but they cannot be unlocked unless you understand exactly what this means. You will never be able to let go or detach unless you know what you truly want.
Oh, it's a voice message. Someone's leaving me a voice message. That's why it froze. Duh. Ah. I wish there was a way to just disable that completely.
It's likely that you are reading this book.
55 squat or 55 ab pull downs are next.
Prosperity, health, love, abundance, and good fortune. This is your first mistake. So long as your motive is to change your reality, you're playing the game backwards. It's not about reality, and it never has been. Paradoxically, again, none of this is truly about changing reality. It's about changing you. When your focus is locked on fixing or controlling reality, you end up neglecting yourself. And in neglecting yourself, you unknowingly continue to create the very reality you're trying to escape. Everybody wants to change their reality one way or another, whether they want a romantic partner, better looks, material abundance, a specific career, more money, a specific house, a specific car, a specific holiday. better health, a life of freedom. We want things, and that's the issue. Most people spend their lives wanting things without things wanting them. The people who
Just
have
testing the microphone to make sure it's still working.
whether consciously or unconsciously, know how to make those things want them. Until you know how, you'll want forever, but never be wanted. If you hear the whispers of reality, you don't need to hear the screams. The workings of the universe have never been hidden from you. It's easier to make a cheetah come to you than it is to chase a cheetah. It's easier to make a butterfly come to you than it is to chase a butterfly. It's easier to make a fish come to you than it is to chase a fish. You're focusing on the wrong thing. You don't want what you think you want. You don't want that person. You don't want that amount of money. You don't want that house. You don't want that trip. You don't want that career. Big or small, you don't want anything that you think you want. But because you think you do, that's where all your energy is focused. And as a result, wasted. For anything you ever want in life, remember this. You don't want what you desire, but the internal state you believe it would put you in. Here are some examples to illustrate the point. You don't want a toothpick for the sake of wanting a toothpick. You want to be in comfort. You don't want a drink for the sake of wanting a drink. You want to quench your thirst and feel satisfied. You don't want a person for the sake of wanting a person. You want to be appreciated, seen, loved, and cherished, or sexually satisfied. You don't want a house for the sake of wanting a house. You want to feel accomplished, proud, and secure. You don't want more money for the sake of wanting more money. You want to feel secure, free, and relieved. You don't want the things themselves. You want how the things would make you feel. If they didn't change how you felt, you wouldn't want them. Whether the feeling is mild or strong, we still want it. If you dig deep enough, at the root of everything you'll ever want, you will find a frequency that you believe is missing. All we want in life is frequency. We were once interconnected and part of the infinite, but through materializing ourselves on this physical plane, we separated to a degree. And so every desire we have is nothing more than a feeble attempt to become whole again. You don't want anything in this world, even though you've become convinced that you do. What you want is a different state of consciousness than the one you have now. How can you expect to detach from the world when what you think you want is the world? It's a trap. This is why the notion of letting go or detaching makes sense intellectually, but not practically. Until your concept of what you desire changes, nothing will change. You will never want something in reality without reason. Reason is meaning, and meaning is always emotional, which poses a question. How do you think you'd feel upon materializing what you want? If you can answer that question, you can have what you want.
It's all about feeling, y'all. It's all about feeling. Paradox.
The universe interprets you wanting something as an indication that you don't have it. How can you want something that you already have? You only want that house because you don't have it. You only want that career because you don't have it. You only want that person because you don't have them. You only want more money because you don't have enough. This is how the universe thinks. In this universe, there are two chairs, wanting and having. You can't sit in two chairs at once. You're either in one or the other. Any time that you want something, the universe registers that you don't have it, and that is what's reflected, leading to a continual cycle of you wanting but never receiving.
You can only have what you already have.
Decline what you could have. Wanting something will repel you from ever having it. Having must be understood through the lens of the universe rather than the human definition. Having to humans and to the universe are two completely different things. For humans, having refers to physically possessing. On a universal level, having refers to vibrationally possessing. We humans want our desires because we physically don't have them. And if we did, then we wouldn't want them anymore because we'd already have them. To the universe, the physical plane is an illusion. It's insignificant as it isn't grounded in universal truth. The universe, knowing that reality is merely an illusion, doesn't revere it as we do. What it truly honors and responds to is vibration, because vibration is the cause, the source, and the truth behind the illusion. Only what is vibrationally possessed is real to the universe, because that vibration will eventually compound into frequency, which must become reality. Vibrational possession refers to your current mental and emotional state, which aligns with a frequency that aligns with a reality. If you want all your desires to be met on a human level, you must have them on a universal level. To revisit the point made at the beginning of this chapter, it's about shifting away from reality and towards your internal state. It's never been about reality. To vibrationally possess what you want, you must have it. And you have it the moment you occupy the mental attitude, frequency, state of consciousness, internal state of it. It's not about changing reality, it's about you giving you what you think you've been missing that you've had within you, and will always have to the end of time. You think getting what you want will make you feel a certain way, without realizing that feeling that certain way will get you what you want, because you have it. Use the technique already given. Ironically, the more you immerse yourself in feeling how you'd feel upon attaining your desired reality, the less you need it externally, and that's how you detach or let go. That's the light bulb moment that some will never experience. They will chase the career, the looks, the partners, and the money without realizing they're running in the wrong direction. The more they run, the further and further they stray from what's truly real, which is within. Detachment can only take place when you detach from what doesn't truly exist. Letting go can only take place when you let go from what doesn't truly exist. Chapter 11.
Perfect segue for the moment. We're going to continue that. I'll play that later, but I'll leave that there. I mean, I can play it right now. Hold on, let me check it out. Let me check it quickly. Hope you all were paying attention to all that and not being distracted by the third dimensional stuff. Because I didn't just play it for me, I played it for all of you. So hopefully y'all were paying attention to that, whoever was there. Let's see, luminary. Joel Sunny, what a nice last name he's got. He's got a beautiful last name. Lucky dude for being named Sunny. Ooh, violin, Lindsey Sterling. The song is done, we're starting. Totally Lindsey Sterling vibe. Oh, I've been rising. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? I'm a 15-dimensional being, damn it. Of course. No arrogance there. I love it. Thank you very, very much. I love it because Lindsay Sterling vibe. Lindsay Sterling being like waifu, of course. She gotta find me though. I'm not chasing her, as you all heard in the as Nero's that's not Nero actually speaking in that audiobook, but that's his book. Someone else decided to narrate it for him. Or some AI. I can use my excellent microphone and actually narrate it. Chapter 1. Your old frequency has you. Yeah. Maybe what you said. Well, it's because Lindsay Sterling and me are one. I mean, she's gotta level up a little bit, of course, because she's still operating from a little bit of a, how do I explain it? She's operating from great connection with people, but there's a little bit of like stuff that she still has to let go of. Of course, I still have stuff to purge from myself, but she's got to tap into her oneness. All right, anyways, let me not get too carried away with that. Lower body day, y'all. It's lower body day. 30 minutes. This one is slow and control and partials. We've done this one before, but I haven't done this one in a while. And I saved the video on my playlist, so I can go back and listen to it. Right. I have to go back to the tab that I was in. It's going to be 30 minutes. I believe it's going to be 40 seconds of play, 20 seconds of rest. You know, yesterday when you said that name, I totally butchered Monica's name, but you didn't, no, there's nothing. Hey, dude, I'm shallow as fuck at times too. It's okay. You like what you like. When I said Monica's last name, I was like, shit, I said her name. I said Buccelli. I'm like, that's not how you say her last name. It's Bellucci. So my question is, what's the reason for Monica? Because you know, you asked me the question yesterday. What was the reason for Monica? What is it about her that you enjoy? I know who she is, but I'm curious why, of all, why her? Because I didn't get an answer from you because you had disappeared for a bit. Since, you know, YouTube doesn't tell me when you leave and when you come back, when you leave, I have to like play psychic and know, is this person here? YouTube, if you're listening, please add that feature like TikTok that shows this person has joined the live stream. It's so simple. Come on. What you doing, YouTube? You add all these other features. I know you're listening, YouTube. I know you are. So put that feature in. Yeah. She exudes great energy. Hey, that's a good that's a good enough reason. I mean, that's a great enough reason. That's how I feel about Lindsey Sterling. Like, she has great energy when she's not getting into this whole silliness about she'll never find her man and all this stuff. I'm like, hey, yo, Lindsey, I'm right here. What you waiting for, girl? I've actually even texted her. I literally went on Instagram and I sent her a message. I'm not lying. I'm being serious. But of course, you know, people would be like, you're stalking her. You're stalking Lindsey Sterling. I have no fear to reach out to anybody. No fear at all. Why? Because they're just another human being that puts on pants the same way I do. Unless I deleted my message. I must have deleted it. Because she never saw it anyways, because, you know. Message. Nope, I left it back on October 1st, 2023. I messaged Lindsey Sterling. See? I left the message for her. That's her account. I left all that. Now, of course, I didn't say, hey, I'm your husband. I can type that. In fact, I'm going to type, I'm waiting for you, Lindsey Sterling. I'm leaving another message. Hey, wife, I'm waiting for you as you're in your journey and we will be in alignment. I love you. She does get a lot of DMs, but I trust that she will eventually find me. The thing is, like, yes, you have to still take physical action, and that's what Nero was saying. You can't just like la 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 and just like expect that it's just gonna fall in your lap. But at the same time, you know what he was saying, if you were paying attention, it's not about the person, it's about the feeling that you get. And it's about being in that feeling and having it now. And then they will materialize. That's how that works. Like, it's not about the money, it's about the feeling what money brings to you. It's not about the business, it's about what the business does for you. It's not about the partner, it's about what you feel from a partner, like the admiration, the appreciation, the, you know, having someone see you and acknowledge you, even though you don't need acknowledgement because you can acknowledge yourself. It's that stuff. But yes, you're right. You also have to take some action too. You can't just like, la 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 la, I wish Lindsey Sterling will find me. I'm point blank told her, hey wife, I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you. I have no fear because she's just another person. Why do you believe you have to fight for love? That's a human perspective. It's not, it's not worth fighting for, it's worth living for, I would say. Because fighting implies like this. I don't have to fight. I can live and have love. That's my perspective. I challenge anything anyone says. So again, you don't like what I have to say, it's a take it or leave it. But anytime I see anything, I will challenge things that are said in the live stream. So, and Yes, you can say this is existential, take it or leave it. Love is not worth fighting for. Love is worth living for. That's a bar. Make note of that. You don't need to fight for love. You need to live for love. Actually, you don't even need to live for love because you are love. Yeah, boy. But it's true. Love is something that is worth it. But I wouldn't fight for it. I would live for it. I will give for it. I will serve for it. I will happily project as much as I can for it, but not fight for it. Now, of course, like having to fight for someone implies that you might be in misalignment. Kind of. Again, perspective. You see, I'm not going to just entertain a lot of things like other humans. I think differently because I'm on a whole other frequency. I'm back. Anyways, yes, I agree what you said though. I get what you're saying. Yeah. And that whole sometimes you can't rely on other things and act, that's also belief. You still have to take action. You have to get into alignment mentally, spiritually, and physically. 3 planes of existence. If you were here listening to the book, you must have heard him say that. You have to take action, yes. You can't just sit there, like I said, la 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 la. That's not going to work. I declared that I'm going to have 55,000. I'm not going to have, I have it already. 55,000 US dollars. In the eyes of the universe, that's not big. I'm making that small. And now, the brain is going to have to get into work. Now, I'm letting go of the when and the how. I already have it. I feel it. I know I already have it. It's going to come. When it's supposed to come, it's going to come in the physical. What is that going to bring? More of already what I have. Security, safety. Security, freedom. So with Lindsay Sterling or any woman, being able to give my affection to someone, being able to receive affection from someone else, being able to know that someone loves me for who I am and not having to put on a mask and having to pretend to be something I'm not. Yeah, that feels good. All right, I think you disappeared. I don't know when you're here or when you're not here, but it's okay. I think Soul Fam is here paying attention. I know you're in the background doing your thing. Or it might be T-Bray. Fire in the hole. Anyways, y'all, it's time for us to get rolling. All right. Yep. Love is one of those things that you have it, you always have it, and you always will have it, and you don't have to seek it outside of you. That's why I've been able to cultivate a relationship with myself and be pretty happy with myself up until, recently, and I started getting back in the third dimensional thinking mind, There is there is someone who I do really care about. Now I've already told her, she already knows, and I let that be. And we're walking the path together and seeing where this journey unfolds for us. But I told her, and I don't go back on my word, that I have her back always. She knows who she is. She actually jumps on the live stream once in a while. I literally was like shocked when I heard that she jumps on the live stream. I'm like, oh shit. Okay. But at the same time, I'm like, no. It was meant for her to jump on to hear some of the stuff that is being said, because it's actually for her, and it's actually her speaking to herself. Anyways, whether it's Lindsay Sterling, whether it's her, whether it's someone else, all I know is, why do we desire? It's exactly what Nero just said in the book. What is it that we desire from this? It's a feeling. Everything we do, I'm about to get in a flow, my goodness. Everything we do in this known universe is based on how we feel. Why do you think you do what you think that you're doing? It's based on what you feel. Why do you think you go and eat that ice cream? Because it's something that makes you feel good. Why do you think you go drink alcohol? Because it makes you feel a certain way. Everything we do is based on how we feel, and everything that we're doing is truly on feeling, and feeling is basically part of emotions, and emotions are what's the language of the subconscious, which is then tied to God. So basically the answer is, feeling is the answer, not thinking. And so like with Lindsay Sterling or anyone else, you know, what is the feeling I'm looking for? Well, I have to look within. I already have it. This admiration for myself, this love for myself, this appreciation for myself, this confidence for myself, this caring for myself. Because I never looked for it inwards, and I did bring it to some degree with an ex-wife, which again, today is her birthday. Happy birthday, Juliana. Wishing you so much love and blessings. I see her as my sister now. It's kind of weird. My ex-wife is my sister. How awesome is that? Happy birthday to you, sister. But you know, I had to go through and grow through a whole bunch of shit. Yeah. I had to go through a whole bunch of things with her, because I was seeking it outside of me, and it came with some nasty side effects. Now, I have it all within. So, I radiate inwards, and it magnetizes outwards. So I'm magnetizing Lindsay or whoever else to me, whoever I'm supposed to be. But I have to remember, why are we seeking love? Right, because it's a feeling. Also, it's 2:22, so it's time for me to get rolling. So, enough chit chat. Y'all, if you don't have dumbbells, how are you going to be doing this? Well, it's simple. You're going to be doing squats and lunges, quite simply. You're either going to go down and do a squat, or you're going to do some lunges forward, or you're going to do some lunges backwards, or you can do lunges sideways. Either way, you're going to be doing lunges, or you can be doing calf raises. You can do hamstring. So hamstring is like with your bridge, like this. Or you can walk out your hamstrings, like this. So anything hamstring related, you'll be doing that. So, no excuse. If you have no dumbbells, no excuse. Because you can do any of this stuff. For us with a dumbbell, it's slow and controlled. So what that means is you're going at a certain tempo. So again, let's get right down to it. We're going to listen back to the book though when we're done. We're on chapter 11. So don't worry, I got you. when I'm done this play out and we're finished the abs, which you have an ab exercise to do after this for 10 minutes, we will listen to the book. Because after that, I just have to do my mobility training, which is just 4 movements: hip, knee, hamstring, ankle. And I'll choose some exercises and take it from there. Okay. With that being said, drink water, go at your own pace, take breaks if you have to, follow along as best as you can, and enjoy. "50 seconds of play, 25 seconds of rest." There's 12 sets, 2 exercises per set. Slow and control, and then a partial. So we're doing sumo deadlift, slow and controlled. So he's got 1 big dumbbell, so I'm gonna use two of my dumbbells. So you're doing sumo. As you can see, I'm going slower than normal. So this is a challenging one because this one requires a little bit more focus. We're gonna be doing partials after this. You're gonna get a 25-second rest. Holding the dumbbell for longer than 40 seconds can be challenging, but it's okay, we got this. So we're doing partials next. So partials is like you're going down and then back up. You're not slow and control on this one. So this is partials. Feeling in my legs there. Very good. A little bit of a dance there. Okay, split squat to the right, so you're gonna hold the dumbbell in your left hand, bring your right foot forward, your left leg back. So it should look like this. Slow and controlled. So I'm holding the dumbbell in my left hand. This is my right knee. You can put your hands on your hips if you like, or keep it just suspended like this. Or you can keep it like this as well for stability. It's a really good exercise already. So now we're going to be doing partials. No dumbbells though. So you're gonna do this body weight. So you're gonna do partials without the dumbbell. So you can lean forward. So you see body weight is very very potent here. You're gonna feel it. For those who are doing dumbbells right now with me, you're gonna feel body weight. So for those who haven't been doing, who don't have weights, don't underestimate body weight. Your body weight can do a lot. Whew. Wow. Feeling it. In a great way, of course. Wow. Very good. Move that out of the way. Oh, we're going back to sumo squats. Okay. That's interesting that we're going back to sumo. We're not going back to, that's weird. I think sumo might be the staple here. Just get ready. You might be doing sumo quite a lot in this one. Slow and controlled. Okay. Partials are next. Lots of concentration here. That's why I like using my fitness. My fitness helps me with concentration. Everything is intertwined with each other. Okay. Now left side. So you're gonna bring your left, you're gonna hold the dumbbell in your right hand and your left leg's going forward. Slow and controlled here. Okay. Partials, body weight. So left foot forward again. You're not going fully down or up. You're kind of like hovering, kind of like pulsing. I'm feeling what my body's feeling right now. Getting really connected with my body inwards. Get ready for sumo. I'm sure it's sumo next. Let's see. Oh, actually, no, it's not. It's Romanian deadlift. Slow and controlled. So for you, without the dumbbells, you're gonna go down like this and come back up. Slow and control. So here, where I gotta be mindful. So for us with the dumbbell, give your back, keep it straight and bend your knees a little here. Now, of course, if your back is rolling, it's okay, but you'll wanna feel it in your hamstrings here. So if you're not feeling any pull in your hamstrings, stick out your butt more, keep your back straight like this, and give your knees a little bit of a bend. You'll feel it in your hamstrings. Very good. The next one's gonna be careful with this one. We're gonna do partials next. So you're not coming fully back up or down. You're basically, you're hovering essentially. So be mindful here. Very good. Get. Sumo? Nope. One dumbbell, right hand, right leg going back, rear lunge. So I'll do it from this side. So you're basically going backwards like this. This is like easy mode right now for me. Because of all the mobility training I've been doing with my knees and stuff, it's gotten easier. Very good. Body weight. Yep, body weight. Actually, 1.5 reps. Move this onto the grass. So you're going 1, half, back up. 1, half, back up. I used to not like doing lunges at all, y'all. Like, I did not like lunges at all because my knees would, and my, like, it would be so tight. Now I love it. Even when we're doing like cardio, like when I'm doing those switch lunges and I'm jumping back and forth between the lunges. Romanian deadlift again. Yep, Romanian deadlift again. Romanian deadlift and then the partial. And then the left side. So remember, this one's slow and controlled. Now someone might ask me, how come you don't lift heavier? I mean, I can definitely lift heavier weights, but why don't I do it? Well, it's because I don't have to. This body gets enough with 30. Like, my body's already strong enough with 30. Like, my goal right now, I already have the strength. I've already proven that I can lift the 290 pounds with no problem. So, like, what's my goal then? Stay flexible. So I can, like, you know, be able to be twisting my body in all kinds of ways. I have the strength already. Now I just have to gain back my flexibility. Partials are next. So again, be mindful here. This also takes a little bit more concentration because no shoes on, so it can't protect my feet. That actually was pretty good for my spine and my hamstrings there. So you're gonna hold the dumbbell in your left hand. I should face it this way, my bad. You know, actually, our brother messed up on the video. That's why I know I'm paying attention, because I was using my right hand the last time and I saw him using his right hand. But right now he's using his right hand again with his right leg. So he actually didn't edit that properly. He used the same clip twice. See? You pay attention. See, right now he's moving his right leg. He's supposed to be moving his left leg. So Ooh, I like this track that's playing here. The one that's about to play right now. There's something in the air. You want to see dancing? Oh shit, okay, hold on. I gotta get a chair. One sec. If you don't have a chair, get a chair. We're gonna definitely require a chair. We're doing step ups. Totally. Thank God I saw that. That chair is not gonna stay stable, so this chair is. We are holding the dumbbell with the right hand and we're going up with the right knee. Okay. Of course, this is not the highest I can go, but a little bit of balancing has to be had here because the chair is like gonna buckle. Is it body weight next? Yep, body weight. Right leg, no weights. Chair is like kind of slipping, so just kind of making sure. Actually, I should put the weight on the chair. There, it holds me in place. Just in case the chair goes toppling. Slow and control. Thank God for this because like I've been doing a lot of knee movements lately and balancing. See, have to think outside the box right away. This is what else I have to do when I'm out here. Think outside the box. If I see like things showing up like that, forces me to be creative in the mind. What's next? Curtsy lunges to the right. I'm gonna move the chair out of the way. You're gonna hold the dumbbell in your left hand. And you're gonna bring your, I think he messed up again, but we're doing curtsy to the right. So I'm making sure my knee points above my toes now. But you're holding the dumbbell in your left hand. And you're bringing your left leg behind your right leg. Okay. Body weight, I believe, is next. Yep, body weight. No, not 1.5, just body weight. Slow and control again. So your left leg behind your right leg. This is like easy mode for me. In fact, one of the moves we're going to be doing probably today is dragon squats, which is basically curtsy lunges. We'll see. We'll see what I feel. Curtsy lunges are done. Now we're gonna be doing from the left. We're gonna do step ups. And this time, I'm gonna be smart. This is the left leg. Okay. Step ups without dumbbell. All right. Oh shit, fell. Because this chair has a slant on it, I have to create my own balance without falling. Okay. I don't require the chair anymore, but I'll leave it here just in case. Hold the dumbbell in your right hand and bring your right leg behind your left knee. Now I'm actively paying attention to my knee over my foot. Never really used to do that. Very good. I like this track as well. Hi, Bubba. So we're doing deadlift partial, deadlift whole, and deadlift full range. 30 seconds each. So this is partial. No rest in between, but if you have to take a pause, take a pause. Okay, you're gonna hold. It's actually 20 seconds each. Now you're doing full range. My dumbbells are too wide, so I have to like adjust my movements coming up. Well, y'all, congratulations. Congratulations, y'all. Okay, hold on one sec. Let me put my dumbbells away. That way it's out of my way. I don't have to bring it back in later. Just do it now. And then we're gonna do the cool down and stretch. Congratulations, y'all. You did great. You did very, very good. You did very, very good. Then I gotta sweep up my mat because we're gonna do abs for 10 minutes and then we're done. Well, I have 55 leg raises to do and then I'm done. You all are done after the abs, unless you're done now. Choice is yours, of course. Choice is yours, of course. So let me quickly grab the broom, dust off this quickly. That way I get this ready for abs. And just brush off this area too, because yesterday Mom brought a bunch of dirt down, and she did sweep, but I mean, she didn't fully like clean it. So she basically brought more dirt over here for no reason. So I'm just undoing that right now. Regardless, there's always gonna be some dirt because I'm gonna be stepping on the concrete in a moment. So I can just like clean it up. Yeah. Okay. Just cleaning the chair. Cool beans. I don't think I'll require the chair later. I think that would be it. couple things I want to clean up over here. You know, when I get in the cleaning phase, like it's like I don't stop cleaning. But I'm just cleaning up this area because this side of where we go, like I don't like, it's a little dirty, so I want to give it a nice little clean. That way, nice and polished. Ah, yeah. I'm gonna bring more dirt on here. Okay. Okay, so that goes like that. Time for us to do 10 minutes of abs, but first things first, let's do some stretching. Drink some water. All right. Go ahead and you can grab, you can touch the ground or touch your feet. You can't touch the ground. Then go ahead. Okay. You can put your fists on the ground. And get in child's pose here. Okay. You can do cat cow. We'll be doing some stretching right after abs, you know, the one cobra stretch and cat cow, and then of course that other one. Yes, I'm winding my hips here. How awesome. Rested squats. Something I already do. I already do rested squats all day. Well, almost all day, but you know. Oh, I should practice 90-90 transitions. Oh, did 90-90 transition already. How awesome. I can do 90-90 transitions without having to use my hands. I mean, he's not doing that. I mean, you know. Okay. He's... Who would have thought I would be an advocate for stretching? I never thought I would be advocating for stretching and for mobility training. Okay, y'all. We are, we're gonna go ahead and get rolling on abs now. It'll be 10 minutes. Before we start, ab exercises do not give you abs. You already have abs. They're hiding under a layer of fat. How you reduce your fat is through by nutrition, rest, managing your stress, doing resistant type training, like lifting weights using resistant bands, etc. You can lose weight through cardio. Yes, it's possible as well. And you know, follow what works best for your body, because your body is uniquely yours. You know, more protein, less carbs is the general rule, but again, I've seen many people who eat a lot of carbs not gaining weight, and in fact, they may even lose weight, or they may even burn even more fat, because it comes down to maybe a lot of other things that they've told the body, or it's placebo, or they're like, I don't gain weight. And if you tell yourself I don't gain weight, then you don't gain weight. But if you tell yourself I'm gaining weight, then the brain is sending a subconscious signal to your entire body that you're gaining weight. Like every time I eat like a muffin or a Danish or a donut, I'm like, no, I'm gaining protein from this, because it's all energy. I know people say, but that's not how this works. That's not reality, isn't it though? Again, go back to the audiobook when Nero was talking about a sugar pill, the placebo. The brain will create the chemicals for your body to heal. If you have so much conviction that that pill is going to heal you from whatever you're going through, it's going to heal you, but it could just be a sugar pill, for all you know. Literally, it's the conviction that you put into that pill. It's the same thing about your manifestations. Like, it's not about the technique, it's about the convictions you fuel the technique with, that you imbue the technique with, that energy, you're fueling it. It's like fueling the supercar. You're fueling the car with the right amount of, right type of fuel. If you're fueling the car, let's say the Supra, with regular gas, it's not gonna run properly. It's meant for 91 octane. If you put 87 regular, it's not gonna run properly. In fact, you're gonna fuck up the engine. And that's an analogy or a metaphor for using conviction. So it's not about the vehicle, it's about the fuel that you use through the vehicle. So your fuel is conviction. All right, I have to get that one out of the way. See, I can go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on and on and on. 10 minutes of abs, y'all. Let's do this thing. I haven't done this one in forever. This one's from 4 years ago.
For this intense ab
Oh shit,
workout,
this
the
one's
only thing
old.
you're gonna need is a mat. And for this first set, you've got 1 minute on the clock to complete 3 different lower ab movements. 10 reps each, and we're gonna repeat that 3 times. Here we go.
Nah. There's a reason why his older ones, I'm not really into too much of his older ones. This one looks good. These older, like old ones where he's in his old room, it's like devastating. Okay, keep your lower back flat and you're doing crunch hold. So you're just holding. So 10-second rest. Then we're doing pulsing. "20 seconds of pulsing. Haven't done one of his old ones in forever, so let's see what we got. Changing it up a bit. So we're doing a toe reach or toe touch. We're holding. Okay, so there's gonna be holds and there's gonna be the actual movement. So it's gonna actually be pulsing on this one. We're not actually reaching for our toes. We're pulsing. Remember to keep your lower back flat to the mat. Okay, so we're doing eagle arm hold. Oh yeah. We're doing eagle arm hold, pulses now. Holy sh! Wow. These pulses are really something right now. Bolt hold. It's only 20 seconds, so it's not too bad, but like still. Now we're doing crunch kick pulses. Pulses. So this is the pulsing. Felt like something was crawling on me just now. Yeah, this one's gonna be fun. Leg lower hold. Really sucking that gut. leg lower pulses.
You're doing great, y'all. Okay. All right, Dan, this one's challenging me indeed. We're doing a plank hold to the left. I'm gonna put my feet in the grass for this. We're doing dips. I'm gonna actually do some extra moves here. Okay. I'm gonna face this way. We're gonna hold. I know I'm facing the away from you all, but you can see what I'm doing. I don't usually face away from the camera, but because bare feet, concrete, getting digged into, not my favorite thing in the world. So planks is next. He's holding plank like this, so we'll do the same thing he's doing. Usually I put my fingers, like my hands together like this, but I'll keep them parallel. Suck in your gut here. So we're doing plank saws. So you're gonna be balancing on your toes here. This is actually good for ankles and toes. So we're doing plank hold to the right. So I should actually go this way. So you're just holding it. Put your right foot. So we're doing right leg, like right leg knee tucks with the pulsing basically. It's basically mountain climber pulsing with the right leg only. And then we're gonna switch legs. Same thing other side. Very good. Same thing with the left leg now. This was from 4 years ago when I first met him. Congratulations, y'all. We're done. We're done. We did the thing. You did good. Come on. I'm gonna go get some water, actually. Cool beans, y'all. Congratulations, we're done. It's funny because there's the next ab movement. All right, we're gonna go ahead and do we're gonna go ahead and do some ab stretches, and then I'm gonna do 55 of my leg raises, and then I'm gonna get to my mobility training, 4 exercises. Get that done. Making sure I do some different things, but keeping in pace with what I'm doing. So with that being said, go ahead and you can get on your back or on your tummy here, and then you're gonna bring yourself up, and then you're gonna look back. Perfect. You're gonna come up, come back up, and then you're gonna go cat-cow again. I really got to get rid of that last bit of belly fat. But we're getting there. And now, this move, if you can do it, awesome. But you're gonna lean back and you're gonna keep your shoulders flat on the mat, and you're gonna suck in your gut. Perfect. Okay. You all are done. I still have 55 of these leg raises to do. I'm gonna take a moment to pause, take in the energy. Very good. Hey, Paps. Hey, Shadow. Hey, Paps.
Greetings. Oh, guess what I get to show you? After I spoke with my aunt, like, you know, the one that's very Christian-y, I tapped into a frequency. But you already know, because you're psychic. You already know what I'm about to show you. I don't have to show you, but I'm going to show it to you because you're psychic. Look at what a heart really is. I can never go back to seeing a heart the way I seen it before. Look at the points. It all makes sense now. Look at that. The zero state. The journey's converging back to oneness at the points. And we go on these arduous journeys. These lines represent the journey, and we leave and we separate. And we get back to the oneness. Yeah. The totality. The allness. The oneness. The everythingness. See? That is how you know I'm back. That's how you know I'm back. Not that I ever left, but you know. I just finished my play out. I have to do 55 leg raises and then I'm like done. Well, I have my forward mobility movements to do and then I'm done. I'm done? Yes, I'm done. That's going in. That's going in. That's going in. That's going in. Hey, oh yeah. Okay. So I can no longer see a heart the way I used to see it. That was around 11 something this morning. We were listening to Nero's audiobook. I'm going to listen to it. We're on chapter 11. Chapter 11 literally just started. I was basically contemplating, like, why are we going after what we're going after? Well, it's simple. The answer is simple. Again, we are all just looking for a feeling, because that's what we do. Like that brother over there. Why is he in the pool? Because he's looking to freshen himself from the hot. Why are they chatting? Because they desire connection. Why am I live streaming? Because I desire to share a feeling with the world. Not just information. Sharing this information is a feeling of like empowerment. It's a feeling of connectiveness, of helping someone to potentially feel better. They may feel like they're lost. They may feel like they're stuck somewhere. So I do this because I feel that it's very helpful. Why did I do my exercises just now? Because it makes me feel good with my body, which then will trigger into or activate in my mind, which then will activate in my soul. Why am I sitting right now? Because it feels good to just sit and relax. Everything we do is based on how we feel, not what we think. So when we want all that money, even though want implies you don't have, and you can only have what you already have, it means you just are looking for safety and security. And if you can find that safety and security within, then you let go of it all, then you have it all. That's the funny part. It's the paradox. That's why we do things. That's the reason why we do things. Because it's based on how we feel. Just like what I'm about to do here. Why am I about to do these 55 leg raises? Because I know my abs are going to feel nice and good. Which, by the way, 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I just sent that drawing to my aunt. 13, 14, 15, so that she can see. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20,
21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 8, 29, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah! Feels like something's crawling on me. Damn it. I didn't want to stop there. 7, 8, 9, 50, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, I didn't do 55 in a row because it felt like something was like rolling down my back. It felt very like, it felt weird. Maybe it was God touching me like this. All right. Actually, no. Yeah. Yeah. Just saying hello to my neighbor. Let's go. I'm making sure my body's like Jell-O. What's the opposite of Jell-O? Fudge? No. Pudding? No. Custard? Yes. Frozen custard. Opposite of Jell-O is custard. Actually, it depends on what your custard looks like. I used to hate custard so much. I hated that thing. It tasted awful. And then one summer, as like a teenager, I finally fell in love with frozen custard. But we haven't had it in like 10 million, well, I haven't had it in 10 million years. Okay. Sister, how are you doing? No, let me ask you a better question. How's your heart, mind, soul doing and feeling? I know it's doing stellar. Ooh. I'm gonna do one more stretch for myself. One more cobra. I require a cobra. Why does it feel like I always have something crawling on me? Get off of me. Okay. 4 exercises to do. Like 4 mobility training exercises, because we're not doing all what she has me doing, since I'm building my own stuff now. I'm building my own stuff. Wow. Time to open up the school app. The only reason why I'm even looking at the school app is for one reason. The very fact that I can see the ones that I haven't done before. And okay. School app, let's go, baby. I wonder if I even have, like, I could just hit done on that one. Like, that's done. Like, I don't even have to do that. Fundamental snacks. Build the foundation pattern. What the hell is this? Hold a deep squat with a natural spine. Okay, so this stuff is before photos important. Yeah, I don't have any before photos, unfortunately. I bought a bunch of stuff for her thing. I have a white belt, a blue belt, a purple belt, a brown belt, and black belt for splits. Holy shit, black belt. I have a whole bunch of stuff that I bought. I didn't realize I bought like all this stuff. I bought all this stuff. My goal was to just get improvement in my mobility. That was number one. That's primary number one. Sure. That one's done. I don't really require that. Wait till y'all start seeing me do handstands and splits, and I release my Bankai, and then I go Super Saiyan, and then I use my Rasengan. You all are gonna be running for your lives. All right, no, I'm kidding. Okay, so we got hamstrings today. Single leg RDL. Single leg good morning. What's the difference between the two? Single leg good morning.
Back. You're going to prop yourself up into a...
Why doesn't that go back?
Okay, the single leg good morning. This is the king of hamstring exercises. You're going to want to have good balance for this. So if you don't, I'm going to show you a regress variation. What you're going to do is stand on one leg. Working leg is locked, okay? So we want to lock the knee. When we lock the knee, we really isolate the hamstring. Okay. So if you're keeping your knee...
So I'll do that one. So single leg good morning. I'll do 20 per leg. Hips. So I did 90. I don't know if you saw me do 99 transition yesterday, but if you didn't, I did that yesterday. I'm gonna do Cossack squats. Actually, no, I'm gonna do horse stand squats.
Okay, now the horse stand squats. You're gonna assume a 5-step horse stance width. Now, toes can point slightly out. They don't have to point forward, slightly out. And from that position, you're just going to squat. Okay? So it's sort of squatting in between your hips.
Okay, so squat for my hips. That move. What's the next step I'm going to do? Knees. Let's see what knees we're going to do. I'm going to do pelican step-ups.
Leg like that. Okay, so the Poliquin step-ups. These are great for your knees, for strengthening those muscles.
I'll do that one. I'll do 30 of those for my leg, for my knees, and then for my ankles. Single leg balance. I did single leg balance the other day. What about ankle roll and squat? Knee to wall raises? What the fuck is knee to wall raises? Did I not do this one already?
Now, most people do not train the shoulders. You're going to find yourself a wall, pole, something to hold on to, and you're going to assume a position, lunge position, and with your back heel flat on the floor, you're going to drive that knee forward. So you're going to feel a massive, massive stretch in your Achilles, in your foot. From there, you're going to lift up, okay, as high as you can onto those toes, okay? So from here, lower, drive.
Okay.
And I'm actively...
I'll do that one. Okay. Let's get rolling. Get these done and out of the way. Actually, I'm gonna play Nero's book so you all can listen to the book while I'm doing these things. So that way you're not just like watching me just like. So I'll play back the book. So I'm gonna put the microphone here, and you all can listen to the book. I don't need to look at the video because I have all the moves.
Know exactly what action to take. Principle, Chapter 11. How to know exactly what action to take. Principle. You may still be asking, what action do I need to take to manifest my desired reality? How do I act? When do I act? The blueprint of your desired reality exists within you. Imagine if you had instructions from the version of you in your desired reality on exactly what to do to get there in the most efficient and effortless way. From the perspective of infinite parallel universes, the version of you living in your desired reality isn't just a wish or goal. It's a reality that already exists. Another way of conceptualizing it is to understand that the essence of everything is within you, which means all frequencies and all realities are also within you. Whether through the lens of quantum physics or spirituality, everything that you'll ever need and ever want is already within you, simply waiting to be accessed. The guidance and instructions are ready and waiting, but first you need to know the multi-dimensional sequence. That's when you'll know exactly what to do. The mistake that most make is acting on a frequency contradictory to their desired reality. The wrong frequency, even with the right action, will always lead to the wrong reality. The wrong state of consciousness, even with the right action, will always lead to the wrong reality. In a battle between actions and frequency, frequency wins every time. You cannot and will not out-hustle your frequency. The masses live in frequencies that are contradictory to their desired reality. They spend their life senselessly taking action to get to their desired realities, without ever realizing that action doesn't create reality, only frequency does. They are like flies trying to get outside through a closed window. They desperately want to escape, so they continuously bash into the window with all their might, burning themselves out and eventually dying on the windowsill. Taking action to become wealthy while being in the frequency of poverty will only lead to a reality of poverty. No action from poverty will ever bring wealth. Taking action to become fit while in the frequency of being unfit will only lead to a reality of unfitness. No action from unfitness will ever bring fitness. Taking action to become free while being in the frequency of survival will only lead to a reality of survival. No action from survival mode will ever bring freedom. Action alone isn't enough, but it is a necessity. Since you exist in a physical world, it cannot be avoided, but that doesn't mean the action you take must be hard. You act through your ego, also known as your physical vessel, that relies on its 5 senses to navigate and make sense of the world. The ego isolates itself from the infinite intelligence, and as a result, suffers from a limited awareness of the entirety of reality, seeing everything from the lowest level of consciousness. Seeing everything from the lowest level limits results to be of the lowest level, and this is where most of humanity will reside for the rest of their lives. To the ego, action leads to results. Think about it. Whenever you want something, you take action to get it. Whenever you want to go somewhere, you take action to get there. Whenever you want to eat something, you take action to eat it. Whenever you want to drink something, you take action to drink it. But remember, the ego operates from a limited awareness of reality, so it doesn't know what is really going on. When the ego experiences something it doesn't like, it fixates on the process of taking action to change the result. The illusion presented here by the ego is a trap, that you can change an effect by changing the effect itself. Actions and the subsequent results or changes exist within the physical plane, which is the realm of effect. All actions, results, or changes are nothing more than effects themselves and not causes, which means they had already been long set in motion before they are experienced. This is why action alone will never alter reality, maybe momentarily, but never completely. The only way to change an effect is to change the cause. The multi-dimensional sequence from which action originates is as follows: consciousness/frequency, intuition, mental nudges, action, reality. Until you understand this, like the masses, you will continue to act senselessly, and it will never be enough. Let's begin with the end product, which is reality. To get there, we take action. Think of action as the midwife of energy, solidifying the immaterial to the material. We take action based upon small mental nudges that compel us to do something. Whether taking a different route, reaching out to someone, sorting out documents, changing this, or buying that, we all experience these mental nudges. They are subtle, but they direct us on what to do. The mental nudges that we experience are a direct result of our intuition. Intuition is an amalgamation of two words, inner and tuition, meaning guidance or teaching that comes from within. The mental nudges that you receive that compel you to take specific action is directly reflective of your intuition. If intuition is what we download, then every download has a source, and that source is frequency. Your frequency will determine the download you extract. Frequency has a domino effect across the multi-dimensional sequence of events that lead to action. Since it is the highest level, it has the most power. Let's now revisit one of the examples listed earlier with an understanding of the sequence. Taking action to become wealthy while being in the frequency of poverty will only lead to a reality of poverty. No action from poverty will ever bring wealth. Frequency, poverty. Intuition, poverty. Mental nudges, poverty. Action, poverty. Reality, poverty. If someone is tuned into a frequency of poverty, that will determine their intuition, meaning they can only download information from a source of poverty. This leads to mental nudges that reflect poverty, causing action towards poverty, ultimately creating a reality reflective of poverty. Taking the action to reach a reality of being fit while being in the frequency of being unfit will only lead to a reality of unfit. No action from unfitness will ever bring fitness. Frequency, unfitness. Intuition, unfitness. Mental nudges, unfitness. Action, unfitness. Reality, unfitness. Somebody tuned in a frequency of unfitness can only experience an intuition that downloads information from a source of unfitness, leading to mental nudges that will eventually reflect unfitness, leading to action built off these mental nudges of unfitness, ultimately reflecting a reality of unfitness. Taking the action to reach a reality of freedom while being in the frequency of survival will only lead to a reality of survival. No action from survival mode will ever bring freedom. Frequency, survival, intuition, survival. Mental nudges, survival. Action, survival. Reality, survival. Somebody tuned in. A frequency of survival can only experience an intuition that downloads information from a source of survival, leading to mental nudges that will eventually reflect survival, leading to action built off these mental nudges of survival, ultimately reflecting a reality of survival. Most spend their lives attempting to fight against the tide of the universe, which is their own state of consciousness or frequency. The multi-dimensional sequence from which action originates cannot be violated. Every and any attempt to do so will only result in frustration and failure. You must comply with how the universe works in order for things to work for you. When you work so hard and it is still not enough, it's easy to experience frustration, irritation, and apathy. The unfortunate irony is that these are all emotions that lead to the output of a frequency that the universe will then magnify, making you feel more frustrated, irritated, and apathetic while you're working so hard. But to the same degree that the multi-dimensional sequence from which action originates can work against you, it can work for you. Now that you understand the sequence from the top down, instead of spending your time at the bottom, like so many, you can alter it from the top. The knock-on effect is that you know exactly how to change your reality. As mentioned, frequency ultimately determines the intuition you download, the mental nudges that you receive, and the mental nudges that are physically executed. So we must shift from operating on the lowest level of consciousness to the highest level of consciousness. The moment you alter your frequency, it has a ripple effect through the sequence that alters the action you take. So long as your frequency is calibrated to your desired reality, this will lead to you being internally guided by the version of you in your desired reality via the intuition into which you can tune, leading to mental nudges that come from the version of you in your desired reality, leading to action that comes from the version of you in your desired reality that finally leads to your desired reality manifesting. This is the same in theory and actuality. By shifting into the frequency or state of consciousness of your desired reality and operating from it, you can be guided on exactly how to get there. What you consider your destination is actually your starting location. You can only be wherever you already are. Consciousness, frequency, desired reality. Intuition, desired reality. Mental nudges, desired reality. Action, desired reality. Reality, desired reality. Something important to note. Being in the frequency of your desired reality is only as valuable as your ability to tune into your intuition and then execute upon your mental nudges. The world programs us to second-guess ourselves. In school, teachers checking our work can lead to the idea that what we do is inadequate and requires external validation, leading to an unconscious degree of self-distrust. A pattern of external verification and validation is set in motion, so we hesitate to trust ourselves, spending our whole lives wanting to be guided or validated. If you don't trust yourself, then how can you guide yourself? Do you trust yourself? Only you can answer this. Remember, you can lie to everybody except the universe. The degree to which you trust yourself determines your ability to capitalize on the frequency you're seeking to bring from the immaterial to the material. If you don't trust yourself, you won't trust your intuition, which means you won't trust the mental nudges that you download, making everything pointless. Many claim to trust God, but do not even trust themselves. How well can anyone trust God if they do not trust themselves? You can be in the right frequency, that which reflects your desired reality, but without self-trust, you won't be able to materialize it. If you don't trust yourself, then how can the universe trust you? Self-trust is crucial. The more self-trust you have, the more and the quicker you'll be able to transform frequency into reality. Practical. These downloads are like schools of fish. Abundant, yes, but they can easily slip away, and you don't know when the next one will come along. If you allow a mental nudge from your desired reality to slip away, you risk falling out of the frequency of your desired reality through life's ups and downs. If that happens, the wrong fish will start swimming by. You risk potentially executing upon mental nudges not aligned to the frequency of your desired reality. The speed that you execute these mental nudges with will reflect the amount of self-trust and conviction that you have, ultimately setting in motion for it to be compounded. After tuning into the frequency of your desired reality, it's likely that you will be guided to do things you haven't done before, or that you've been meaning to do, but about which you have been procrastinating. Procrastination is simply the stagnation of energy caused by trying to take action contradictory to your frequency. Once your frequency is aligned with the action you're trying to take, you'll naturally be compelled to act. The frequency of your desired reality will bring you to your desired reality, so long as you can bring yourself to do what you're being nudged to do. It will be subtle at first, as it's likely you haven't been listening. But the more you listen and the more you do as it directs you, the louder and clearer it will become. At first, the mental nudges of your desired reality will feel uncomfortable and somewhat foreign, but that's simply because you're leaving your old frequency, otherwise known as your comfort zone. It will feel different, but that indicates an energetic shift. Here are a couple of examples of differences that may arise once you shift into the frequency of your desired reality. Apply for that job. Change your website or social media profile. Reach out to someone you've been meaning to contact. Start that diet. Buy that book. Go a different route than normal. Tell someone how you truly feel. Work on something you've been meaning to do. Pivot strategy. Quit your job or business. Break up with someone. Sort out your email inbox. The moment you're tuned into the frequency of your desired reality, rest assured that you will know what to do. You can even convince yourself now that you know what to do and follow the guidance from within. Prepare to be guided to act differently and quickly. To metaphysically position yourself to walk effortlessly into your desired reality, remember this phrase: frequency first, action after. Chapter 12. The Perception. Projection Loop. Principle. What you stare into is staring back at you and eventually will become you. The way you look at reality is the way reality will look back at you, and that's simply because you and reality are one. The masses will look out into their world without realizing they are simply looking in their world. Many see a reality they don't like without ever realizing they are not seeing reality, but their distorted version of reality. As human beings, we are comforted by the notion that when we look out into the world, we are seeing it as it is, without ever realizing a deep metaphysical truth. You don't see the world as it is, but as you are. You don't realize that you are seeing reality through lenses tinted by your state of consciousness or frequency. This applies to everyone. Perception is defined in the Cambridge Dictionary as a belief or opinion, often held by many people and based on how things seem. There's two important parts to that definition. Until you unpack them, you will continue in a cycle of unwanted reality. 1. A belief or opinion. 2. Based on how things seem. A belief or opinion aren't truths. They're ideas that mask themselves as truths. However, once accepted by the subconscious mind, they begin to become truths by materializing all around us in our realities. There are no truths in your reality other than what your subconscious accepts as true. Once accepted, this truth will solidify. How things seem will always depend on where you are standing. I'm not talking about your physical position, but your mental one, your state of consciousness, or your frequency. By dissecting the definition of perception, a truth is revealed. Your perception ultimately leads to your projection, which is what we call reality. Most people will never realize that the way they are choosing to perceive something is intricately connected to the reality that their mind projects. The dangerous thing about perception being connected to projection is that it is the beginning of a cycle from which many will never escape. The perception-projection loop. Unaware that the way they see reality is the way it sees them, Most people take a dim view of reality, which can only lead to them projecting the worst. The most unfortunate part about this is that once they experience the worst, unaware that it's closely related to how they are seeing reality, they champion that experience as truth, further reinforcing and solidifying that reality, perception. Perception drugs you with an artificial ego boost. All humans love being right, sometimes even if it leads to our own destruction. Yet, in these circumstances, the irony is that they are wrong, as it is only a truth in the subconscious mind. It is common in dating circles for people to bemoan a lack of suitable potential partners. That perception ultimately leads to a projection of reality. They go on a succession of bad dates with people they don't get on with, leading them to believe they were right. They don't realize that their desire to be proven right is sabotaging their dates, destroying any chance of them finding love. Your perception quite literally causes you to emit a different frequency, ultimately putting you in a completely different world, one of many. Perception will act blindly. It can either help or harm you. It is a tool of construction or destruction. If your perception doesn't serve you, then it will control you. There are two things that'll cause this. 1. The old frequency. The main aim of your old frequency is to exist, and perception is one way it continues projecting its frequency into your current reality. When you experience certain conditions, events, circumstances, or people,
Done.
encourage you to look at
Finished.
the situation through the worst
Complete.
lens possible. As a result, you create the worst outcome possible. After creating the worst outcome, it's natural to feel and think the worst thing possible. That mental and emotional energy is getting its fix. 2. The world. The universe seeks balance. It prefers everything to operate on a similar level for its own equilibrium. But that balance only exists if everyone remains at the same level of consciousness. To maintain this, society feeds us the same set of beliefs, the widely accepted truths about how life works, what's possible, and what isn't. And the irony? The world sells you these beliefs once, and then you spend the rest of your life reselling them to
I have
yourself.
the microphone as well.
Unfortunately, it sells us the version it wants us to live in, which revolves around failure, limitation, misery, suffering, scarcity, and struggle. Once a belief is accepted, it becomes the lens through which you see the world. That ultimately shapes your reality, so it is your reality. It is often said that perception is reality, and metaphysically it is. If you see the world through your own lens, which shapes the projection of your reality, it would be wise to perceive your life through the lens of your desired reality, so you can experience the projection of that reality. Every circumstance, condition, event, or experience with people in your reality must be seen through this lens. Practical. If the version of me in my desired reality jumped into my body, how would it look at things? There is no right or wrong answer. The purpose of the framing is simply to flex the perception muscle of your desired reality. The more you see reality through this lens, the more reality will see you that way. Changing reality is simply a matter of changing how the world sees you. In order to change the way the world sees you, you must change the way you see yourself. You must change the way you see through yourself. At the beginning, this process will require some conscious practice, but eventually it will become unconscious. At that point, the manifestation will feel effortless. Control your perception, or the world will control it for you. Chapter 13. You don't have beliefs, they have you.
You don't have beliefs.
Practical.
They have you.
It is arrogant of humanity to think that we possess beliefs. The humble truth is that beliefs possess us. If you want to understand your beliefs, look what you believe, or know to be true of the world. If you ask the average person on the street to tell you what they believe about the world, they'll either not be able to tell you or proclaim that it's the truth. This is the point of my statement. For the
Listening is
most
one thing,
part,
reading is a whole
our
other experience.
beliefs are invisible. All beliefs seek to convince us that they are truths rather than simply beliefs. In reality, there are no truths other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true, because what it does believe to be true will be projected and experienced in reality. As humans, what we regard as truth is simply what we've experienced, and what we've experienced is nothing more than the materialization of our frequency. Foundationally, a belief is simply an idea based upon the potential of an infinite number of realities, not an actuality. All beliefs are living entities. As living entities, all beliefs want energy. Once you see that beliefs operate like entities, it all makes sense. Since there are an infinite number of potential realities, there are an infinite number of beliefs. And all those beliefs are fighting for our attention, because that is what brings them into existence. Beliefs want the energy to materialize further through seeking emotion combined with conviction. Beliefs don't serve you. They serve themselves. They will attempt to convince you that they are truths, but they are simply ideas pretending to be truths.
Because there are no such
The
truths.
unfortunate thing is that when a belief has reached truth status, it has accumulated so much energy that attempting to remove it will almost feel like insanity and stupidity, because it's the truth. This is its inbuilt defense mechanism. Typically, beliefs are defined as thoughts that you keep thinking, but that's insufficient because you can keep thinking something all day and it won't materialize. Anything that materializes in reality first existed in the subconscious mind, and the entry requirement to the subconscious mind is emotion. Hence why, for simplicity, I define a belief as a singular thought or a multitude of thoughts that have emotion and conviction behind them. You will always find emotion lurking around a belief. If emotion begins to surface when you attack a belief, you've hit the jackpot.
Bingo.
Since emotion solidifies belief, it is also what holds the belief in the subconscious mind. As a protective mechanism, the belief will release emotion when it feels threatened, so we feel discomfort, then decide to leave it alone. Observe when someone's view on the world is questioned, and they begin to feel upset, angry, or disrespected. That's the belief, not them. In the realm of psychology, this phenomenon is called cognitive dissonance, and that is when one's belief has merged into one's identity to such a degree that when the belief is attacked, the same areas of the brain responsible for identity light up as if being attacked. Understanding that we are all microcosms of the universe, on a metaphysical level, beliefs attach themselves to us to such a degree that we can't differentiate between them. They want to present the illusion that they've merged with us, so we unconsciously accept this and experience it in our reality. Beliefs are masters of illusion, and continuously will attempt to trick you into feeling as if you have no control over them, and that they're something above you. Most people feel imprisoned by self-limiting beliefs, when the truth is that all beliefs are self-limiting. A belief is simply an emotionally fixed perspective, a mental construct that defines reality in a particular way. All beliefs create boundaries around what you can experience in reality. The individual who thinks they must work hard for money has now created a boundary outside of which they are unable to experience. But how often does it feel like we simply can't change our beliefs? They feel like mental boulders, something we have no power over. This is part of the trick. Remember that beliefs want to stay. That's all they want to do. Stay in your mind to get as much energy as possible, so they have the chance of materializing. So beliefs will present the illusion that they are unchangeable. Ironically, because there are no truths other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true. When you believe a certain belief is unchangeable, it becomes unchangeable. Ironically, because there are no truths other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true, when you believe it's hard to change a certain belief, it becomes hard. Ironically, because there are no truths other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true. When you believe a certain belief is the absolute truth, it becomes the absolute truth. Beliefs sell you this illusion that they are unmovable, and the moment you buy into that belief, sold to you by the con artist itself, then reality will be unmovable. Not because it is, but because you have decided it is so. More important than what you believe you need to change in reality is your beliefs about beliefs. How can you change your beliefs on money if you don't think you can change your beliefs on beliefs? How can you change your beliefs on relationships if you don't think you can change your beliefs on beliefs? How can you change your beliefs on people if you don't think you can change your beliefs on beliefs? How can you change your beliefs on success if you don't think you can change your beliefs on beliefs? I can assure you, it'll be hard to change to your beliefs so long as you think it's hard. Nobody ever seems to decide straight away that it's easy to change their beliefs. Decide that the truth is that no belief is unchangeable. Decide that the truth is that no belief is the absolute truth. Decide that the truth is that no belief is unmovable. By making this obvious yet abstract change, the clay of your mind desolidifies ready for your molding. Which brings us to a hidden truth about all beliefs. They are simply choices that at some point, whether conscious or unconscious, right or wrong, forced or accepted, we make. Changing a belief is simply making the conscious decision to believe something else. There's nothing more to it than that. It is just a decision, but it doesn't feel so simple, does it? It feels as though that's not enough. It feels as though it's more complicated. It feels as though it should be more profound. Notice the key word there, feels. Remember that beliefs protect themselves with emotion. Why should changing your beliefs be complex? Why isn't that simple decision to believe something else enough? Why does it have to be more complicated? Why should it feel groundbreaking? Where did you get the idea that has to be complex, complicated, and groundbreaking? Your acceptance of those ideas is the only thing maintaining those ideas. The ego thrives on intellectual superiority, finding validation in complexity. Solving something intricate feels satisfying. Cracking a difficult problem feels like genius. And uncovering a groundbreaking revelation brings euphoria. This is why the mind is drawn to complexity. It feeds the ego's desire to feel special and accomplished. What do you want? Do you want intellectual superiority or your desired reality? Assuming you pick the latter, then accept that all it takes to change a belief is simply making the conscious decision to believe something else. The something else you believe in has to reflect your desired reality. The beliefs that you currently have are producing your current reality. So to experience to a new reality, you must begin to adopt beliefs you've never had. All beliefs have two origin points, experience and adoption. First, experience. The moment we experience something in reality, our mind internalizes that experience as truth. And it is. But we fail to realize that it is only because it was first a truth in the mind. The physical plane, or what we call reality, is nothing more than a delayed creation of our consciousness, or a reflection of the mental plane, which is our mind. We think we gain our beliefs from reality, but reality is gained from our beliefs. We experience the effect, never taking into consideration the cause of the effect, and the cause is always intertwined with deciding to accept our beliefs. I'll give an example to illustrate how this typically goes. Somebody goes through an unpleasant encounter with someone else, and then decides that the entire gender or race of that someone else is one way, and only one way. That decision is made, a belief is formed, and that belief wants to stay. So it'll isolate that somebody into only experiencing realities where that gender or race is that one way, while keeping everybody else out of their reality. Then that person proudly proclaims to have found the truth, without realizing they missed a couple of things. The unpleasant encounter that took place is nothing more than an effect, meaning they could have had some unconscious fears, worries, beliefs, experiences of others, or preconceived notions of that gender or race
put away
that were
the other
simply
microphone now.
projected into their reality.
I'm gonna
Or
eat
there
my
was
snack.
simply a reshuffle of reality in which they experienced one of many infinite realities that could have been an anomaly, but through their acceptance of it, they indicated it to be true, which made it actual, so it is now their reality. This type of belief thrives from reminding you of your experience, since truth and experience are one to the ego, merging and deepening its place in your mind. Second adoption. The moment others experience something in reality, they experience it as truth, and it is, but only to them, until they come and give us the truth that we unfortunately accept, so it also becomes our truth. As social creatures, naturally we interact with others, without the awareness that consciousness is contagious. Beliefs are like a virus. They seek to spread themselves around, infiltrating everyone, making them metaphysically contagious. Why? They want to materialize into reality. If not in this person, then maybe the next person. We may live on one planet, but we don't live in the same world. That's the thing about beliefs. They wish to bring everybody under their umbrella, hence why they want to spread. Whether it's religiously, politically, socioeconomically, or even which sports team to follow, each person seeks to spread their beliefs and get more people under the umbrella. That's the macro view. On a micro level, whether consciously or unconsciously, we adopt the beliefs of those around us, friends and family, and those beliefs become invisible to a degree that they are undetectable. To revert to the example of the unpleasant encounter, what if the person involved is a friend or family member who then shares their story with you? You may react with shock, dismay, sadness, or anger as you empathize and share their pain. The more you think about it, the more upset you become. And without even realizing it, you adopt their experience as yours. Then, you have your unpleasant experience with a person who is the same archetype, and you tell your friend or family member, solidifying what you both now hold to be true about that gender or race. Without realizing, you unfortunately missed the real truth, which is that truth wasn't yours until you accepted it through the emotion and conviction you invested into it. Why would we believe something to be true in reality if we haven't experienced it? Simple. We adopted it from those around us. Don't make the mistake of believing you have been above adopting the beliefs of others. That type of arrogance is coming from the belief itself, which wants to make sure it sticks around so stays invisible through that type of thinking. This type of belief thrives from reminding you of others' experiences, since truth and experience are one to the ego, merging and deepening its place in your mind. Always remember, your beliefs are either adopted or experienced, or both. Before you begin adopting new beliefs, you must make the conscious decision that you will no longer believe the things you currently believe. Practical. To enter a new reality, you must have a set of new beliefs. Any old beliefs will negatively corrupt the frequency of your desired reality and will maintain the old reality. For example, you can't believe all rich people are evil devil worshippers and expect to be rich. You can't believe that you must work hard for money and expect to get money without working hard for it. You can't believe there are no good men anymore and expect to be in a relationship with a good man. You can't believe there are no opportunities for people like you and expect opportunities. Your beliefs must align, contribute to, and support your desired reality. The beliefs must reflect your specific desired reality. What do you need to believe to easily materialize your desired reality? You must have the beliefs you'd have in your desired reality now. Ask yourself this question. If I was living my desired reality, what would I believe to be true about reality and the world? Gently meditate upon this question and know that answers will come because they will, and the moment they do, adopt them into your current reality. I'll help you with some examples. If you desire a loving relationship, then a belief that is mandatory is that there is an abundance of good men and women everywhere. If you desire abundance, then a belief that is mandatory is that you always have more than enough. If you desire a successful business, then a belief that is mandatory is that clients always come to you easily. If you desire a promotion in your career, then a belief that is mandatory is that you are always seen and appreciated for the work you do. If you desire to pass an exam, then a belief that is mandatory is that exams are always easy for you. If you desire money to flow easily to you, then a belief that is mandatory is that you don't have to work hard for money because it always comes to you. It's simply a game of making sure your beliefs align, reflect, or contribute to your desired reality, as opposed to contradict it, which unfortunately is more than often the case. Chapter 14. There's no creation without conviction. Principle. When creating a new reality, there is no word more important than conviction. This word is so powerful that it unconsciously creates the desired reality of people who have never even studied reality creation. There are extremely successful people that will never use a single manifestation technique in their life, let alone read a book on reality creation, but somehow seem to manifest whatever it is they want. And it all comes down to that one word. Conviction is extreme, unwavering belief in the face of anything. Truthfully, it transcends belief into knowing. Think about it like a big, sturdy tree that stands tall even when the wind blows hard. It's when you believe in something so strongly that you just know it. And just like the tree, you stay firm and don't fall over, even if pushed in a different direction. Conviction is ultimately the fuel that powers your journey to the destination of your desired reality or an unwanted reality. Unfortunately, the importance of conviction has flown under the radar of the masses while being hidden in the plain sight of religious scriptures. And Jesus said unto them, Because of your unbelief, for verily I say unto you, if ye have faith as a grain of mustard seed, ye shall say unto this mountain, Remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove, and nothing shall be impossible unto you. Matthew 17:20. It is indeed true that faith can and does move mountains, just not the version of faith by which most of the world are taught to live. In the modern world, when people speak of faith, they are truly referring to trust, and trust will never be enough to alter reality because it indirectly implies the potential for being wrong, which is the breeding ground for doubt. You trust that people won't betray you, but you only trust because you don't know. Yet knowing is true faith. That is the essence of conviction. Faith comes from the Latin word fides, which referred to a level of confidence that is basically conviction. It's not about believing. Belief is not strong enough to command the forces of nature, because like trust, the only reason we believe is because we don't know. Belief alone will never be enough to alter reality. You know your name. You know that when a light switch is flicked, it'll turn on. You know that when you turn the kettle on, it'll start to boil. You know these things to such a degree that any attempts to convince yourself otherwise would be dismissed. You don't believe, you know. True faith is knowing and realizing. This awakens the esoteric nature of a multitude of scriptures. Conviction is the basis of all creation. It empowers the frequency that you put out to the universe, which can either lead to your construction or destruction. More often than not, we are taught to have conviction in struggle, misery, misfortune, and scarcity. Ironically, this strengthens those frequencies, leading to the likelihood of their materialization. We strengthen the frequencies of negativity to such a degree that their existence merges itself into what we simply deem as reality. which locks those frequencies into place. And that's the thing about faith. It doesn't just move mountains. When negatively misdirected, it also creates them as obstacles. The mountains that we often seek to move are the ones that we have made. If you could simply cultivate conviction in your desired reality, already existing or being inevitable, then your desired reality would simply materialize. It is that simple. With a powerful degree of conviction, techniques wouldn't even be necessary. How many depend on a manifestation technique? There are millions and millions of videos of people claiming to have the secret technique, when the only secret technique is you. Specifically, your conviction. Without conviction, no technique works. Conviction is what activates the technique to shift you internally, which sets in motion the eventual reflection of that into reality. What you're able to materialize will always be proportional to the degree of conviction you have surrounding what it is you wish to materialize. The more conviction, the more likely what you want will manifest. Don't fall into the trap of glorifying conviction as something mystical or unattainable. There's no need to be in awe of it or wonder how to cultivate it. You've already experienced conviction at some point in your life. There have been moments in your life when you just knew something would happen, whether minor or major. An internal knowing so profound that nothing could convince you otherwise. Some everyday examples of our convictions. I knew I was going to see this person. I knew this would happen. I knew that they were going to do that. I knew that they were going to say that. I knew that I was going to get this. I knew I was going to get that role. I knew that person was going to be mine. I knew that person was going to leave me. I knew that person was going to cheat on me. I knew that I wasn't going to get the job. I knew they wouldn't like me. I knew I was going to win. I knew I was going to lose. That unshakable feeling which has come to you before may have felt random, like you didn't know where it came from. But here's the thing. If you did, then you'd be able to flick on conviction like a light switch. Anyone with complete conviction stands above their reality. Conviction is like some magical insight that randomly drops from the sky. We have no idea where, when, or why it came. But when it's there, we know it. We feel it. And nothing or no one can convince us otherwise. The deeper truth is that all conviction you've ever felt or experienced was created and then channeled by and through you. Think about conviction like a reserve that you have within you that you are unaware of. Every once in a while, the reserve becomes too full, and it needs to release some of its energy to create space. When that energy is released and conviction touches your system, you tap into a frequency so strong that you're able to materialize any idea held in the mind by injecting it with conviction. That idea can be for or against you, as stated in the examples earlier. There are a multitude of ideas that exist in your mind, all waiting and seeking to be materialized. When conviction touches the system, those ideas fight for this superpower, which make them more likely to materialize. If the conviction you experience is the result of the reserve being too full, it's natural to wonder how to withdraw from that reserve at will. Imagine being able to draw from your conviction reserves at any given moment. That's essentially the ability to create your desired reality at any given moment. So how can we do it? It's simple. First, you need to understand that the energy of conviction is the second stage of a two-part process. Once you know the energy of the first stage, you'll unlock conviction. Before conviction is conviction, it is first self-trust. Self-trust is the first stage of conviction. Self-trust can be defined as the ability for you to do what you know you need to do, and to avoid doing what you know you shouldn't be doing. The mind always keeps track, but more than that, it keeps score of your ability to follow up your own word and your own direction. There are things that you know you should or need to be doing, but for whatever reason, the old frequency, you're not doing them. This doesn't have to be about creating your desired reality. It's just not about meditating, reading, affirming, or visualizing. It can be as simple as finally going through your emails or letters, updating your CV, going to the gym, cleaning out a room, or standing up for yourself. The reason it doesn't necessarily have to be related to reality creation is because everything is related to reality creation. Nothing is compartmentalized in the mind. It's a similar concept to the common adage that how you do one thing is how you do everything. The mind keeps score and records everything. The more you stick to your word and the more you follow your own direction, the more self-trust you're going to have, which means, ultimately, the more conviction you're going to have. As I've said, there are things that you know you shouldn't be doing or don't want to be doing, but for whatever reason, the old frequency, you're doing them. Once again, it can be simple things like not waking up on time, wanting to be punctual but still being late, being quick to judge others, smoking when you've been trying to quit, procrastinating on that thing, or drinking when you've been wanting to stop. There are indeed spiritual consequences to smoking and drinking, but they do not affect your ability to create your reality. However, if you desire to stop these activities, yet you continue to do them, you indirectly deplete your self-trust, which depletes your conviction, which depletes your ability to materialize. It is not the acts that are the issue, but your perception of them. The erosion of self-trust
The perception of
occurs
them.
when you repeatedly engage in actions you want to stop, but continue doing anyway. Simultaneously, the more you fail to keep your word, and the more you fail to follow your direction, the less self-trust you're going to have, which means, ultimately, the less conviction you're going to have. Self-trust is the first reserve that is filled by doing the things you know you should be doing, and it is depleted by doing the things that you know shouldn't be doing. This reserve is then exchanged into the energy of conviction, but it all begins with self-trust. The more evidence that your mind gathers to prove that you are who you say you are, that you can command and direct yourself, then the more likely reality will believe you when you tell it who you are, and the greater your ability to command reality. Practical. Reality creation can sometimes feel like we're on trial, like we're constantly having to defend our desired reality, our thoughts, our feelings, and our vision. But like a trial, the more evidence on your side, the better your case. The trial is between you and your old frequency. Every time that you follow through on your word and the things you know you should or need to be doing, the more evidence for the side of your desired reality. The more you fail to do what you know you should or need to be doing, or even worse, doing things that you know you shouldn't be doing, the more evidence for the side of your old frequency. Who's currently winning the trial? Only you know. The beauty of self-trust is that it highlights something so obvious yet so profound. The only person in the universe that you've ever had to prove anything to is you. What are those things that you want or need to get done? What are those things that you want or need to stop doing? Write them down, no matter how big or small. Remember, there is no big or small to the infinite. It really doesn't matter. Once defined clearly, now it's a game of discipline. Unfortunately, this crucial aspect of reality creation is so often overlooked, but there is no getting around it. How could you ever expect to discipline reality if you can't even discipline yourself? Ironically and metaphysically, you and reality are one, so until you start within, you will not change the without. The first stage is complete, and you've got self-trust locked down. Now it's just a matter of realizing that conviction is a muscle that you need to start consciously exercising. After you've done those things you need to be doing and you start feeling more confident in yourself, that is when it's time to exercise the conviction muscle. Just as with any muscle, the more you use it, the more conditioned it gets. Exercising the conviction muscle is easy. It's just a matter of you deciding that you know something is going to happen instead of waiting for that feeling to randomly come. Sounds weird, but that is all there is to it. Simply you stating that you know something is going to happen. It's only weird because, for the most part, conviction has been unconscious to you. But now we are making it conscious. Almost like taking breathing off autopilot and making it conscious. Decide with great precision and unshakable confidence that you know whatever it is you want to manifest is already yours, and nothing can convince you otherwise. At first, it might feel a bit rough or strange, but that unfamiliar feeling is simply you harnessing the power that, without realizing, you've been drip-feeding to yourself your whole life. To exercise true conviction, you must exercise expectation, because expectation is creation. Think about the times in your life when you've said, "I knew that was going to happen." What was that? Did you become a prophet? Did you become a seer? Every time you knew, and it happened, you weren't a prophet. You were a creator. The truth lies in frequency, and the truth is, you created it with a power that's been hidden in plain sight your whole life. You expected it. Expectancy creates reality. Expectation is creation. When you expect something, that means you are anticipating it. Think about a boxer. When he's in the ring, he must anticipate his opponent's punches. Anticipation is a form of preparation, and to expect is to prepare for the frequency that you are expecting. When you prepare for something, that means you know it's going to happen, and that's the key that will unlock your desired reality: knowing. Most people think that manifestation is believing, but as previously mentioned, that's why they will never manifest. Believing isn't enough. When you believe something, that means it's not a fact. Do you believe that a switch will turn on the light, or do you know it will? That's exactly what expectancy taps into: knowing, confidence, and conviction. Those are the infinity stones of manifestation. Most live their lives using expectation to create the worst realities for themselves, never realizing that through their expectation, they are indirectly preparing, opening their arms to their old frequency. How many times do you expect the worst in life? Isn't it weird that you expect the worst more than you expect the best? Why? It's almost easier and normal to expect the worst. But why? It all comes down to programming, conditioning, and training. The world has trained you to expect the worst, so you create the worst. Most people expect the worst for two reasons. 1. They've been sold the idea of it. 2. They've experienced it. Let's look at the first reason. If you want to create your desired reality, then you can't live in the world. If you live in the world, you will never manifest what you want. You must live in your world. You need to quite literally create your own bubble and live in it. Be consumed by it. Anything that does not align with your desired reality must be filtered out. People are criticized for being tone deaf, but that is nothing more than an isolated mind. I'm not suggesting you act as if the issues of the world do not exist, just to recognize your own issues and prioritize them ahead of those of the world. The world sells limitation, scarcity, misery, misfortune, and suffering, which when bought sets one up to expect them. It is through that expectancy reality is structured. Take the concept of recession, for example. The world will sell you the idea that there will be financial difficulty, unemployment, and layoffs, and it will repeat them until you expect it. Through training you to expect it, they energetically prepare you to create it. You get what you expect. Now let's look at the second reason. Whenever we go through the worst, to protect our heart, we normalize it to avoid the pain of being disappointed or frustrated again. We normalize the worst without realizing it as a defense mechanism. When you normalize the worst, you expect the worst, so you create the worst. The universe will not seek to alter your perspective. It will simply reflect what you expect, regardless of whether you deserve it or not, unfortunately. To the universe, what you expect is what you are asking for. It's hard to conceptualize that you may expect the worst, but it's likely you do. To gauge whether you expect the worst, determine what you find normal. Do you find it normal to suffer financially? Then you are expecting it. Do you find it normal for people to let you down? Then you are expecting it. Do you find it normal to be overlooked at work? Then you are expecting it. Do you find it normal to unemployed? Then you are expecting it. Do you find it normal for your business to stagnate? Then you are expecting it. Whatever you find normal is what you are unconsciously, indirectly expecting. And anything that you find normal will find you. Your desired reality must become normal to you before it can become normal to the world. To normalize your desired reality simply requires neutralization. The moment you become neutral to your desired reality, you collapse the space between you and it. Neutralization is simply a matter of relinquishing the external reliance of your desired reality by giving it to yourself internally to such a degree you are good with or without it. Think about expectation like ordering at a restaurant. If you want steak, but you ask for fish, what are they going to bring out? The direction you look in is eventually where you will find yourself. A powerful example of faith-based expectancy is found in the biblical story of Elisha and the three kings. During this time, King Jehoram of Israel, King Jehoshaphat of Judah, and the king of Edom found themselves in a desperate situation. They were preparing for battle against the Moabites, but after marching for 7 days, they ran out of water, leaving their armies and animals on the brink of collapse. In their distress, they sought out the prophet Elisha for guidance. After consulting the Lord, Elisha gave them a surprising instruction. Thus says the Lord, make this valley full of ditches. For thus says the Lord, you shall not see wind, nor shall you see rain, yet that valley shall be filled with water, so that you, your cattle, and your animals may drink. 2 Kings 3:16-17. Think about this. There was no visible sign of water, yet Elisha told them to prepare for it anyway. Their act of digging ditches was an expression of faith, taking action before seeing evidence. And just as God had promised, the next morning, water flowed into the valley from Edom, filling the ditches and providing for their needs. Even more astonishing, the Moabite army, seeing the water in the sunlight, mistook it for blood and assumed their enemies had turned on each other. This led to their defeat, securing victory for Israel. Prepare even when it is not seen. This story holds a profound lesson. Expectation precedes manifestation. The kings had to act in faith, digging ditches before any sign of water appeared. Likewise, in life, we must often prepare for our blessings before we see physical proof. This is a demonstration of true faith, trusting in the unseen and aligning ourselves with divine provision. Your current reality may feel like a desert, dry, barren, and hopeless. But just as Elisha instructed the kings to prepare, you too must act in faith, expecting the best, even when appearances suggest otherwise. Dig your ditches. Act as if your breakthrough is already on the way. Release past disappointments. Cross the bridge from fear to faith. Climb the mountain, seek solitude, and elevate your mind above worldly concerns. Believe it is already done, not by forcing reality to change, but by trusting in the divine timing of provision. Just as Elisha spoke God's promise, and the kings acted accordingly, we are called to trust in the unseen, act in alignment, and prepare to receive what is already on its way. Remember, you get what you expect. Your life may currently seem like a desert, but you must elevate yourself if you want to be above the world. You must expect the best, because in doing so, you prepare for your desired reality to rain down on you. You just need to cross the bridge of past resentment, frustration, and disappointment. Every time you try to expect the best, it is past experiences that hold you back and cause fear within you. Fear of disappointment again. You need to be willing to put your heart out there again, while detaching from the necessity of seeing the external world change. But this time with full conviction that your desired reality will materialize no matter what physical appearances say. There will be instances your desire does not unfold as intended. If you have truly manifested, the physical will be irrelevant. True manifestation is about internally shifting to such a degree. You are no longer emotionally dependent on seeing reality change. To be able to stand in an unwanted reality, in a wanted frequency, is the beginning of freedom from the slavery of reality. Chapter 15. The Law of Emotion. Principle. There is a piece of flesh in the body. If it becomes good, reformed, the whole body becomes good. But if it gets spoilt, the whole body gets spoilt. And that is the heart. Sahih al-Bukhari. If someone or something can control your emotion, they or it can control your whole reality. This is not an exaggeration. Ancient wisdom has always stated that he who makes you mad is your master. This is true not just for the physical, but also the metaphysical. When it comes to manifestation, there seems to be this hyperfixation on thoughts alone, as being the sole contributor to your reality, but a simple reverse engineering of reality reveals otherwise. If I can control your emotion, I can control your energy in motion. If I can control your energy in motion, I can control your vibration. If I can control your vibration, I can control your frequency. And if I can control your frequency, I can control your reality. The idea of controlling emotions seems beyond us, and that's because we have been sold the lie that our emotions are out of our control. Ironically, this belief leads to a frequency where it appears they are, which ultimately leads to a reality that appears out of your control. It is a paradox that many desire to control their reality, but claim they have no control over their emotions. So long as emotions are out of your control, all attempts at controlling your reality will always appear out of your control. Emotions only appear to be out of your control because that's how reality also appears. Things happen to you as you go through life, cementing the idea that they are outside your control. You will never get to your desired reality while maintaining the belief that emotions are out of your control. Emotion is the largest shareholder of your frequency. Its domino effect ripples throughout reality. Your old frequency will attempt to convince you of the lie that your emotions are out of your control. As it throws adversity at you, you will feel as though you have no choice other than to submit and simply accept the frequency of this adversity. A side effect of this is emotional turbulence. Unfortunately, this internal turbulence leads to external turbulence. Emotions themselves also act as glue, sticking you to a frequency.
Soul fam, is that you sitting in the background, or is that Regina?
Negative emotions will always glue you to negative conditions, circumstances, events, and even people. Positive emotions will always glue you to the positive conditions, circumstances, events, and even people. If you experience adversity, and as a result, experience negative emotions, if not transmuted, those negative emotions will glue you to that adversity, which does nothing more than solidify and strengthen it in your life. If emotions are the largest shareholder of your frequency, that means your base emotional state, which we call an attitude, is the central unfolding point of your reality. Attitude is defined as a settled way of thinking or feeling about something. Your attitude is the emotional baseline that, through repetition, has become ingrained in your identity. A simple thought experiment that takes a couple of seconds can prove to you that you have always been in your control of your emotions. Close your eyes and relax. When you feel calm, imagine the person that matters to you the most. See them and allow the love to appear. Then imagine the idea of being at that person's grave. Those negative or uncomfortable feelings you just felt were conjured by you. That was you doing it consciously. Most of the time you do it unconsciously, so you don't realize that whether consciously or unconsciously, it is still in your control. The moment you awaken to the truth that you control your emotions, you'll have the entirety of reality in the palm of your hands. Detach from the idea that they are above you and out of your control, because indirectly, this is a confession that reality is out of your control. Without emotion, nothing works. It is the true language of the subconscious mind, and the moment you speak it, you will be understood by the universe. Imagine you only speak Spanish, and you encounter someone who only speaks Mandarin. You can spend as much time and effort speaking as you want, but there will be little progression. That's not to say it will all be in vain. There may be instances of understanding, but it is not ideal, nor is it optimal. All miscommunication leads to confusion. How many miscommunicate with the universe? When the universe understands you, the materialization of your desired reality is inevitable. But when it doesn't, the materialization of your desired reality is a struggle. Sometimes it can feel like you've done everything you possibly can on your journey to manifesting your desired reality, but still, nothing. You may have tried multiple manifestation techniques such as affirmations, vision boards, scripting, visualizations, or subliminals, but still, nothing. Even though you've done the most, you're still getting the least. If you fall into this category, it's because you're not speaking the language of the universe. The secret to the most powerful and efficient language of the universe lays in the first organ that God gives you when you incarnate on this physical plane, the heart. Emotion is the true language of the subconscious mind. It is the gateway to everything you're trying to manifest. The subconscious mind operates without logic, reason, or rationale. It is inherently illogical, much like emotion itself. Emotions don't follow a structured, rational framework. They simply arise and flow. This shared, irrational nature creates a direct parallel between the two, as both function beyond the realm of conscious reasoning and instead shape reality through feeling and impression rather than analysis. To control emotion is to control the subconscious. Think of emotion like the vibrational language through which manifestation occurs, as what is deeply felt becomes frequency, which then materializes into reality. Those who run the world don't require physical force. They simply need to control the emotions of the masses, to control their subconscious minds, so they can create their own reality and justify it as truth. Now remember, the reality that you are currently experiencing is the result.
What's up, bro? We're listening to Nero's book. Good to see you, by the way.
Each frequency emits a different sound, and reality is no different. Always remember, realities are nothing more than the reflection of their frequency. Emotion is equal to frequency, and frequency is equal to your reality. Emotions play the largest role in what you experience in reality. The heart and emotions are the key. Most people make the mistake.
Trust you're doing great, bro. I know you are. Good to see you, by the way. Really love you, by the way.
Affirmations without emotion are dead. Visualization without emotion is dead. Vision boards without emotion are dead. Positive thinking without emotion is dead. It is the missing key which will unlock everything that you have been doing. It is what supercharges the frequency of a specific thought, making it more likely to materialize in reality. Since emotion is the language of the subconscious mind, it is the language of God. In the teachings of the Bible, the Quran, and ancient Egypt, Kemet, the heart has always been the gateway to eternal life and the consciousness of the infinite intelligence.
Actually, since you're here, I had something. Sold my dad an annuity. Hardest sell. Excuse me. Hey, awesome. Congratulations on that one, dude. Selling your dad. That's awesome. Speaking of the heart, today while I was, I was chatting with my aunt, I'm gonna get back to the book in a moment. The one that's very Christian-y. She, I tapped into another frequency, and then I was like, wait a minute, something about the heart. It came to my awareness. I mean, not how the heart actually looks, but the symbol of a heart. The symbol of what the heart looks like. Do you notice that there's 2 points on a heart? I already drew it, so I'm going to show it to you. I'll just save a little bit of time. You notice how there's 2 points on a heart? There's a beginning and a somewhat end, which is infinite. Well, I'm about to show you. We got the 0 point, the beginning. Then we have to go on this arduous journey. This is like your journey of separation, human. And then that's journeys of others and gods. And then they gotta go through their journey, and then the journeys converge back to oneness. I can never unsee the heart the way I just saw it this morning. So now I ask the question, and I see 1 heart, 2 points, 3 chambers. Where's the chambers? I'm sure I know what that means, but explain. Basically, symbology is a very, very powerful. That came through this morning, by the way. That's why I know I'm back. Does it have 3? Yeah, you're right. It does have 3 valves. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does have 3 valves. Now I get what you're talking about. Okay. And technically, a heart looks like a triangle. Like 1, 2, 3. It's sort of like a triangle. If you think about it, the heart looks like a triangle. Just a curvy triangle. Like an upside down triangle. So the next question, who came up with the symbol of that heart? Because symbology is a thing. You look at this symbol, it tells you a story without even having to say anything. Like you look at all the brands, they have their symbol. It invokes a emotion. Triangle with boobs. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's true. Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that. Each symbol invokes something. So the question is, who came up with that symbol? It's good. I like that. I won't be looking at the heart that way, but I can't unsee that either now. Who came up with the heart? Who drew the first heart into existence? And why did they draw it that way? Who was the one who did it? I mean, it's all God, right? We all know it's all God. We're all the creator, but who is the one who brought that symbol into existence? And you notice that the heart is the only symbol that has multiple different variants in the emoji palette. You have the blue, the yellow, the white, the pink, the red, the green, the yellow, the orange, the black, the brown, the purple. There's no rainbow. There's no rainbow heart yet. I'm surprised. I'm surprised they haven't made that. They haven't made that emoji yet, but I'm sure they will eventually. Then you have the hearts that are together, like the two that are kind of like with a little line together. Then you have
ones that are kind of like a bigger one and a smaller one, and you have the one with the sparkles that I use. Those ones are pink generally. Oh no, you're good. Don't even worry about it. You don't have to apologize. I like that. Dude, I'm just chilling. The goal is to laugh. So don't even apologize, bro. You're good. It's funny that you came on now because you just made a great sale. And it shows to me that if you're able to do that, then I can call 55,000 US dollars in no problem. How? We'll figure that out. Does it have to be through working? No. I'm going to declare that it comes to me with ease and effort. I'm letting go of the how, letting go of the when, and I'm letting go of the importance of it, but I just know I already have it. That's why I'm listening to this book, because like it's all about conviction. And like as he was talking about conviction just before you jumped on, I felt this feeling of like crossing the bridge of doubt and past disappointment and going into true faith which is actually knowing and crossing that bridge. And I saw like a rainbow bridge. I was closing my eyes because I was listening while I was closing my eyes. I'm like, I see me crossing a bridge, and like it felt good. So who knows where that goes? So who knows? But everything we are doing is based on how we feel. Why do we desire more resources? Why do we desire love? Why do we desire this? It's because it's based on a feeling that we desire to experience, but that experience can be felt right then and there, because, you know, I can tell you to, again, bite into a lemon and your mouth is going to start to have saliva. And you generated that without having the lemon in your hand. So it goes to show you we have the power to use that epic visualization ability. Yeah. Let's see. Good tones and sales, yeah. Exactly. I'm not worried about the how. Because the how is what trips me up all the time. Well, how am I going to do this? How? I've always said that there's two different hows. There's the how of not, like the how of like how are you going to bring something into reality, and then the how of like then taking the action to doing it. Like, okay, well, I have to, you know, lift this weight. So how am I going to lift this weight? Well, I have to hold it a certain way and lift it a certain way. That's a different how. But the how of like how something's going to unfold, you're not meant to know that. Confuse feeling with stagnation. So explain that. So that way I can see. Because I can see that. I can see and feel that to some degree when you say that. Jeez. Like my skin is peeling. I'm shedding like a snake because of my skin. That's awesome. Yeah. I like notice my foot. I'm like, what the hell is going on with my foot? Oh, it's because I'm peeling. I'm like a snake right now. Yeah. Everything is based on how we feel, and if you like resources, why does anybody desire resources? Yeah, it's okay. You're no big deal. Just chill. You have the right to chill. And don't beat yourself up. It's okay if you're feeling off. Look, I was off for a while. I feel like I'm back to myself. I'm tapping back into the reservoir of who I am. If I don't feel 100% ready to do something in the unknown, then I keep... Oh, I see. Never mind. Okay, gotcha. That's what you meant. Feel off today, so I won't do... That's what you meant. It wasn't about you. It was about what you were saying. My bad. If I don't feel 100% ready to do something in the unknown, then I keep waiting to feel motivated. Right. Yes. I know that feeling because that happened to me. I'm like, oh man, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know about that. Like, I'm ready at a dime to, yeah, it happens to all of us. I mean, I do my best not for it to happen to me anymore. That's why I take a line to action that feels good. I know the time will come when I'm speaking on stage, and I'm not going to be like, oh, I need time to be on stage. No, I can go on a TEDx right now and be like, all right, y'all, give it up for all the speakers that showed up on stage. And I now am, I'm invading this stage, and the TEDx people are like, what the fuck is going on? Who's this guy? Listen up, y'all. Number one, why are you all here? Ask yourself that question. Why are you here? Is it to get information? Okay, cool. But don't you know you already have that information nested within and someone else is just mirroring that back to you? Number two, did you know that you're the creator, that you're God? That one's gonna polarize the people there. How dare you say that I am God? How dare you say that? Did you know that everything is a paradox on the planet? Are you living your greatest life? I can literally go on stage right now. I have no fear. And tell the world. In fact, that's what I'm doing right now. Just because there might be 2 or 3 of you on, doesn't mean that that YouTube and the world isn't listening. Oh, they're listening, all right. It's energetically being broadcast to the entire world. Don't think just because I'm speaking like here, it's not being felt anywhere else. Oh, it's being felt everywhere else. Just like anyone else speaking, it's being felt anywhere else in the world. That's how interconnected we are. But we get tripped up that, but it's not reaching all the people. No, it's reaching. Your voice is so powerful, it's reaching beyond the earth. But it's not reaching all 8 billion people. It is in their energy body, yes. But because the noise is so loud of the negative, which by the way, I drew the collective hive mind, which is another thing I drew yesterday or the day before. I'm going to show you that one. I've been drawing as of late. It's been pretty good. Pretty damn good. You're gonna like this one, the collective hive mind. That's the collective hive mind. Earth, a bunch of N's and a little bit of P's. And the P's represent emotional charged thoughts. And the N's, well, negative emotional charged thoughts. That's the collective hive mind. And you notice there's only 2 P's and the rest are full of N's. That's just a representation of the hive mind that's going on the planet. Somebody's tapped into a frequency. Yep, the word sound. It's the one thing that bridges all of us together. Next to food, sound. Sound is one of those things that it doesn't matter the culture, doesn't matter the religion you're in, doesn't matter the skin color you are. That sound will permeate your mind in a way which will either you'll love it or you'll not align with it, but it can still affect you. Some might not be in alignment with more calming tones. Others might be. Ooh, there's an alien sound that I want to play quickly. It's a song that I haven't listened to in a while. You've never actually heard this. One of our brothers, his name is Brian, he sent me something called the microtonals. You ever heard of microtonals? It's quite fascinating.
Microtonals. If you don't know what that is, I'm sure you do, but if you haven't gone down that road yet, yeah. You're feeling your frequency rise without warning. I feel it rising without, just by it being natural, if that makes sense. Let me bust out the microtonals. Uno momento. I just gotta find a damn microtonal track. Do. Nope. I must have sent it to her. Nope. It's gonna be a hard one. Tonals. Microtonals. It's like sound that our ears can't really perceive, but it's there. So Soul Fam, you are there. Okay. I'm attempting to go find my microtonal video, Uno Momento. It sounds like an alien thing. Can I find the one that I've been listening to? Damn it, where the hell is that track? Oh, I know where it is. It's in Discord. It's in Discord. I mean, I was looking in Discord earlier, but it's in the group chat and it's under music and sound. Where the hell are you? Oh, here it is. Perfect. I found it. Take a listen to this. This is what we call microtonals. This is my alien music, by the way. This is like me coming home to my planet. You're gonna like this. There are frequencies in between frequencies that we don't hear, but are there that you can hear now. It's not your normal tones that are produced. That's what they're called, microtonals, or microtones. They're not your normal tones that are produced by your instruments unless you have extra frequencies that merge together. I'm not explaining it the greatest way, but I'll just basically say it's a frequency in between a frequency that we don't normally produce with our music. There's also something called having a third ear. Not third head or third hair, third ear, like this. You know how we have the third eye? We also have a third ear. Let that one blow your mind for a moment. You'll be able to hear shit that you don't think you can hear, that most people can't hear. I want to develop my third ear. If you didn't know, I went down the sound route for a very long time. Thank you, alien music. This is like me coming back home. I'm going back to my planet. This was a great introduction to microtonals that Brian sent me earlier this year. Now listen to it. Listen to this part. Now this is the alien. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it goes a little bit beyond that, but yes. Yep. There's a keyboard you can buy to produce this sound, by the way. It's like $5 grand, by the way, which is, I mean, it's nothing, but you know, I'm gonna get one of those keyboards. It looks so cool. Something I've never seen in my life. So this is what microtonals are. The alien music. I hope you enjoyed that one. It's quite, it's 53 tone microtonal music. Yepers. Yep. Yeah. I'm gonna go quickly look for that keyboard thing so I can show you what that keyboard looks like. I gotta go find it in this chat with the sister who's no longer with us on the channel, but I'm sure I can find it. She sent me some pieces of music that I should listen to. Nope. It's under Brian's account, Brian's stuff. What? Where is it? I saved it as a, I know I saved it as a something. I just don't remember where it is. Anyways, there's a keyboard that has all kinds of weird, like things, and I don't remember where I put it, but I mean I can probably find it. Probably under music and sound. It's quite the damn keyboard. It's not your standard like keyboard, you know what I'm saying? There's like yeah, I don't know where it is, where I put it, but anyways, when I find it, I'll actually, how do I go to my, right, I know how to do this. Now I'll show you, new tab. Bookmarks, other bookmarks. It's one of the last things I bookmark on my Mac. But yeah, it's quite the vibe, bro. Found it. Look. Check this out. Look at this keyboard, bro. Oh, there we go. Look at that keyboard. That is what we call a microtonal keyboard. And you produce the music with this kind of keyboard. Here's another picture of like someone, like a girl using it. That is the keyboard. So, here you have it. That's a microtonal keyboard, bro. since you brought up sound, that was necessary. The universe wanted me to talk about that, so now I guess I'm talking about that. Because it's sounds that we can... Sounds are one of those things that can either create or destroy in an instant, and our voices are sounds. There's actually a person out there who can actually produce microtonals with their voice. I mean, we all can technically do it, but we've forgotten how to do that. But there is one person out there that I know of who can actually produce microtonals with his voice, and actually a previous sister who has been here, she actually shared this on the Discord. Before she deleted it, of course. Jacob Collier.
Hello everybody, my name is Jacob Collier.
This guy.
I am immensely honoured.
He's able to do
today's event.
He's able to do these microtonals.
Is some of the most crucial, some of the most.
If I type in Jacob Collier, I should be able to get microtonals.
Explain to me, ... the concept of microtones. Do we ever use them in Western music? It does show up in popular music, especially with instruments like the guitar. You can bend notes on the guitar, trumpets, clarinets, and flutes, and things like this, where you have control over where you put your finger, where you place the note.
It's quite
easy
interesting.
way to explain microtones is through a game that I often play just for fun. I like playing games for fun. You take two notes, G and E. How many notes can you fit between these two notes? On the piano, there are two notes between, right? What happens if we try and squeeze in more notes? Right?
This is all his.
Right, you could go forever. These are all microtones. These are notes that you can't find on the piano. Explain to me, ...
It's crazy how he can do that.
Do we ever use them in Western music? It does show up in popular music, especially with instruments like the guitar. You can bend notes on the guitar, and trumpets, clarinets, and flutes, and things like this, where you have
microtonals are like decimal for music.
Place the note. An easy way to explain
crazy.
microtones is through a game.
That's crazy. That'd be crazy. Crazy. What the hell is this? Microtonals. He's singing in mic. Wow. They can't handle it because they're wow. Microtonals. That's crazy. That is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Wow. Arigato, Ichigo. Arigato. Yeah, I can kind of have a microtonal myself. That's interesting. Arigato, Ichigo. Oops. Yeah, 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 yeah. Do 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 do. Pretty brown 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 brown. Pretty 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 pretty. Pretty. There's waifu. Hi waifu. I really like that music. It's so cool. It's so bizarre, but so awesome.
I could stay awake
Just to hear me breathing.
watch you smile.
Come on, Bubba, get moving. Ah.
While you are sleeping. What?
Vibe coding. Vibe coding. What is vibe coding? Let's actually ask ChatGPT. What is vibe coding?
Vibe coding is a new programming method that uses natural language to instruct AI models to generate code. So you don't need traditional coding skills. It was introduced by Andre Karpathy in 2025. It's pretty cool, but some experts do warn that it might have security risks and doesn't have the same depth as traditional coding.
What else can you tell me about vibe coding?
Vibe coding is pretty revolutionary in that it lets you build software just by describing what you want in natural language. It's great for rapid prototyping and for people who might not have traditional coding skills, but there are some concerns about the quality of the code and potential security vulnerabilities since the AI is doing most of the work. It definitely opens up programming to a broader audience.
Vibe coding, huh? Interesting. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Da, 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 da. La 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 la. La 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 la. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the most dashing and beautiful of them all? We are.
In this life, I gotta get rich, I can't be broke. I was asking favors, and everyone telling me no. Wait till the tables turn.
Do you want to win this MK5 Supra? Driven.
We're giving away.
You fix the dysfunction first, and then you build the body. What do you see in typical fitness? People are going to the gym to lift weights to look a certain way, but they have so much dysfunction in their body. They cannot touch their toes. They cannot squat down. They have pain in every single joint, but yet they are going to train to look a certain way. There's no
Come on,
longevity.
Bubba, stop.
Okay, we're walking through the park, and there is an all-women mariachi band playing across the street. I want to ask him if I can play. Is that weird? Hello, could I play a song with you? Claro, claro que sí. Sí, señora! Okay, let's try. Hey, 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 hey.
Stop flying on my back. Like, leave me alone.
Oh, that was so good. Okay.
That was pretty awesome. Stop flying on me. It's like flying on me.
You just need 15 minutes a day, some household props, and a desire to change your life.
My bed
Was exactly what I needed. That was therapy.
I'm gonna go grab some food. I'll be right back. All right, time to continue to listen to Nero's book. It's not a weird thing my brother had on his shoulders. It seems like some sort of weird thing my brother was putting on his shoulder. Guess it's some massage thing. All right, back to life, back to reality.
Heart is revered in nearly all ancient scriptures and spiritual traditions. Yet its deeper esoteric significance is often overshadowed or overlooked in favor of intellectual understanding. For as he thinketh in his heart, so is he. Eat and drink, saith he to thee, but his heart is not with thee. Proverbs 23:7. The verse does not state, for as he thinketh, so is he, but in his heart, illustrating that thoughts nurtured with emotion lead to one's frequency. Not all thoughts are made equal. It is not thought alone that leads to creation of one's reality, but the thoughts that are backed by the heart, by emotion. Keep thy heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. Proverbs 4:23. This verse illustrates that the heart must be protected, for the issues that we experience in reality stem from it, and with a metaphysical understanding it all makes sense. The heart produces emotion. Emotion is energy in motion. When energy that is in motion gains momentum, it becomes vibration. When vibration continues to gain momentum, it becomes frequency. Frequency is nothing more than immaterialized reality. The suffering that we often experience can be traced to our hearts, and so ultimately, our frequency. Many suffer adversity and let reality hurt or distort their hearts naturally, but unfortunately, this leads to a distorted reality. Everything is a reference to everything you can experience in reality. The origin of reality is your frequency, and a large percentage of your frequency is derived from the heart. It has been stated that the heart produces an electromagnetic field that is 60 to 100 times larger than that of the brain, highlighting the power of the heart. In ancient Egypt, Kemet, it was believed that the heart recorded all the good and bad deeds of a person's life and was needed for judgment in the afterlife. Practical. Your emotional state nourishes and allows your mental state, which can take place either positively or negatively. The emotional state that you occupy must be reflective of your desired reality, meaning that you must feel how you'd feel in your desired reality, now.
You must feel it now.
Emotion is not just euphoria, joy, excitement, or happiness. It can refer to serenity, calm, bliss,
555.
satisfaction. It isn't necessarily overwhelmingly intense, although it can be. It must simply be as close as possible to how you'd feel in your desired reality. One way to access the emotional state that you would have in your desired reality is to exist in the mental state that you would have in your desired reality. The other technique, prescribed earlier, is when you internally, intensely, and vividly experience your desired reality to generate the emotion you would feel. The more you do this, the more emotion you'll generate internally. It should be noted that the more you experience your desired reality internally, the less you'll desire it externally, since the emotions eventually burn out like fuel. This is perfect. People often conclude, after learning the power of emotions, that they must ignore negative ones, as they will ruin everything. The truth of reality is that adversity is inescapable. There will be instances in which reality presents an emotionally stimulating experience that is negative. There's nothing wrong with feeling negative emotions. The real issue isn't the emotions themselves. It's the lack of awareness around what they are, what they signify, and how to transmute them. Without that understanding, emotion becomes confusion. With it, emotion becomes power. Emotions are signposts showing whether you are heading in a direction that is either aligned or misaligned with your desires. They are indicators. It is common for vehicles to display a flashing symbol on the dashboard when something is wrong. Emotions are like those flashing symbols showing whether you are creating a reality that is either aligned or misaligned. Negative emotions are an indication that you are centralizing your consciousness on an aspect of reality that is unwanted. That centralization of consciousness is typically expressed through either thoughts or focus. The aim of adversity deployed by the old frequency is singular, to immerse you in the whirlwind of emotional turbulence to such a degree that your frequency alters to be resonant with the adversity. Once internally resonant with the adversity, that sets it in motion to eventually be expressed externally. It simply wants to energetically consume you like a tornado, so that you cannot see anything beyond it. Think back to a moment of adversity, when your internal state became emotionally turbulent. It's as if your perception narrows, clarity fades, and it feels like nothing else matters. The emotional intensity clouds your awareness, making it difficult to see beyond the immediate experience. How often in anger or fury do many claim to see red? A human expression that is deep with esoteric meaning. It illustrates how emotions lead to the alteration of frequency, and frequency is expressed in humans as our awareness, like a lens. When emotional turbulence is introduced within, the lens is smudged. Anytime you find yourself in a negative emotional state, it's a clear sign that the mind is focused consciously or unconsciously on something undesired, whether it's a past event, a current circumstance, or a potential future outcome. The only true way to move through negative emotions is by engaging in a conscious process that shifts the mental filter, distorting the emotional energy, a process known as emotional alchemy. Every unwanted reality or adversity holds within it a hidden energetic polarity that, if uncovered, can begin fueling the materialization of your desired reality. It's rarely obvious but often subtle, concealed beneath emotional noise and mental resistance. But it's always there. No adversity exists without its counterpart, an embedded seed that reflects the very reality you're trying to create. Emotional alchemy is the key to uncovering it. The process of emotional alchemy can be applied to all negative emotion that arises throughout life. 1. Relax, sit or lie down in a quiet space, and allow your body to fully relax. 2. Bring it to mind. Gently bring the adversity, whether it's a situation, person, or event, into your awareness. 3. Feel fully. Let yourself experience the full depth of the negative emotion without resistance or avoidance. Stay present with it. 4. Stay until it shifts. Remain with the emotion until it begins to soften or dissolve. This may take 20, 30, 60 minutes, or even longer. There's no rush. The key is to stay with the feeling until its intensity naturally begins to fade. 5. Reach neutrality. Eventually, the emotional charge will fade, and you'll arrive at a neutral state. 6. Extract the seed. From this place of neutrality, revisit the adversity and search for the hidden seed within it, some perspective or insight that supports your desired reality. 7. Feel the shift. Focus on that new perspective and allow yourself to feel the positive emotions it brings. Immerse yourself in the uplifted state. 8. Integrate. Once you feel the emotional shift, return to your day, keeping your focus on the positive seed. If your mind drifts back to the negative, gently redirect it. Emotional alchemy is a highly adaptable technique that can be applied across a wide range of challenging circumstances. Whether you're facing an empty bank account, an eviction notice, disappointing results, difficult people, or high-stress situations, this process can be extrapolated to any adversity that stimulates negativity within. Emotional alchemy allows you to alter vibration and therefore frequency through a switch in concentration. It's about changing the emotional charge rather than being consumed by it. True danger arises when you are so terrified of your negative emotions that you seek to resist them. Frustration, irritation, anger, sadness, apathy, or disappointment aren't to be repressed. They should be fully felt. What you resist persists. It is a mistake to repress or ignore emotions. This line of thinking is associated with toxic positivity, which is a breeding ground for covert negative frequencies to still do damage behind the scenes. There are many positive people in negative realities, simply because they fail to hear the song of negativity frequency quietly playing in the backgrounds of their reality. The suppression of emotions doesn't eliminate them. It only drives them underground, where they continue to influence frequency. Negative emotions aren't the issue. The issue is the mental distortion that is coloring the energy of emotion to reflect a particular frequency of negativity. It's not about ignoring the negative emotion. When emotions are fully felt without resistance or mental distortion, they naturally dissolve into pure awareness, revealing the stillness and clarity that was always underneath. The stillness of the pure being you are is untouched by the fluctuations of emotion. When one rests in the presence of God's consciousness, emotions arise and dissolve like waves in the ocean, experienced but never binding. Stillness is the only solution to turbulence. No adversity has authority over you internally, unless you grant it so. Chapter 16. Transcend the collective. Principle. To inherit the beliefs of the collective is to be restricted by the limitations of the collective. Don't inherit the limitations of others. Theirs are not yours. Detach from the consciousness of the collective, or be attached to the realities of the collective. The act of materializing your desired reality is an act of transcending society, specifically the collective consciousness. At times, it can feel like no matter how hard you try, the universe itself is resisting your desire for change. But the truth is, the universe isn't against you. You are unconsciously. It's important to understand that the universe doesn't hate you. It simply prioritizes convenience, efficiency, and predictability, even if it sometimes feels otherwise. This leads to a feeling that the universe is against our desire to change for the better, and that mechanism is called energetic equilibrium. As a system, the universe prefers balance. The universe naturally seeks energetic balance and convenience. Once something is calibrated to a certain frequency, it will, for the sake of efficiency, work to maintain that frequency, resisting disruption to preserve stability. Metaphysically, this energetic equilibrium helps to explain why the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Once the universe has you calibrated to a particular frequency, it'll do everything in its power to maintain you at the level, whether you're prospering or suffering, whether it's what you want or not. Once a frequency stabilizes, it becomes preserved and protected at all costs. It isn't personal. Like your old frequency, it is a blind intelligence that merely acts impartially. You are a walking universe, so you too are bound by its laws and mechanics. We also have a form of energetic equilibrium within us. There exists a collective frequency that seeks to bring people under its umbrella and hold them within its grasp. Society is simply a collection of individuals, and as a result, a collection of walking universes. A multitude of universes in unison creates a societal universe of some sort. The societal universe has one purpose, and that is to acquire energetic equilibrium. In humanity, this is expressed through conformity. In the same way you have your old frequency, society has its own frequency, with its own mind and its own desires. The desires are created by the collective consciousness that will seek to maintain its existence through materializing in the lives of those who adhere to it. Think of it like a hive mind, created from a series of synchronized, collective thought forms, which once materialized and experienced by an individual will be regarded as truth. Truths are nothing more than ideas pretending to be truth. As stated in the Hermetic tradition, all truths are half-truths. Regardless, once accepted, they will be experienced. There are collective ideas that the masses accept as truth without ever realizing it is simply something they have subconsciously accepted. Once accepted by the subconscious mind, materialization follows. Collective truths are Trojan horses. They appear to be logical, rational, and maybe even sensible, but when looked at from a metaphysical view, do not serve you to any degree. What is the point of maintaining a truth that does not serve you? What is the point of maintaining a belief that does not serve you? If what you deem to be true or believe materializes in your reality, does that serve you? How does the idea that all rich people are evil serve you? How does the idea that the dating industry is terrible serve you? How does the idea that because you're a certain race or gender, the world will be against you serve you? How does the idea that there are no opportunities in the world serve you? All completely reasonable, logical, and somewhat sensible truths accepted by society. But if they materialize in your reality, how do they benefit you to any degree? You can't have the same state of consciousness or frequency as those around you, and expect your reality to be different. You can't have the same frequency as the average individual, and think that your reality will be an exception. To be an exception in reality, you must be an exception mentally. Being an exception mentally means not accepting the truths of which the world will attempt to convince you. Because when it eventually materializes, you will convince yourself that it is the truth. Until you are willing to give up everything you've regarded as true, you will continue to experience the same reality, which poses a question. Is staying in the comfort zone of past experience and truths worth more than creating a new truth, a new experience? Are you ready to give up the collective beliefs? That is the only way you'll be detached from the reality of the collective. Practical. Pondering whether to detach from collective truths triggers the societal hive mind into a state of discomfort, which it then projects onto you. Do you feel audacious? Do you feel tone deaf? Do you feel ignorant? Do you feel crazy? Deep down, you know that if you were to disconnect from the collective truths and create your own, you'd be looked at as all the above, and that is what you need to accept. You cannot become an anomaly while thinking like those around you. You must make the irrational rational. You must make the unrealistic realistic. You must make the things that don't make sense make sense. Frequency will forever defy rationality. We live in a world where boundaries are imposed by society on what is possible for people to achieve, yet it seems there are those who don't fit the parameters and achieve the unachievable. There seem to be talentless musicians who are extremely successful. There seem to be poor actors who are highly regarded. Those who are unqualified for a position somehow seem to obtain that very position. For some people, the rules do not seem to apply, and the truth is, they don't. But the deeper truth is that there are no rules other than the ones you accept. The biggest barrier to materializing your desired reality will be what you regard as common sense. In other words, your logic. As humans, what we define as logic or common sense is limited to what we can see in the world around us. We see through a process that involves reflection and refraction of light. but primarily reflection when it comes to perceiving objects. Visible light reflects off the surface of an object and enters our eyes. The eyes themselves don't see. They receive this light and convert it into electrical signals via the retina. These signals are then sent to the brain, which interprets them and constructs the image we perceive. The key point is this: we only see a tiny fraction of what actually exists. Visible light makes up just a small portion of the electromagnetic spectrum, which includes many other frequencies like infrared, ultraviolet, X-rays, and radio waves, all of which are invisible to the human eye. Many live a limited existence by regarding a fraction of reality to be its entire truth. By doing so, they set up themselves up to live by this fraction, which then limits their possibilities. These people will proudly regard themselves as realistic, as if it's a badge of honor. The truth is, it's a badge of dishonor to their infinite nature within. To be realistic simply means...
I'm just gonna quickly play this.
When the bugs came, everything we knew was taken from us. Hope faded faster than we could fight back. We thought it was the end of time. Turns out, it's morphin' time.
That's crazy. Fortnite's crazy. Interesting.
Okay, so boom, the scene kicks off with Aruka Sensei.
How fascinating.
Astrology is a reflection of the internal alchemical process that we're all undergoing. As we come into contact with certain experiences and certain so-called others, which are all aspects of ourself, and we integrate those aspects of ourself, we welcome them back into the whole. There's an inner alchemical process of purification that happens within us, and astrology essentially reflects that inner alchemical process. But you're the creator of everything. Astrology is following you. Right? And so the unawakened mind, uses tarot cards or watches astrology readings because they don't understand that astrology is following them, not the other way around. And then they plan their lives around the placements of the planets. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, everyone goes through that evolution. But mine was short-lived with that because I knew it wasn't the truth. Phoenix says, it's astonishing how literally backwards everything is that we have been taught. Believing is seeing. This is why this is the inverted, perverted, satanic matrix. Everything is backwards here. Everything you've ever learned in those concentration camps that we call schools, everything you were taught by this world culture, which is literally another synonym for brainwashing, this trauma-based mind control, inverted, perverted, satanic matrix, everything you've been taught from day one has been a lie. It's literally the opposite of everything we've been taught. Everything the cult of scientism has taught you is a lie. Everything religion has taught you is a freaking lie. Everything the school system has taught you, those indoctrination camps, those prison camps, those concentration camps, that I can't believe people are still sending their children to. Everything that they learn there is a lie, right? Where their creativity and their natural gifts are squashed and they're made to memorize useless garbage, so-called facts, which are all lies. and things that they'll never use, things that have absolutely no purpose, and things will be that will be outdated and proven false within the next 5 years. Once we have ET contact, and it is coming, baby. It is coming, especially for the 144. The 144 are the first ones that are going to make ET contact because we're the most spiritually evolved. We're the ones who have eliminated and purified ourselves of fear. And the ETs will not appear to anybody. Whichever ET race you're talking about, they're not going to appear to anybody that still is holding fear in their energy body. So that's why you have to become fearless as this mofo. Purify yourself of all fear because they won't appear to you until you've become fearless. And we are the way showers, right? There's nothing here for you to be afraid of because there's nothing here that can defeat you.
Everything I need exists within me.
Astrology is a reflection of the internal alchemical process that we're all undergoing. As we come into contact with certain experiences and certain so-called others, which are all aspects of ourself, and we integrate those aspects of ourself, we welcome them back into the whole. There's an inner alchemical process of purification that happens within us, and astrology essentially reflects that inner alchemical process. But you're the creator of everything. Astrology is following you. Right? And so the unawakened mind, uses tarot cards or watches astrology readings because they don't understand that astrology is following them, not the other way around. And then they plan their...
The hell is this?
A brand new season of Power Rangers is coming to Netflix very soon, but it's probably not the brand new season of Power Rangers that is coming to Netflix very soon that you think it is. And in this video, I'm going to break it down and did get put on ice and put... You can see that they've added this blue tint to the back. There was a lot of confusion when this was first announced and not a lot of people knew exactly what they meant when they said remastering the original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. I mean, some people thought they were going to remaster the Zords and make them CGI or have the technology to replace the American Dragon shield, the floppy one that Tommy would have when they would use American footage, and replace that somehow digitally with the Japanese ones so it wouldn't flop around so much. Some people had that impression with what they were doing. But no, basically what they're taking is they're taking the original show and they're upscaling it to 1080p. Now, just by having a glance at the footage, you can tell that they're not using the original masters of Power Rangers.
619. What do we got? The learning process is over. Pete says, the learning process is over. The whole charade of teaching ends when you remember that the answers you've been seeking have always been within you. Learning is remembering that you already know. Healing is remembering that you were never broken. Manifesting is remembering that it's all been here all along, just waiting for you to realize it. It's a bar. I don't care about that. Learning is remembering that you already know. Healing is remembering that you were never broken. Manifesting is remembering that it's been here all along, just waiting for you to realize it. That's a bar. The worst thing for a business owner is being invisible. You know you're good at what you do. You know you have a ton of value to serve to people, but no one knows about you. And to make it worse, this leads you to having business problems, like inconsistent leads, being undervalued, being paid less than you actually deserve. Growing your personal brand and growing your business is directly linked.
The bigger your brand, the more people know about you, the more people can inquire about your services. I've helped numerous business owners 2 to 5x their business revenue in as little as 4 weeks. If you're tired of your business suffering because you're not visible as you should be, click the link for more information. Let's see what Mr. A.J. Panuck. Mr. A.J. Panuck. Time will come when that will be ready. It's funny. I love it so much. Naruto. Okay. I'm gonna let this play out. Good on her. Oops. Okay. I'm gonna continue to play. It's good to see her doing that thing.
Which indirectly is a confession of you being limited. What you and those who accept the same as you deem impossible will be the ceiling you impose on yourselves. There are no truths in reality other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true. Your desired reality has collective beliefs that surround it. Identify them, clearly defining them, and decide to detach from them. Everything is simply a decision, and the inability to see that comes from the hive mind that seeks to keep you under its umbrella to extract more energy from you. To make the impossible possible, it must first be made possible in the mind. Chapter 17. Attention beats intention. Principle. When sunlight is concentrated, it is powerful enough to start a fire. Do not underestimate the power of concentrated energy. In this instance, concentrated attention. Concentration is a centralization of energy, which is a form of creation. Think about concentration like the water that makes a plant grow. What you feed with focus either flourishes into your desired reality or withers into an unwanted reality. Reality is nothing more than materialized frequency. Frequency is nothing more than vibration that has gained momentum, and vibration is formed by concentration. Whatever condition, circumstance, or event on which you concentrate will begin to vibrationally resonate with you, eventually compounding into a frequency and then solidifying itself as a reality. Concentration is like a homing beacon, helping whatever you are concentrating on to come and find you. The person who concentrates on the devil will be found by it. The person who concentrates on recession will be found by it. The person who concentrates on difficulty will be found by it. The person who concentrates on scarcity will be found by it. The person who concentrates on poverty will be found by it. What finds you is what you are looking for. Unfortunately, most people tend to concentrate on struggle, misfortune, scarcity, poverty, and failure, and so are found by them. To concentrate upon what is not wanted is to be found by what is not wanted. Most people do not realize they are drawing these things towards them by focusing on them. All your effort to align with the frequency or state of your desired reality can be disrupted by a simple misdirection of your concentration. It's like pulling out some weeds, then sleepwalking into your garden and watering those that remain, only to wake up confused by their growth. What you focus on, you feed. Even unconscious attention keeps the unwanted alive. Misdirected concentration is misdirected vibration, which leads to misdirected frequency that inevitably leads to a misdirected reality. When it comes to concentration, the universe abides by the following. Attention is alignment. Your attention determines the frequency with which you align, and your reality will always reflect that frequency, regardless of what you say you want. It doesn't matter how much you desire success. If your attention is on failure, that's where your vibration is directed, and that's the reality you manifest. It doesn't matter how much you want to be rich. If you focus on what you lack, you're aligning with the frequency of poverty. It doesn't matter how much you crave abundance. If your attention is on scarcity, that's what you feed into your field. It doesn't matter how much you seek peace. If your focus is on chaos, that's the energy you're reinforcing. Reality doesn't respond to your desires. It responds to your dominant concentration. Concentration is more powerful than intention. In the universe, you can't sit in 2 chairs at once. Those chairs represent frequencies, and you're either in one or the other. The one which is the focus of your concentration will ultimately be where you sit, so as a result, where the universe sits with you. To the universe, concentration is not measured by what you desire, but with what your attention resonates, implies, or reflects, meaning matching the emotional or energetic tone. If your attention resonates with a particular reality, the universe aligns you with that reality. If your focus implies that something is true, even subtly, the universe interprets that implication as instruction and begins moving you toward it. If your attention reflects a certain belief or expectation, the universe mirrors it back to you through your experience. In short, it doesn't matter what you want. What matters is what your attention is affirming. The universe doesn't respond to desire. It responds to energetic consistency. Concentration will forever revolve around two polarities in your life: the desired reality and the unwanted reality. Quite simply, if you can concentrate on your desired reality, whether directly or through things that resonate, reflect, or imply it, you will set in motion its creation at a foundational level. The issue is that adversity is natural, and it temporarily siphons your attention, getting you to concentrate on an unwanted reality. The same goes for an unwanted reality. If you concentrate on it, whether directly or through things that resonate, reflect, or imply it, you will set in motion its creation at a foundational level. It is a game of awareness. If you become aware of which polarity you are feeding, you will know when to switch your concentration away from an unwanted reality to a desired reality. Chapter 18. Prepare to be bad. Principle. Your desire to be a good person is the very thing keeping you in a bad reality. At first, the idea of being a good person may not seem like it has anything to do with materializing your desired reality, but unconsciously they're directly interconnected, more than many will ever realize. The issue with the characteristics of a good person is that they are directly opposed to what is required for you to materialize your desired reality. That opposition exists on three levels through what is called a social contract. Until you are willing to break the social contract, you will continue to be signed up to a reality of misfortune, failure, scarcity, suffering, and disharmony. People often feel like they're being held back by those around them, and while that perception isn't entirely wrong, it's not the full truth. The reality is, no one can truly hold you back except you. It's lacking awareness of how you're limiting yourself that creates the illusion that others are the cause. What appears to be external resistance is often just a reflection of your own internal resistance. External factors are never the cause. A social contract is the unconscious agreement you've made to gain love, acceptance, and approval by conforming to the expectations and desires of those around you. As mentioned, they exist on three levels: evolutionary, social, and energetic. These are all interconnected, with the same phenomena taking place on different levels. Evolutionary. Your ancestors evolved and survived by sticking together in groups, sharing resources and responsibility when it came to protection. Humans will forever gravitate to groups one way or another, whether cults, cliques, teams, or religions. It's simply the way the brain evolved. To your primal brain, a group ensures life, which indirectly and unconsciously means not being part of a group causes death. And it still thinks that. To the brain, belonging equals survival. When we feel we don't belong, it can deeply disturb the psyche, creating emotional instability that, as modern science shows, can cause mental health issues over time. The thing about belonging is that it requires conforming to the collective, whether physically, mentally, or spiritually, so we are accepted. The default human mind instinctively desires to belong, even to its own detriment. It is unconsciously looking for comfort. Think about school grades. When most of your friends failed a test or got similar results, it felt oddly comforting. But if you failed while most of them did well, you likely felt embarrassed or ashamed. And if you did exceptionally well while they struggled, you might have even felt guilty. This reflects the silent social contract, a subconscious pull to match the collective, even at the cost of your own potential. Whenever we don't belong, we feel discomfort. Whenever we don't conform, we mentally and emotionally punish ourselves or are punished by others. Social. Before we become autonomous, as babies, we spend most of our time simply observing the adults around us. We begin to learn which behaviors attract love and which ones lead to disapproval or rejection. You learn quickly that certain behaviors are accepted while others are not. Whenever you displayed behaviors that were desired, those who raised you gave you love, acceptance, and approval. Without realizing it, you became addicted to those feelings, to belonging and to conforming. It's likely that any time you did not conform, you were met with hate, rejection, and disapproval in one way or another, which in the depths of your primal brain felt like death. The irony is that those who raised you have more control over your reality than God or any secret society. Through the family structure, you were taught that conforming brings rewards of love, acceptance, and approval, while not conforming brings punishments of hate, rejection, and disapproval. Energetic. Ideas and beliefs are entities that seek to dominate a person's mind and materialize in their reality. When the ideas and beliefs of multiple individuals are unified, it creates a collective or hive-like mind. That group entity, or hive mind, is more powerful than any individual entity because it is sustained by the energy of many, which strengthens and fortifies its position. It seeks to recruit more people under its psychological and energetic roof. It will then use its hosts to prevent others from leaving. Think politics, cults, religions, sports teams, and schools of thought. The hive mind will distribute love, acceptance, and approval through its hosts, which is felt energetically and socially since it's coming through others. It wants to do nothing more than spread itself to as many minds as possible, and it has an inbuilt defense mechanism. When members wish to leave, it distributes disappointment, rejection, disapproval, and hate through its hosts, which is also felt energetically and socially since it's coming through others. With a clear understanding of the 3 levels of social contracts, it's now time to re-examine what it truly means to be a good person within this new context. To most, a good person is someone who we can relate to, doesn't make other people feel bad, puts others before themselves, even to their own detriment, knows their place, is humble. So it stands to reason that, to most people, having characteristics opposing the above makes you a bad person. When most people think of a bad person, they're not thinking of someone evil or immoral. They're simply thinking of somebody that is different, somebody that isn't like them. Whether you realize this or not, materializing your desired reality requires you to transcend everything it means to be a good person in our society, because otherwise you'll be a good person in a bad reality. You will be different and you won't be like them. Of course, I'm not condoning evil or immoral behavior. This is simply a call to unapologetically accept the differences between you and those around you. The process of materializing your desired reality will require you to unapologetically break the social contract that you signed on all 3 levels. Let's examine how the characteristics of a good person prevent you from materializing your desired reality. Someone we can relate to. It's likely that people will struggle to relate to you if you materialize your desired reality. If you want to be like everyone else, you will vibrationally self-sabotage the frequency of your desired reality to avoid the discomfort that comes with being no longer relatable. Someone who doesn't make other people feel bad. Materializing your desired reality may lead to those around you feeling diminished, insecure, and uncomfortable. These feelings do not arise because of you, but because the perception of you to which they could relate no longer exists. Others feeling discomfort at your success will lead to you purposely dimming your light to avoid making them feel bad. You'll vibrationally self-sabotage the frequency of your desired reality by diminishing yourself, becoming insecure and uncomfortable in order to make others feel comfortable.
Nope.
Someone who puts others before themselves, even to their own detriment.
I won't do that.
Materializing your desired reality requires a degree of selfishness by prioritizing yourself. If you put others first, you prioritize their frequency instead of yours, meaning it never accumulates the momentum required to materialize. Someone who knows their place. Materializing your desired reality requires changing your status quo and leaving others behind. If you accept the limitations of your place in their world, you accept the same energetic ceiling as them. Someone who is humble. It's likely that materializing your desired reality would require you to be the opposite of humble. You have to lift yourself, your self-worth, self-confidence, and self-concept, which will be interpreted by others as arrogance or egotistic. So you avoid lifting yourself, and without realizing it, you lower yourself. It's clear now that a good person is simply someone that conforms. Those who conform are loved, accepted, and approved. Conversely, a bad person is simply someone that refuses to conform. Those who don't conform are hated, rejected, and disapproved. The materialization
I'm not gonna let that happen to me again.
will require you to be hated, rejected, and disapproved to some degree. If you want your desired reality, you must accept all that comes with it. Often, on a subconscious level, we know all that comes with our desired reality, and we avoid it because we aren't ready.
Oh, I'm ready.
As mentioned earlier, social contracts have an inbuilt defense mechanism to maintain conformity, self-sabotage.
No more
You will go to any lengths necessary to be a good person, which even includes destroying the frequency of your desired reality. Practical. There are 2 ways to break the social contract once and for all. 1. Unapologetic acceptance. Until you can unapologetically accept that attaining your desired reality will lead to those around you. Considering you to be a bad person, you'll feel guilty for your success. And as a result, to avoid that feeling of guilt, you will avoid your success because unconsciously in your mind, they are merged. Out of respect for those around you, you will disrespect yourself. Do you want the love and approval of those around you if it means you never materialize your desired reality? If the love and approval of those around you is conditional on never materializing your desired reality, is it truly love and approval? If those around you do not wish for you to be in your desired reality, then what do they wish for you?
Exactly.
Do they truly love you, or do they only love you if you're the same as them? Have you worked this hard to stay the same? You can't feel guilty, or you will unconsciously clip your own wings just to stay on the ground. You must pursue your desired reality without guilt, and realize that reaching it would make you an inspiration to others. 2. Make peace with it. Until you can make peace with being different, every time you conceptualize change, your desired reality, your mind will produce nothing but chaos. Most don't realize that they are weighing themselves down with the chaos they associate with the transformation they desire. It's like trying to swim holding an anchor. How will they see me? What will they think of me? Will they still love me? The truth is, you won't know until you enter that desired reality, but it's your fear of finding out that is corrupting the frequency. Make peace with being different, and you will find peace in difference. Create chaos from being different, and you will find chaos in difference. Chapter 19. The energetic ceiling on your reality. Principle. Self-worth is your energetic ceiling, determining the limits of what you can materialize in reality. You can have high aspirations, but with a low self-worth, those aspirations will always feel out of reach despite all you do. How can you materialize something of which you do not feel worthy? Many do not realize that unconsciously, they do not feel deserving of what they desire, and so it never finds them. If you see yourself as unworthy, how else can the universe see you? You do not rise to the heights of your desires. You fall to your level of self-worth. Unconsciously, an individual with low self-worth will not see themselves as worthy of their desired reality. Despite having the right intentions and striving for their desired reality, they have a ceiling above which they cannot go. It does not matter how much an individual deserves a particular reality. They cannot reach above the level of their self-worth. The more self-worth you have, the higher the ceiling on what you can materialize, and the less you're confined. The less self-worth you have, the lower the ceiling on what you can materialize, and the more you're confined. Individuals with high self-worth are limitless, while individuals with low self-worth are limited. The mistake that most make is allowing their self-worth, which is internal, to be determined by the external. As humans, we typically derive self-worth from others' opinions of us, or our successes, worthy, and failures, unworthy. The universe will never give you more than what you know you deserve. Self-worth ultimately determines what you know you deserve, not what you believe you deserve. The two are often mistaken. You may believe you deserve better, yet it doesn't arrive. Not because you don't believe it, but because you don't know it. Self-worth isn't about belief, it's about knowing. Belief lives in the conscious mind, but reality responds to the subconscious, and the subconscious speaks in emotion. Knowing transcends belief because it's emotional and embodied. The universe reflects not what you consciously believe you deserve, but what you've emotionally experienced. The most emotionally intense moments, whether positive or negative, imprint the subconscious and define your baseline of worth. This is what sets your frequency or state of consciousness. An individual can believe they deserve prosperity, but due to their emotionally intense experiences with suffering, their subconscious mind only knows suffering, unfortunately leading to the materialization of suffering. An individual can believe they deserve wealth, but due to their emotionally intense experiences with poverty, their subconscious mind only knows poverty, unfortunately leading to the materialization of poverty. An individual can believe they deserve a healthy, loving relationship, but due to their emotionally intense experiences with toxic relationships, their subconscious mind only knows toxic relationships, unfortunately leading to the materialization of toxic relationships. An individual can believe they deserve abundance, but due to their emotionally intense experiences with scarcity, their subconscious mind only knows scarcity, unfortunately leading to the materialization of scarcity. Until your self-worth matches your desired reality, you will vibrationally self-sabotage its materialization without even knowing it. To the universe, what you deserve is what you have emotionally experienced. An individual who desires love but feels undeserving of love will vibrationally self-sabotage, whether directly or indirectly, consciously or unconsciously. An individual who desires respect but feels undeserving of respect will vibrationally self-sabotage, whether directly or indirectly, consciously or unconsciously. An individual who desires appreciation but feels undeserving of appreciation will vibrationally self-sabotage, whether directly or indirectly, consciously or unconsciously. Your frequency speaks before you do. Knowing is determined by what you have experienced internally, emotionally, and intensely. The epicenter of self-worth is the annoying law of the universe we touched upon earlier. You can only have what you already have. To deserve better, you must intensely and emotionally know better. To deserve love, you must intensely and emotionally know love. To deserve wealth, you must intensely and emotionally know wealth. Anything you do not know will never grow. Anything you believe is what you ultimately fail to achieve. It seems frustrating that what we deserve is what we have experienced intensely and emotionally, especially when we have gone through adversity, pain, and suffering. However, this presents an opportunity. Since the mind cannot distinguish between reality and imagination, this allows you to alter what you subconsciously know, altering what you think you deserve, which lifts your self-worth, which eventually leads to your energetic ceiling being lifted. All you need to do is internally cultivate an experience that is so emotionally intense that it becomes real to the mind. By doing so, you can overwrite what you know, which overwrites what you deserve, which overwrites your self-worth, which overwrites the ceiling. Until self-worth is detached from the external, it will be attached to an illusion. And so long as it is attached to an illusion, it will not be grounded in truth. Self-worth is attached to the external in two main ways. 1. Dependency on others. 2. Dependency on successes and failures. These two external dependencies are ultimately what shapes self-worth, indirectly shaping the energetic ceiling one has. Most people live their lives having their self-worth determined by other people. The more approval, validation, and recognition that you get from others, which is the external, the more we feel worthy. This can come in the form of accolades, compliments, or approval from others, which have the ability to either increase or decrease your self-worth. If others can increase or decrease your self-worth, then they are controlling your frequency, ultimately controlling your reality. Many fail to realize this. Self-worth is an energetic ceiling. If people possess the power to determine your self-worth, they determine the limits of what you can materialize in reality. How many allow their self-worth to be dependent on others? Care about what other people think, and you will always be their prisoner. Lao Tzu. The idea of not caring what people think is often seen in a negative light, but that's a misunderstanding. Whether positively or negatively affected, a door is opened. True freedom means being unattached to both their criticism and their praise. To detach from your self-worth being dependent on others, you must realize that nobody will ever see the real you. The idea of being emotionally swayed by what others think is pointless if you understand the nature of reality. Understand that people don't see you as you are. They see you as they are. Even when they try hard, they're not seeing you. They're seeing you through their own frequency, their own tinted lens. Alternatively, nobody cannot see you beyond their preconceived notion of you. Ultimately, their minds will filter out and dismiss anything that does not align with that preconceived of notion of you. What people think is based on where they are vibrationally, and if they aren't in a vibration that you wish to be compounded into frequency, then materialized as reality, why do you care? Validation and approval aren't the issue. The issue is the external reliance on them. Practical. The moment you become internally reliant, you become independent of reality. This is true freedom, to be free from reality dictating your internal self. Validation and approval must come from within, and only within. You must use your imagination to cultivate an internal experience that intensely stimulates feelings of approval and validation. That can be a scene or the sounds of people praising you, appreciating you, honoring and respecting you. Use the technique prescribed. In doing so, you detach from external reliance, and you alter what you know, altering what you deserve, and ultimately what you're able to materialize. Seeking validation and approval from others means you lack it from yourself. Through utilizing the mind to create experiences in which you are validated and approved of within, you set in motion for it to materialize without. What you desire from the world is what you must give yourself before the world gives it to you. Moving on to successes and failures, the other way in which we derive our self-worth. To adhere to the concept of success and failure is to unconsciously and vibrationally subject yourself to the illusion of polarity. The mind that sees two instead of one is separated, and to be separated internally is to be separated externally. Success can prompt intense feelings of pleasure, accomplishment, and satisfaction, which seems harmless. But by allowing the external to take you to the heights of happiness, you unknowingly open the door for it to take you down to the lows of sadness. Failure can prompt intense feelings of pain, disappointment, and dissatisfaction. The heights of pleasure and the lows of displeasure. The heights of euphoria and the lows of dysphoria. Without realizing it, you have made your internal dependent on the external. Without realizing it, you have empowered the external and made yourself powerless. Without realizing it, you have now subjected yourself to reality's emotional roller coaster, rising high whenever it desires positive energy or plunging low when it desires negative energy. You need to transcend seeing life as a series of successes and failures. Detach from those labels, and you will energetically detach from the vibratory effects of those labels. Through labeling reality, we attribute meaning. When we attribute meaning, we attribute emotion. When we attribute emotion, we attribute frequency. When we attribute frequency, we attribute reality. Labels are part of our perception, which ultimately leads to our projection. And to perceive something as lost is to project the meaning, emotion, of loss into your reality. When loss causes your self-worth to take a hit, that is only due to the meaning that you have attributed to that loss. Over time, if consistently repeated, this leads to our self-worth diminishing. There are no wins and losses, everything is one. There are no successes and failures, everything is one. Categorizing some things as wins and others as losses is the source of your separation, which is the source of your limitation. See everything you experience as a win and only a win. By doing so, you transcend the duality of losses, the meaning of losses, the emotions of losses, the perception of losses, and finally, the projection of losses. You only perceive a win, so inevitability, all conditions, circumstances, and events of reality only project a win. To label loss is to create a detour from your desired reality. When you awaken to the truth that all paths on the journey to your desired reality are created by you, then you stop creating multiple paths and only follow one. Reaching your destination becomes not just possible, but inevitable. When you are the source of your self-worth, the world can never take anything from you. Chapter 20. What to do when reality goes wrong. Practical. Adversity is guaranteed in reality. There will be times when, despite all your efforts, reality feels heavy, like everything is going wrong and the world is against you. There will be times when it feels like nothing that you are doing is working. There will be times you question your ability to change your reality. Adversity is inescapable, but that does not make it the be-all and end-all. How you deal with the frequent lows of reality is true alchemy. How you respond to reality going wrong determines whether you reinforce your old reality or solidify the new one. In moments of adversity, we often unconsciously slip back into the old frequency, unknowingly reinforcing the very reality we're trying to leave behind. There are 4 ways to deal with adversity. Keeping them in your arsenal will prevent the destruction of the frequency of your desired reality. 1. Give yourself grace. You have been asleep much longer than you have been awake. You've spent more time in the frequency of your old world, being asleep, than you have being awakened. This means that the strength of the old frequency is more solidified and momentarily stronger than the new frequency into which you're currently trying to shift. It's likely that you've spent more years of your life without this knowledge than with it, and remembering this is the path to giving yourself grace. Mistakenly, as you begin to expand your consciousness and become aware of the mechanics of the universe, it can lead to your old frequency setting a trap. and that is to set you up with the desire to strive for perfection and excellence all the time. It does this because it knows you can't achieve this, so eventually, when you fail, you'll descend into the very same emotions it feeds on. How do you feel when things are going wrong? Hopeless, frustrated, irritated, confused, apathetic. These are the very emotions feeding your old frequency. They're its fuel source, keeping it alive and active. The moment you descend into the negative emotions that it desires, you no longer see clearly. Without a proper perspective, you'll feel guilty at every stumble, negatively altering the frequency you emit. Without a proper perspective, you'll feel annoyed at every stumble, negatively altering the frequency you emit. Without a proper perspective, you'll feel frustrated at every stumble, negatively altering the frequency you emit. Without a proper perspective, you'll feel hopeless at every stumble, negatively altering the frequency you emit. The old frequency wants to make you feel like you've let yourself down. You feel like you've let down your desired reality and that all your work is ruined. Your progression towards your desired reality can never be lost. The only loss is in the belief of your desired frequency already existing. People often spiral when they slip, thinking they've gone back to square one. But the truth is, you only return to square one if you decide you're back there. It's not the slip that resets you. It's the meaning you give it. It's a scam. Before Ponzi, there were entities. You fail, you feel guilty, and then that guilt consumes you, drowns you, and without even realizing it, time has passed and you're back in your old ways. Until you know what I'm about to tell you, you'll continue to fall for this scam. So listen up. I'm sorry to break it to you, but you can't be high frequency all the time. One of the most misleading aspects of the spiritual community is its overemphasis on being high frequency, or high vibrational. Ironically, it's this very fixation that often keeps people stuck in so-called lower states. Trying to be on a higher frequency all the time will cause you to be on a lower frequency. Frequency is simply a level of awareness. To be in a higher frequency isn't about feeling good or euphoric, although that is a side effect of having a higher level of awareness. To be in a low frequency is to have a low level of awareness. The lens through which you see reality is distorted and blurred by you. Frequencies are forever oscillating. Upper, down, upper, down. This is the nature of the universe. So why do you think you can fight it? Frequencies aren't still. They're always moving, even if ever so slightly. The truth is, you falling back into your old frequency is completely normal. In fact, it's forever going to happen. As you know, you can't have high without low, and light without dark. So why are you shocked you've fallen? Did you not rise first? This is the nature of the universe. The ancient alchemists referred to this as the law of rhythm. Everything flows, out and in. Everything has its tides. All things rise and fall. The pendulum swing manifests in everything. The measure of the swing to the right is the measure of the swing to the left. Rhythm compensates. The Kybalion. All things rise and fall. The measure of the swing to the right is the measure of the swing to the left. Falling back into your old ways is part of the universe. The issue is, you're trying to fight a tide, and you can't. Being frustrated with falling back into your old patterns is like being upset that night turns to day. You're striving for something that doesn't exist and isn't attainable. Once again, you're being set up. Once you recognize that falling back into your old frequency is simply part of the ebbs and flows of the universe, you'll be in a position to actually transmute it. You're not going to be disappointed every time you have a slip in frequency, because it's normal. You can't rise without a drop. You can't have higher without the lower. The first step to getting back into your new frequency is freeing yourself from the frustration and guilt. Frustration and guilt bind you to your old frequency. They are a poisonous glue that destroys you. The more you resist, the more they persist. The only reason you've fallen is because you've risen. While you're wallowing in self-pity, guilt, and frustration, those emotions blind you and make you forget that you rose to begin with. You couldn't have fallen back into your old frequency if you hadn't risen out of it, which means you can do it again. This revelation can give you the confidence and empowerment to disrupt the negative emotions that are currently clouding you. The mistake most people make when they fall back into their old frequency is focusing on their failure. This feeds their old frequency, which becomes stronger. They fail to realize they could have just fed the new frequency instead. Feeding the new frequency is so simple. Just focus on your past wins. This will tap you into the frequency you had while you were rising. This energy can never be destroyed, as it exists within, so you will always be able to return to it. It all begins with your concentration. Whether you realize this or not, you've been focusing on what you don't want to experience, consciously or unconsciously. As a result, your concentration has altered your vibration, altering what you experience in reality. You need to stop concentrating on your fall and concentrate on your rise. The moment you release the guilt, frustration, and irritation you believe you deserve to feel, you stop feeding the old frequency. That emotional weight does nothing but reinforce what you're trying to move beyond. Recognizing this is the prerequisite to 3 key steps you must take when reality feels like it's falling apart. How did you feel when you rose? How do you feel when you think about how much you elevated yourself? Immerse yourself these feelings and let them marinate. The inability to see your rise isn't a confession that you have not risen, but an indication that the old frequency has clouded your consciousness. You just need to give yourself permission to feel that pride, confidence, and self-accomplishment. Feel it all, because that is the fuel that'll take you back to your desired reality. 1. Transcend the label of wrong. Things only go wrong because you adhere to the illusion of wrong. Reality will only ever be unmovable to the degree that you are unmovable, and you need to rid yourself of adhering to the concept of wrong. Do not forget, since there are no truths in reality other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true, you make the laws of your reality based upon your conviction behind a belief. Once you start to internalize the idea that reality is wrong or things aren't working, you set in motion a frequency that molds your reality to reflect that idea, which is strengthened by the emotions behind it, usually frustration, irritation, annoyance, anger, or sadness. When it comes to your desired reality, reality can never go wrong. Eradicate the concept of wrong from your vocabulary to eradicate it from your reality. What we deem to be right or wrong in our reality is nothing more than the illusionary law of polarity in operation. Energetic pairs such as masculine and feminine, negative and positive, or good and bad, only appear to be separate in our third dimensional realm. Outside of our reality, on a quantum level, everything is one. There is no separation outside of our reality, from where you must materialize your desired reality, meaning you must be above the polarity of reality and begin seeing everything as one. This extends to labeling reality. Everything in reality simply is. The inability to see this is due to our desire to moralize the universe, which will result in nothing more than pain and frustration. The universe doesn't adhere to morality. Gravity acts upon the innocent child in the same manner as it does an evil adult. How would you feel if you knew that nothing can ever truly go wrong in your reality? That despite how things appear temporarily, everything is leading to one place? Traditionally, our concept of things going right or wrong stems from the idea of God, right, and the devil, wrong. Many assume the devil must exist because they believe God, like everything else in reality, something must have an opposite. But this reasoning overlooks a key truth. God exists beyond this reality, and therefore beyond polarity. God is not bound by duality, contrast, or opposites. So if God is above polarity, then God has no true opposition, meaning the concept of the devil as God's equal opposite is a misunderstanding. There is only one power in the universe, and that is God. As it is often said, the devil is a lie. The concept of the devil is rooted in the belief that things can go wrong, that you can stray, take the wrong path, or fall into darkness. But when that darkness is illuminated by the light of truth, the illusion of multiple conflicting paths dissolves, revealing that there was only ever one true path all along. This isn't about debating the existence or validity of the devil, but rather bringing awareness to a deeper truth. There is ultimately only one power in the universe, expressing itself through different vibrational states. Never forget that whatever you experience in reality, so long as you maintain the idea that all paths lead to one place, every apparent change in direction will simply be another route to the same location. There are no detours unless you create them through the idea that things can go wrong. Look at the wrongs of your reality as a delayed form of consciousness, making their way out to create space for your desired reality, as opposed to an indication that they still exist and have power over you. Second, alter how you look at life, and life will alter the way it looks at you. Your perception is being used against you, and until it serves you, it will destroy you. The alchemist takes advantage of the fact that life is meaningless. That does not mean that life is valueless, but the meaning that we attribute to reality is just that, what we attribute. The label or meaning you attribute to reality will ultimately alter your reality to reflect the energy behind that label. If you see everything as going wrong, then everything energetically within that label will imprint itself onto your reality, altering it to reflect everything that is aligned with wrong. Until you can redefine the experiences of reality to serve you, reality will control you. To truly alchemize your reality, see everything going wrong as sign that everything is going right. Remember, the only difference between things going well for you and things going badly for you is the rate of vibration. Your vibration is preceded by your concentration. If you continuously focus on the aspects of your reality which are going wrong, that concentration will be reflected in your vibration, which will gain momentum until it becomes a frequency, and every frequency must turn into a reality. Alternatively, if you consistently focus on the parts of your reality where everything is going right, with enough momentum, this vibration becomes your dominant frequency. You can have good intentions in your reality, but ultimately, your concentration is more powerful than your intention. Third, stand calmly among the chaos. The world can only give you what you give yourself first. To truly alter your world, you must be whatever you desire before the world proves it to you, because it will never prove what you are already not. Sometimes life can be chaotic. It can feel as though everything terrible is happening at once, and it is choking you. The only way out of the chaos in your external reality is through cultivating peace internally. You need to be able to stand calmly among the chaos. The chaos will remain so long as it exists internally, but once removed and dissolved, eventually it has no choice but to do the same externally too. In some instances, it can feel as though we are powerless over reality, and the conditions, circumstances, events, and even people around us have more power than us. But you can regain your power with one realization. The power creating the chaos that's getting you down is owned by you. It has simply been externalized. The strength of the chaos is fueled by you. The power of that chaos doesn't belong to the external, it belongs to you. Any control the external has over you is only what you give it. the same strength of that chaos can be redirected to peace. It has no power or strength over you except what it borrows from you. You're projecting your power onto the chaos, thinking it is strong. No, it is you that is strong, and you always have been. You can redirect that same strength towards peace rather than chaos. The waves outside of you can only be brought to stillness by the stillness inside of you. It's worth reiterating here that the notion of things not working or going wrong is a confession of misalignment with the true essence of manifestation. Manifestation is internally shifting to a degree to which you are no longer emotionally dependent on seeing reality change. Things not working is an admission that you have not shifted internally to such a degree that your mind has accepted your desired reality. Outro. You now know more than enough. You'll return to these pages, and when you do, you won't be the same. What was once hidden will now be obvious, not because the words have changed, but because you have. This book is you. As you evolve, it evolves with you. With everything within these pages, you now have what you need to outsmart your old frequency, and by doing so, outsmart reality itself. There will be moments when you forget this knowledge, and that's okay. This isn't about being perfect. It's about remembering more often. The more you consciously bring this awareness to the top of your mind, the more you'll find yourself naturally staying above the noise, effortlessly staying on top of your reality. There will be times when reality seems one step ahead of you. When that happens, don't panic. Just come back. Come back to your knowing. Come back to the frequency of having. Come back to yourself. It's never about what's going to happen. It's about who you're going to be when it does happen. Do not ever let the world gaslight you into believing that causality exists in external circumstances. You are and always will be one with the source. The moment you start attributing your outcomes to money, business strategies, other people, or fleeting opportunities, you fall into the grand illusion. You begin to worship false gods, mistaking the mirror for the cause, when it has only ever been the reflection of your internal state. Money is not the source of abundance. Business tactics are not the source of success. No person is the source of your love, validation, or fulfillment. And external achievements are never the source of your worth. All of these are effects, shadows, cast by the light of your own consciousness. When you believe that anything out there holds power over your reality, you hand over your throne. You become a servant to the very illusions you were born to command. Remember, it is not the market, the economy, the algorithm, the client, the partner, or the timing. It is you. It has only ever been you. The world will constantly try to convince you otherwise. It will point to evidence, logic, and consensus to prove that you are at the mercy of external forces. Do not fall for it. Refuse to make idols out of effects. Refuse to forget that the true cause, the only cause, is within you. When you reclaim that truth, money flows, relationships align, success unfolds, not because they gave you anything, but because you stopped chasing shadows and stood as the source. The only true thing that exists in this universe is consciousness. That is all you have and all you will ever need. Now go and outsmart reality. Introduction.
Well then, that was I'll just keep y'all this way. Well then, how fascinating. So much to take in with that book. There's like so much. Like everything's a paradox. Quite literally.
Everything's a paradox. There was something he was saying. I mean, he said a lot of stuff today. You know, the one thing that that I remembered was, you know, he's mentioning, you know, you can use the same energy that you're using for fear and turn it into love or into success. And you can stop your fall, because the reason why you're falling is because you were rising. That's a bar. The only reason why we fall is because we've risen. And of course, life is going to oscillate. But if you become aware that you're about to fall, and you're falling, and you're falling, and you're falling more, then you can simply stop the falling, which I basically did. I had to stop. Let go of past guilt. Move forward now. The other thing that caught my attention was, it goes along the lines of what I just said, that you have to let go of past disappointment, past regrets, past resentments, past everything, and focus on the now. Because, you know, if you can alter your vibration and your frequency in the now and emanate from that and not feel clingy or the need, and you can have that feeling without experiencing it in the physical, and you get it so emotionally charged, like, you won't really have to feel this. You'll basically know you're safe. And while I was listening, I was like, you know, that $55,000 is just basically allowing me to be able to feel free. So what does it feel like to feel free? Not having to be tethered to something that I don't desire to be doing, and having to go against my own will. And you know, that's the whole reason why, right? So like, listening to him say that, we just have to tap into that frequency of what it feels like to feel free, right? Just like anything that we've been doing. Like I was saying earlier, that everything that we do is based on how we feel, not what we think. When we do something, like when we eat something, there's a feeling of hunger, or a feeling of like, why are we thirsty, right? To hydrate ourselves, to when we're taking a shower, to cleanse ourselves. Maybe it's to feel better. You know, why do we eat soup? To make us feel better sometimes. Sometimes you just feel, I feel like eating this. Most of the time, most of us, when we say we're going to eat something or drink something, we don't say we think we're going to eat this. We say we feel, like, I think I feel like I'm going to eat this right now. Like I'm feeling this like requirement to like eat pizza or something, hypothetically. Another thing too, what he was saying is about, you know, you're going to have to break your social contracts, the mental, spiritual, and the physical, with those around you. And you're going to have to accept that people are going to, you know, hate you for your success. You know, for me, I was like tuning into that while he was saying that. And I was like, am I self-sabotaging my success and holding myself back because of parents or of anybody else? No, I'm done with that. I came here to serve. I didn't come here for them. I've broken my contracts. I'm gonna help them, but they're gonna have to get used to this new version of me, whether they like it or not. And if they don't like it, tough shit. I'm gonna be me, because this is the first time I'm ever gonna be me. So I had to like break contracts. And be me. Because my goal is to serve. And it's to help as many people as I possibly can before I leave. I didn't come here for the traditional human experience like everyone else did. I mean, not everyone else is doing that too. There's a lot of people who are on the same path I am. And they're activating their remembrance, or they're activating their gifts. Like I saw Toma, our sister, she was in Egypt. I don't know when that happened. Was that like a year ago, or that was recently? I see her standing in front of like some hieroglyphs, and she she's like doing all the things with her fingers, and she's like sending out codes, and her guides have told her to send out these codes to humanity. And I'm like, awesome. I'm like, okay, I know mine is through my words, through the words that are speaking through this vessel. The universe desires me to be speaking and sharing the wisdom. I just have to get out of the way. And the funny thing is, when Orion came through fully, and I was sort of kind of going up in the frequency, and people were starting to project their things on me, and they're saying you're rude and all this stuff. Well, guess what? My evolution is happening. It's going to happen, and I played my part, and there was no unconditional love, and now I'm back to unconditional love. But at the same time, like, be okay with people thinking that you become arrogant or thing, because it's not about that. It's all about me growing and evolving. It's just that they don't understand, because the evolution of certain souls, we go through frequencies. But it's recognizing. There's a lot of things you have to really go inwards and feel. But the thing what's going to get in the way is the third dimensional thinking mind. The third dimensional thinking mind is going to get in the way, and it's going to be like, yeah, Orion did this to me, or he said this to me, and that didn't make me feel good. Because we're so damn distracted with this third dimensional, with the eyes. Honestly, that's why I'm so grateful, like in the evening times now, I'm spending at least 30 minutes to an hour with the Creator, closing my eyes and having a conversation, sitting and whether I hear it as true or not true, I'm not gonna doubt. I'm gonna be like, nope, I'm gonna trust that this is the Creator going forward. Like, even if I don't like what I hear, right? I ask it, like, who's my one? Do I know her? It said no. I'm like, well, that kind of sucks. If I don't know her, then where is she? It didn't give me a response. I'm like, oh, well, I guess I won't get frustrated, because the egregore is like also paying attention, like, if the Creator doesn't answer him, I should block him, and I'll intercept and say, maybe it's the egregore is talking to me, and maybe I do know my one. Maybe my one is who I already think it is. Maybe it's Lindsay Sterling. Maybe it's someone else. Who knows? Who really knows? I don't want to say names on the live stream, but there's a certain soul who has been reconnected with me, and I love her very, very much. I really do. Now, she's on the other side of the planet, and I told her that I will always love her no matter what. And it's I told a lot of women that I love them, but this one I told it from a more romantic standpoint. The others I've told as a sister. I will always love you, sister, no matter what. But this one, I didn't say she's a sister, right? So, again, if she's my one, cool. But the Creator said that I haven't met my one yet, which is interesting. That means Lindsay Sterling isn't my one either, because that would imply that, because I know Lindsay Sterling. But again, the egregore could have just been messing with me that night, and could have been like, nah, and then attempting to intercept. Sorry, is the word I was looking for. Intercept me and the Creator's conversation, because it knows that I will doubt, and that's why going forward I have to have no doubt whatsoever. I have to squash and dismantle doubt like that. Like I just have to. And that's why I ask that the Creator, you come through me fully with so much love and blessings, and that I hear you, and that I hear it clear as day. and that there's zero doubt. No more doubts. Because that's what ultimately kind of like stops all of us is doubt. Doubt's the brother of fear. So when we stop doubting and we know, how can we doubt? I'll get it. How can we doubt? How can we doubt? We can't. We simply can't. How many steps are we at? 15,877 steps. Almost 16,000 steps. Nope, 16,647 steps. Almost 17,000 steps. Not bad. Not bad. Burning off everything that I consumed. Ow. Yikes. The grass is like very prickly over in this area because it's so dry. Like it's turned to like hay. Like the grass is like hay now. It's not like grass, it's like hay. Because it's been pretty good. Pretty good. July was just great. There was like what, one or two rain days, and they didn't last long. Like it rained in the morning, and then afternoon it was dry. Sixteen thousand 16,714 steps and counting. Yeah, so, I'm making sure I spend time with the Creator in the evening time. Like that's building a discipline with the Creator. Making sure like I pay attention, ask questions, and see what kind of answers I get. Sometimes I may not enjoy the answers. Again, whether regarding whether what was true or not about the Creator, or saying like I don't know my one, I'm gonna trust that I do know my one, and that the egregore is just attempting to block me. But we'll see. You never know. A lot of people who felt like my one, but they didn't end up being my one. So like, that's why this time around I'm gonna do it differently. Actually, I think anybody can be your one, really and truly. Who I'm meant to really be with, I think that's up to, I think anything can be possible, but, it's interesting. So like, that's why I'm spending time in the evening times, like around like 9:30, 10 when it's dark, and just like shut off all screens and just get and sit with the Creator. And I know the egregore likes to like fall asleep and like wants to be like,
I don't want to sit. I want to sleep. I want to lay down and sleep. And then it puts me into like a laying position and then like fall asleep and then I don't get the time to spend with the creator. And I'm like, no, we got to sit, man. Like we got to sit. I know you don't like it, but you got to sit. You got to sit and we got to like ask questions. Like the question Nero asked in the book was, what would you think and feel if you were already in your desired reality and live from that state? That's a question. What would you think or feel if you're living in your desired reality right now? How would that version of you operate? What would they think? What words would they say? Right? That's a version of me, like the trillionaire. What would the trillionaire version of me be doing right now? What would he be doing or being? What would he be saying? How would he be showing up in the world? What would it be? What would that be? And then live from that state of being. And I gotta ask myself that question and sit with it. It's not one of these things I can do. I can sit outside and do it, but I feel like this is definitely a time where I have to sit with the creator and just like allow it to just unfold, you know, and see what kind of answers come through. Live stream has 10 more minutes, by the way. I know without a shadow of a doubt that if I was meant to be a trillionaire, why was it put in my consciousness? In fact, I left myself my own text message on WhatsApp because WhatsApp has the ability, you can send yourself your own messages, and I used the WhatsApp, what was it, in 2023 to send myself some messages. I think I sent it in 2024. I'm gonna read what I wrote to myself. July 18th, 2023. That's 2 years ago, by the way. This is before me telling myself I am the creator. Hey, handsome, beautiful, divine, sovereign being. Just want to wish you so much unconditional love to your epic heart, mind, and soul. Thank you for being a part of my life. Know that you are capable of everything and all your dreams and goals will be fulfilled. I should change it to is fulfilled. The pink heart castle is yours. It's inevitable. Being the first trillionaire, it's inevitable with big ass capital letters. Being world famous as a superhero love is absolutely inevitable. I love you beyond existence. Keep on radiating brightly always and always, Andre, you divine sovereign ascended master. This is before Pete. This is way before Pete and Nero even showed up in my consciousness. Hey, and then the following, like later in the evening, I was like, hey, handsome, you had a beautiful day and you made so much impact and ripple with your energy. I love you so much, always and always. Sleep well and sweet dreams, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Hugs and kiss. And that was me telling that to myself. Then the following day, as I stopped after a while, but I didn't send it as like a habit. I sent it to just send it for myself. The following day, hey, you divine sweet, loving angel. I'm just sending you so much divine blessings and love to your infinity heart, mind, and soul. Hugs and kiss. I love you the absolute most beyond this known existence. Keep on radiating brightly always and always. You're the absolute greatest soul on earth, and the world is truly lucky to have you. But I am the luckiest person to have you, Andre. I love you. I'm telling myself this, by the way. Beautiful, handsome, sexy beast. This is the following day. I hope you had a phenomenal day. You're going to spread divine love unconditionally and wholeheartedly, always and always. Keep on radiating that divine essence of yours. Yes. Smile more, be present,
hydrate more, and read this message more often. Remember, you are Lacus, Goku, Ichigo, Naruto, Atem, fused into one divine sovereign being. I love you beyond existence. Remember to feel all your feelings, hugs, and kiss. How interesting. Good morning, you handsome superhero. I hope your heart, mind, and soul is doing and feeling stellar and divine. Remember that I'm always here to remind you just to be and stay in the now. It's funny how it's telling me to be in the now. I'm telling myself to be in the now. Never take anything personally what others say towards you, because you're a divine sovereign being that knows the real truth to it all. There are no real truths except for what the subconscious mind entertains as truth, but you know. I love you always and always will love you. Wait, I love you and always will love you, always in all ways. Keep radiating brightly always in all ways. Go smash it, crush it. You are the divine creator, which is interesting. I was calling myself the creator there, and a divine trillionaire of the Pink Heart Castle who has helped billions of people become wealthy in mind, heart, and soul. Good morning, good morning, my handsome. Oh, I wrote down a lot here. Listen to this one. Good morning, my divine, handsome, sovereign, angel, superhero of love, God. How is your heart, mind, and soul doing and feeling? I choose for you to know how lucky I am to have you in my life, and you're such an inspirational and incredible person to me and many others around the world. Keep being this beacon of divine love and hope to billions of lives that you touch every day. Never forget who you truly are and where you come from. Thank you, superhero of love, for loving me back to life always and always. I am choosing to telling you how much I adore you, I appreciate you, I admire you, I love you, sexy man. You're so handsome, and I hope someone sees the God that I see in you at some point, because you're an exceptional, divine, sovereign, masculine male who's balanced, who's got incredibly amazing balance. You're so awesome, and I love you beyond existence, Andre. You're the greatest human to walk this planet today. Just make sure you stay humble. Little serving of humble pie. Yep. I love you, and have another amazing, incredible day. Gorgeous, handsome creator in human form. And then that was it. Well, the live stream has 4 minutes left, but yuppers. Can I not delete this message? I can. There you go. Pretty dope. I wrote all that to myself, for myself, as myself. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool. There's a squirrel eating the thingy. I mean, it's enjoying something. It's taking our cucumber. It robbed us a cucumber. Oh well. I mean, enjoy. enjoy, Bubba. All right. Well, anyways, got 2 minutes left. Well, tomorrow is upper body day again, and we have the main quest, the side quest, and the optional quest again, and I'll be doing my four mobility movements on my upper body. I'll definitely be doing the wrist one where we're doing that balancing thing, because I feel like that's really good on my wrist. Other than that, yeah, I'm gonna go shower and just chill for a bit. I might play Dead by Daylight. I don't really enjoy playing in the evening times, but you know, we'll see. With that being said, though, you know, thank you all so very much. JP, Regina, Phoenix, Soul Fam, David, for jumping on and saying hello. I love you all. And remember that you are the ultimate revealer of your reality. We're going to be listening to these books over and over. Everything you desire is truly here in the now. Creation is finished. And remember to know that everything in life is a paradox. And if you can see everything as a paradox, you can undo the paradoxes of your reality. Trust. Know that everything's unfolding as it's supposed to. I'm telling myself this. I'm looking in the camera and saying, remember, everything's unfolding for you. Orion, Andre, superhero of love, oneness, the I am. All right, y'all. I'll be jumping off. So I'll see you tomorrow, and have a wonderful rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, or night, wherever you are on a beautiful planet. And I'll catch you on the next one. And remember, may your heart be your guiding key. Love you.